Chapter 101 Poseidon's Regret. Doesn't Chihiro want to unify the continent? He definitely wanted to. His father, dalu, had consistently refused to provide him with any support. They say he is the representative of angels and gods on earth, so he can't interfere too much. He can only take action when the spirit hall is in dire straits. As a result, he couldn't command the worshippers, and he needed a reasonable excuse to mobilize the elders. Under these circumstances, how could he dare to launch a war for unification? High Priest, then it would be more convenient for you, Pope, to speak to him personally. You two are father and son, so I won't get involved. I've just mastered the ring explosion technique, and I'm going into seclusion to train for a while. Dylan did not agree and left after refusing. He wanted to unify the continent, but he didn't want to make it too obvious. Actually, he just wanted to see Qian Zunji's opinion on unifying the continent. Even if he were to help the Spirit Hall unify the continent, Dilong would not be willing. Unless unification is achieved under his leadership, he will not be able to gather any faith. Seeing Qian Zunji's indecisiveness, Dilong felt relieved. Even if the Haoshan sect was destroyed, Qian Zunji wouldn't amount to anything. Dilong was actually aware of his concerns. The temple will not intervene unless in times of crisis. Qian Zunji could plunge the spirit hall into crisis. At that time, whether it's the other elders of the Hall of Worship or Qian Dalu himself, they will all have to step forward. It can only be said that Qian Zunji was too cowardly. In the original work, he did something as stupid as having Qian Runshui replace Shui Qinggan pretend to be the crown prince to seize the Tiando Empire. Not only did it delay Qian Zunji's cultivation, but it also failed to accomplish anything. However, it was only because Tang San was the protagonist that Qian Runshui would have had a chance to succeed. But, even if it succeeds, a scheme that would take Qian Runshui 20 years to devise is not worthy of any praise. Dylan is now in a bit of a dilemma. He wanted to collect the power of faith by unifying the continent. But if you're not in charge, it's useless. The best solution, of course, is to replace Qian Zunji as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, then follow Bibi Dong's example to establish the Spirit Empire, and finally unify the continent as the Emperor of the Empire. However, Qian Zunji is still alive, and without the incident with Bibi Dong in the secret room and without Tang Hao smashing Qian Zunji will probably live for a long time. So if Dylan wants to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, he either has to kill Qian Zunji, or make Qian Zunji disappear or be trapped somewhere he can't come back. Otherwise, Dylan would not have had the opportunity to unify the continent as the leader of the Spirit Hall. Forget it, let's go back to the ice and fire yin-yang well for a while and fully master the explosion ring technique first. Tilong, unable to think of any good solutions, decided to put the matter aside for the time being. He's set his sights on that nearly million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king, so it's necessary for him to improve his combat power. He has only a basic grasp of ring blasting and needs to study it in more depth. Furthermore, his ninth soul skill, which he cannot control the amount of soul power he outputs each time, made Dylan feel that he also needed to study it in depth to see if he could completely master it. The existence of the yin-yang well of ice and fire can help Dylan. Whether Dylan uses his ninth soul skill or the ring explosion, he can quickly recover his condition by relying on the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Before leaving, Bibi Dong won the rock-paper-scissors game. Before leaving, Dylan gave Bibi Dong a good talking to, and he didn't forget to call Xiao Wu out to help. Dragon Fist douluo. That Dragon Fist douluo who took away the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall back then. How could it be him? Meanwhile, Poseidon also arrived on the mainland and, after making some casual inquiries, learned who had killed Tang Chen. Poseidon was immediately taken aback. She still remembered Dragon Fist douluo. Although she didn't take action at the time, she did sense a lot of the enemies attacking Sea God Island by the Spirit Hall, including Dylan's situation. Therefore, Poseidon found it hard to believe that just over a year ago, the other party was merely a level 91 rookie titled douluo. If it weren't for the fact that he was escaping with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Poseidon would not have let him escape successfully. At the time, she was only thinking about not completely offending the spirit hall of the mainland, which is why she allowed Bibi Dong, who had the identity of a saintess, to escape. Unexpectedly, it was precisely because of her decision that Tang Chen died. If Dylan had been killed by her earlier, Tang Chen wouldn't have died. Thinking of this, Poseidon felt a pang of regret. I should have killed that dragon fist douluo back then. He severely injured Tang Chen with one punch, then used the same explosive ring technique as Tang Chen before killing him with another punch. You make it sound so nice, but it was still a sneak attack. One punch douluo. Poseidon's eyes gradually turned cold. She had already made up her mind when she came to the mainland. If Tang Chen had been killed under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have cared, nor could she have. Because in that situation, it proved that the other party was stronger than Tang Chen. Once they left the sea and came to the mainland, she would definitely not be a match for them. So even if she wanted to avenge Tang Chen, she couldn't. But now that she knows Tang Chen was killed by Dilong while fighting Qian Dalu, she decides to avenge Tang Chen. However, having learned from Tang Chen's experience, she wouldn't go directly to the spirit hall. That would be too foolish. Going to someone's stronghold to cause trouble is commendable in itself. This alone significantly diminished Tang Chen's standing in her eyes. If Tang Chen hadn't already died, the impression might have been even worse. Then Poseidon also had a headache. If she didn't go to their door, how could she avenge Tang Chen? Poseidon could only try to find out more about Dylan, hoping to find out if there was any way to get him to leave the spirit hall. However, after careful investigation, Poseidon discovered that there was no way to break through Dylan's defenses. The other party is all alone, without a partner or children. The only thing that could make them leave is a treasure. Wait a moment. A year ago, he was just a level 91 title douluo, but now he has joined the Spirit Hall's Hall of Worship and become a level 96 peak douluo. This situation is completely abnormal, unless the other party possesses twin martial souls. Poseidon's beautiful eyes flickered, and she keenly sensed from the changes in Dylan's level that Dylan might possess twin martial souls. If that's the case, the allure of a 100,000-year-old soul beast will surely draw him out. Poseidon quickly came up with a plan. She planned to send the demon soul Great White Shark King to the coastal waters of the mainland to make some noise and lure Dylan to come. Fortunately, being near the mainland's coast, she could also draw upon the power of the ocean. Chapter 102 Little White's Betrayal. High Priest, why are you ordering me to create unrest in the coastal waters of the continent? After receiving Poseidon's message and arriving at the coast near the mainland, Xiaobai was quite surprised to hear Poseidon's instructions. Are you suggesting we let this 100,000-year-old soul beast keep making noise, waiting for human powerhouses to hunt her down? You don't need to know why, you just need to do as I say. Don't worry, with me here, no one can really hurt you. Poseidon did not explain in detail, but simply made a guarantee to Xiaobai. She was confident in that she could do so. At sea, even if it was just near the coast, as long as she could reach the ocean, she could draw upon its power. Even if many powerful figures from the mainland come, she is confident that Xiaobai will not be truly harmed. Alright, then I'll listen to the high priest. When Xiaobai heard Poseidon say that, he didn't ask any more questions. She still trusted Poseidon's abilities. Little did Xiaobai know that the person Poseidon was trying to hook was the man who had taken her virginity. I wonder how that dragon fist guy is doing. While Xiaobai was causing trouble in the coastal waters of the mainland to demonstrate its existence as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, as instructed by Poseidon, it also began to transform into human form and inquire about Dilong in Hanhai City. It might be difficult to find out information about other people. Dylan's message was undoubtedly the easiest to obtain. Recently, the most discussed person on Douluo continent is Dylan. So Xiaobai quickly understood Dylan's current situation. Did you reach level 96? As expected of twin martial souls, the leveling speed is really fast. Xiaobai was the first to know that Dilung possessed twin martial souls, so he wasn't too surprised when Dilung's soul power level broke through to level 96. The fact that peerless Douluo Tang Chen was killed by Dilong truly shocked Xiaobai. That's a peerless douluo, just like the high priest Poseidon. After escorting Dylan back to the mainland, she learned about the arrival of two peerless douluo, Tang Chen and Qian Dalu, on Sea God Island. The three of them often sparred, and she saw it all. Therefore, she was well aware of Tang Chen's strength. Unexpectedly, such a powerful man was killed by Dylan. Xiaobai was both shocked and delighted. She didn't care about Tang Chen's death. The fact that Tilung was able to kill Tang Chen proves Tilung's current strength. Being so strong at level 96 made her see even more the possibility of Dylan becoming a god in the future. It's a pity she couldn't contact Tilung herself, otherwise she would have definitely rewarded him handsomely. She knew very well that guy was a womanizer. I wonder if he'll come. Xiaobai knew very well that if she made a scene as Poseidon had suggested, the powerful figures of the continent would definitely come looking for her and hunt her down. So she thought that Dylan should come too. If Dylan hadn't guessed her identity, he certainly wouldn't have let go of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. If they had known it was her, they should have come to save her. With Dylan's current strength, who would dare say anything if he saved a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Wait, could the person the high priest is trying to seduce be him? However, Xiaobai quickly realized something, and his expression changed drastically. Although Poseidon didn't say it, she knew very well that what Poseidon had asked her to do was to attract certain people to the area. Based on her understanding of Poseidon, Poseidon shouldn't know anyone on the continent at all. Tang Chen and Qian Dalu are the two most recent mainlanders that Poseidon has made friends with. Now that Tang Chen is dead, and Poseidon has asked her to go fishing, she can't help but suspect that there is some connection between them. And since Tang Chen was killed by Dylan, the speculation that Poseidon wanted to lure Dylan into a trap becomes even more plausible. No, I have to tell Long Quan this message. Xiaobai made a decision quickly. Not long after, Xiaobai quietly arrived at the Martial Soul Hall branch in Hanhai City. She knew the strength of this branch of the Spirit Hall. The strongest person in charge was only a soul saint, so it was impossible for him to see through her identity. I am the woman who serves Dragon Fist. I have something to attend to and cannot go to the Spirit Hall for the time being. Have someone deliver this letter to Dragon Fist. After finding the person in charge of the branch hall, Xiaobai directly told him that she was Dilong's woman and asked him to pass on the letter. She felt that after she said that, the other party would definitely not dare to disregard it. The letter would inevitably end up in Dylan's hands. She now hopes that the message can be delivered to Dylan before he arrives. Otherwise, Dylan would be in real trouble. She knew that Dilong was very strong. He had even killed the peerless douluo Tang Chen. But Poseidon was different. With the divine power of the sea god, Poseidon, who lives on the high seas, is invincible. No matter how strong Dylan is, he can't be a match for Poseidon on the high seas. She didn't know if Dylan could escape from Poseidon, so it was best if he didn't come. Otherwise, in order to save Tilung, she might have had to choose to sacrifice herself like her brother. She couldn't possibly stand by and watch Dylan be killed. So even if it meant sacrificing herself, she was determined to save Dylan. This has nothing to do with love. She simply doesn't want her hope of reviving her brother to be dashed. As long as it can save Dylan, a sacrifice is worthwhile. It will also help Dylan reach the pinnacle of mortals faster. Of course, she would definitely not want to sacrifice herself if she could avoid it. Therefore, the best outcome would be for Dylan to receive her message, telling him not to come to Hanhai City. You are actually the woman who serves as a disciple of the Dragon Fist. Please rest assured, I will deliver the letter to Elder Dragon Fist as soon as possible. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words and sensing the powerful soul energy emanating from him, an aura that was at least that of a soul douluo or even a title douluo, the branch hall leader immediately and respectfully accepted the letter from Xiaobai's hand. Get it to him as quickly as possible. After giving a serious reminder, Xiaobai quickly left. It would be bad if Poseidon discovered her actions. The person in charge of the branch hall quickly made a guarantee. I'm leaving the branch hall to you for now. I need to rush back to the spirit hall. After Xiaobai left, the branch hall leader finished giving instructions and immediately took Xiaobai's letter to the spirit hall. Poseidon would never have imagined that before her plan to have Little White Fish even officially begin, Little White would betray her. The person in charge of the branch hall also acted very quickly. Before Dylan could even head to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well for seclusion, the letter arrived in his hands. Hanhai City, my woman. Little White. After the branch hall manager left, Dylan hadn't even opened the letter in his hand when he already guessed who the writer was. How interesting that she claims to be my woman. Dylan smiled smugly and then opened the letter. Chapter 103 Scheming Against Poseidon. Poseidon, is this a conspiracy against me? After reading the contents of the letter, Dylan's smile immediately vanished. If Xiaobai hadn't informed him, he truly wouldn't have expected that Poseidon would set up a conspiracy against him. Is it to avenge Tang Chen? Dylan quickly figured out why Poseidon would orchestrate this conspiracy against him. There was no other possibility than revenge for Tang Chen. If it weren't for Xiaobai's notification that he was making a commotion in the waters off Hanhai City, I would have actually rushed over there. Then we've fallen into that woman Poseidon's trap. Dylan's eyes were cold. He was still somewhat wary of Poseidon. If she were to come ashore, she wouldn't be afraid of another Poseidon. But things are different on the high seas, and Dylan is well aware of the sea's blessing on Poseidon. Dylan has the fountain of resurrection, not because he's truly afraid of her, but because he doesn't want to be schemed against. Since you dared to scheme against me, don't blame me for retaliating. Dylan snorted coldly. Poseidon was very strong, but that was on the high seas. All he needs to do is find a way to get Poseidon out of the sea and onto the mainland, and Poseidon will lose the advantage of the sea. Let me see if you came here because of me. Dylan quickly made a decision. Wasn't Poseidon trying to use Little White as bait to lure the snake out of its hole? He could also appear somewhere near Hanhai City, as long as he didn't go to the seaside, using himself as bait to lure Poseidon out. If Poseidon was truly targeting him, then she would definitely come. This happened a few days after Dylan received Xiaobai's message. The Spirit Hall received a notification from Hanhai City that a 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast was appearing in the waters off Hanhai City every day, attacking passing ships. Master, a 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast has appeared in the waters off Hanhai City. Master, please hunt it down for me. Ling Yuan, who was most interested in information about 100,000-year-old soul beasts, received the news immediately and then contacted Dilong right away. Of course, before asking Dylan for help, Ling Yuan first served Dylan wholeheartedly. Ling Yuan, I'm sorry, I can't help you kill that 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast. However, after it was all over, Dylan's words immediately dashed Ling Yuan's hopes. Why, Master? Ling Yuan wasn't dissatisfied. Dilong had given her a fairy herb even more precious than a 100,000-year soul ring, so what was there to complain about? She just wanted to know why. You probably know that a 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast can transform into human form for a short time, right? That 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast is named Xiaobai, and like you, she is also one of my women. Dylan stroked Ling Yuan's red hair and said with a smile. What? That 100,000-year-old soul beast was also Master's woman. Ling Yuan's eyes widened upon hearing this. She truly hadn't expected this. A 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast, she's also Dylan's woman. Master, you didn't take her in during the last attack on Sea God Island, did you? Ling Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and then asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Dylan admitted it with a smile. As expected of the master, Ling Yuan could only express her admiration. The expeditionary force that conquered Poseidon Island was completely wiped out, except for Dylan and Bibi Dong. Ling Yuan truly didn't know how Dilong managed to subdue a 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast under such circumstances. But being able to do that proves that Dylan is really awesome. No wonder he was able to break through to the peak level 96 douluo so quickly and kill Tang Chen. Since she's the master's woman, there's nothing I can do. I'll just have to go find other 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Ling Yuan sighed, then asked, Master, is the commotion she's creating in Hanhai City because she's looking for you? More or less, I'll go over there, so you don't need to worry about it. Dylan said with a smile. Well then, before I leave, let me serve my master well one last time. Ling Yuan obediently agreed, and then took the initiative again. There was no need to rush to hunt spirit beasts, so she wasn't in a hurry, she had plenty of time. After Ling Yuan left, Dilong also set off. Not only Dylan, but also many other powerful individuals who learned of the appearance of a 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast in the waters of Hanhai City were heading towards Hanhai City. As long as you can hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast, even if you can't get a 100,000-year-old soul ring, you still have a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Therefore, the allure of 100,000-year-old soul beasts is still very strong, and even titled douluo will be attracted to them. However, after many powerful individuals arrived in the waters of Hanhai City, not one of them was able to successfully hunt this 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast. It wasn't that this 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast escaped. Xiaobai continues to operate in the waters around Hanhai City, causing damage to any ships that pass through. She also encountered pursuit by powerful soul masters, but without exception, she escaped from them all. Even when two titled douluos surrounded and captured him, Xiaobai easily escaped. In the end, there was even a situation where 4 or 5 titled douluo surrounded and captured Xiaobai, but Xiaobai escaped every time. Then, it was as if Xiaobai was provoking the powerful figures of the continent. He ran away this time, knowing full well that he would be hunted down by powerful soul masters from the continent in the waters of Hanhai City, but he would come back next time. Xiaobai also found it incredibly exciting. Although being a sea spirit beast gave her an environmental advantage in the ocean, she still didn't have the ability to escape from the encirclement of multiple titled douluo. It was all just Poseidon helping them in secret. That's why beginners find it exciting and enjoy playing it. Anyway, with Poseidon around, she believed she would be fine. As for betraying Poseidon, how can saving her man and brother be considered betrayal? She just didn't want either of them to get hurt. Dylan is also very strong. She was even able to kill Tang Chen. She was also thinking of Poseidon's best interests. This is outrageous. That 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast actually dares to come again. The problem is that even with so many of us, we still can't catch it. I heard that Dragon Fist Douluo from the Spirit Hall is coming too. If he comes, and that 100,000-year-old spirit beast still dares to come, it will definitely not return alive. Yes, that's the one-punch douluo. I've heard that one-punch douluo's soul skill only requires one punch, and apart from peerless douluo Tang Chen, no one has been able to withstand one of his punches and survive. That's right, so if one-punch douluo comes, as long as that 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast still dares to come, it's doomed. The Soul Masters gathered in Hanhai City soon heard the news that the Spirit Hall's Dragon Fist douluo was coming, and they all started discussing it. Is it finally coming? Poseidon, who was secretly plotting, gradually turned cold upon learning this news. Chapter 104 Head-on confrontation with Poseidon. It's been 2 days, why hasn't One Punch douluo arrived yet? I heard that One Punch douluo is delayed by something in Yelin City and won't be coming. One Punch douluo also said that sea spirit beasts are too difficult to catch in the ocean. If there is any danger, they would run away long ago. That sea spirit beast only provoked us mainland spirit masters because it can run away. One Punch douluo said he wouldn't come over and embarrass himself. After waiting for 2 days, Poseidon did not arrive. Instead, she heard that he was not planning to come. Poseidon was furious. He hadn't expected Dylan to not come. Snort. Since you're not coming over, I'll just come to you. Poseidon didn't think much of it, and after letting out a cold snort, he set off towards Yelin City. As long as Dylan wasn't in the Spirit Hall, she had nothing to fear. Of course, before setting off, she didn't forget to remind Xiaobai not to cause any more trouble. Otherwise, once she leaves, without her secret help, Xiaobai will not be able to escape the encirclement and capture of multiple title douluos. Phew, finally, this can be over. Judging from the direction the High Priestess is heading, she really is going to find Dragon Fist. After watching Poseidon leave, Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. These days, although she had a lot of fun and excitement, it was also too exciting. Many times, if it weren't for Poseidon's secret help, she would have been captured. So Xiaobai was quite happy to be able to stop. She had had enough fun and didn't want to continue dancing on the edge of a knife. But when she discovered that Poseidon had left in the direction of Dylan's city of Yellen, Xiaobai's heart immediately jumped again. What is that man thinking? Not only did he not avoid it, but he actively attracted the high priest over. Could it be that he is planning to scheme against the high priest instead? Xiaobai couldn't help but worry. However, this time, besides Dylan, she was also worried about Poseidon. Since Dylan had killed Tang Chen, Xiaobai was worried that Dylan might be killed by Poseidon, but she was also worried that Poseidon might be killed by Dylan. However, Yellen City is only near the sea, but it is already inland, so she can't go there. She can only pray that nothing happens to either of them. When Poseidon arrived in Yellen City, she used her powerful spiritual energy to scan the area and immediately discovered Dylan in Yellen City. Great, it's here after all. Poseidon breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering Dylan. He had finally caught him. Moreover, there are no other title douluo level powerhouses here. This made it even easier for her to cause trouble for Dylan. Dragon Fist douluo, come out and show yourself. Poseidon arrived above Yellen City, released his soul power, and used his powerful mental strength to shout precisely at Dylan. She shouted through telepathy, so she did not alert anyone else in Yellen City. Are they here? Dylan, who had been waiting, quickly looked up at the sky after hearing Poseidon's telepathic message and locked onto Poseidon's figure high in the air. Such powerful mental strength. While locking onto Poseidon's figure, Dylan couldn't help but marvel at her power. At least her mental strength was stronger than Tang Chen's. Swish tilde. Without saying much, Dylan's figure flashed and he arrived in the sky, directly opposite Poseidon. Who are you? I don't remember there being such a powerful female title douluo as you. Dylan looked Poseidon up and down, asking a question he already knew the answer to. It must be said that Poseidon is another stunning beauty, and her aura of superiority surpasses even that of Bibi Dong, who will become the Pope in the future. Perfect, this is exactly the kind of beautiful woman that Tilung loves to be with. Dylan's lewd gaze instantly made Poseidon frown. She never expected that the man who killed Tang Chen would be so bold and audacious. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to seek justice for Tang Chen, whom you killed in a sneak attack. Poseidon snorted coldly. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Poseidon summoned her martial spirit, and the majestic phantom of the sea god appeared behind her. He, a level 99 peerless douluo, comes to cause trouble for me, a weakling at level 96. Why can't I fight back? I killed him fair and square, I didn't ambush him. Besides, if Tang Chen can be ambushed and killed, it's because he's incompetent. Dylan scoffed when he heard Poseidon's excuse for causing him trouble. Then why didn't you wait until he and Qian Daoliu finished their battle before making your move, but instead attacked in the middle of their fight? Poseidon's face grew even colder as he heard Dylan belittle Tang Chen. However, she didn't want to act without a reason, so she offered another explanation. What a joke. He's about to kill me, why should I talk to him about rules? Then why didn't he wait until I reached level 99 before coming after me? Dylan was so angry at Poseidon's words that he laughed. Faced with Dylan's questioning, Poseidon was momentarily speechless. I know who you are now. You are the high priest of Sea God Island, and you are also a peerless douluo, right? I want to know, what exactly is your relationship with Tang Chen, and why do you need to avenge him? There shouldn't be anything between you two. Don't tell me that a woman like you would fall for a married man, an old man who even has grandchildren. Seeing Poseidon's expression, Dylan smiled inwardly and continued to say things that made Poseidon uncomfortable. Sure enough, Poseidon's face immediately turned ugly after hearing Dylan's words. She never expected that Dylan would know her identity and even guess that she liked Tang Chen. What Dylan didn't say wasn't a big deal, but after Dylan brought it up, Poseidon suddenly felt that he had indeed lowered his own standards. It's unbelievable that she would like a married man, especially one who has children and grandchildren. You're wrong. Tang Chen and I don't have that kind of relationship. We're just friends. I don't have many friends, and Tang Chen is barely one, which is why I want to seek justice for him. Therefore, Poseidon directly denied her relationship with Tang Chen and refused to admit that she liked Tang Chen. That's true, she did have feelings for Tang Chen, but not to the point of falling in love. Now that Tang Chen is dead, and after what Dylan said, Poseidon has completely let go of Tang Chen in her heart. Alright, then let me see if you, this peerless douluo, are just as incompetent as Tang Chen. Dylan didn't waste any more words. Buzz. After summoning his martial soul, Dylan instantly condensed the 8 spirit rings of his first martial soul into his palm and then clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 105 Taking Down Poseidon. Boom. After the 8 spirit rings exploded, they all turned into golden fragments, which then reformed into a single golden spirit ring behind Dylan. Dylan's aura instantly surged several times over. 9th soul skill, one punch to the end. Facing a peerless douluo like Poseidon, Dylan didn't bother with playing around. He went straight for the kill with his ultimate move, exploding rings followed by a final punch. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Dylan unleashed a devastating punch that hurtled directly toward Poseidon. Damn it. Upon realizing the terrifying power contained in Dylan's punch, Poseidon's expression changed instantly. She had considered that Dylan was very strong, but she never expected that Dylan would actually be able to unleash such a powerful soul skill. She had always thought that Tang Chen was killed mainly because he was ambushed. However, after seeing the 9th soul skill that Dylan used, she knew that even if it wasn't a sneak attack, Dylan's 9th soul skill could still kill Tang Chen. Therefore, it is not surprising at all that Tang Chen was severely injured by Dilong's punch when he fought Qian Dalu. 7th soul skill. True form of the sea god. 8th soul skill, sea god's protection. Poseidon dared not be negligent and immediately released her innate domain and defensive measures. A huge protective shield made of seawater suddenly appeared on her body, protecting her inside. Swish tilde. After adding protective measures to herself, Poseidon shifted her position, trying to avoid Dylan's attack and not intending to take it head-on. Roar tilde. However, after Poseidon's figure shifted several times, she realized with a grim expression that her aura had been locked onto and she was unable to escape. Ultimately, Poseidon could only strengthen his protective shield before facing Dylan's dragon fist attack. Boom! Dylan's dragon fist, after chasing Poseidon around and changing direction several times, finally struck Poseidon hard. Thud! Poseidon's protective shield didn't last long before it broke. Poseidon's domain. Poseidon's expression changed, and he immediately unleashed the sea god's domain. Buzz. In an instant, it was as if the area around her had transformed into the deep sea, and the surrounding air seemed to have turned into seawater. Dylan's attacks seemed to have entered a quagmire, slowing down. No matter how Poseidon activated her sea god domain, Dylan's dragon fist still struck Poseidon hard in the end. Thud. An explosion of golden light blasted out Poseidon's figure, sending him flying. PFF tilde. Poseidon, who was flying backward, spat out a mouthful of blood. It can be seen that although Poseidon was not killed by Dylan's punch, his aura weakened and his clothes became tattered. Many parts of her body were exposed, giving Dylan a feast for the eyes. The once incomparably elegant Poseidon was now in a terrible state. Dragon fist, you deserve to die. This was the first time Poseidon had ever been so humiliated. She was filled with shame and indignation. She covered her body with one hand and waved her other hand at Dylan's jade hand. 5th soul skill, Trident of the Sea God. Buzz. Puff. A trident of the sea god, formed from condensed soul power, materialized before her and then hurtled towards Dylan. They still have a chance to fight back. Dylan was somewhat surprised to see that Poseidon was actually able to fight back. The power of his move just now was no weaker than the one that severely injured Tang Chen before, and it might even be stronger. However, Tang Chen was severely injured and lost the ability to continue fighting. Although Poseidon was also severely injured, he still had the strength to fight back. Compared to this, it's clear that Poseidon is stronger. But this isn't at sea, so Poseidon didn't get the power of the ocean. So it seems that my ability to severely injure Tang Chen with a single punch, rendering him unable to fight, did involve an element of surprise attack. That's why Tang Chen was caught off guard. Plus, he had been fighting Qian Daoliu for a long time, so even though he had his rings detonated, he wasn't in his best condition. That's why I was able to succeed. The thought flashed through Dylan's mind, but he quickly regained his composure, as dealing with Poseidon was the priority. Dragon Soul, appearance. Faced with Poseidon's attack, Dylan had exhausted the power of his first spirit and could not unleash the spirit skills of his spirit bones. He could only use his hidden second spirit. Buzz. 4 100,000-year soul rings appeared in Dilong's hands. You really do have twin martial souls. Upon seeing the appearance of Dylan's second spirit ring, Poseidon's expression immediately changed. She correctly guessed that Dylan possessed twin martial souls, but she didn't expect that the soul rings attached to Dylan's second martial soul would actually be 4 100,000-year soul rings. Even with the help of the divine test, she only has one 100,000-year soul ring. Dylan possesses 4 100,000-year soul rings, which is incredible. Where did he find so many 100,000-year soul rings? Not good. However, Poseidon quickly realized that now was not the time to be shocked, and she ran away in a flash. Although she still has the ability to fight, she has suffered considerable damage and her fighting strength is less than half. If Dylan were to do it again, she would be severely injured, if not killed. So Poseidon turned and left. She came to avenge Tang Chen, not to die. Since she realized she was no match for Dylan, she decided to let it go. She still had Poseidon Island to protect and couldn't afford to perish here. Trying to run. Too late. Dylan snorted coldly when he saw Poseidon escape. After a slight hesitation, Dylan finally crushed 2 of the 4 100,000-year soul rings in his hand. Buzz. In an instant, Dylan unleashed an aura almost identical to what he had just experienced. This was Dylan's deliberate act. He was afraid he might actually kill Poseidon. Such a stunning beauty, it would be such a waste to kill her. 9th soul skill, 1 punch to the end. Roar. With another dragon's roar, Dylan's 9th soul skill first shattered Poseidon's energy trident that was attacking him, and then continued to pursue Poseidon. Damn it. Poseidon sensed the attack from behind, which still firmly locked onto her presence, and her expression immediately turned ugly. She regretted coming to the mainland. If she were at sea and could harness the power of the ocean, she wouldn't be afraid of Dylan's 9th soul skill. But now, she really doesn't dare to take Dylan's dragon fist head on again. Swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. No matter how quickly she fled or changed direction, the dragon fist behind her kept pressing on, and the distance between them kept getting closer and closer. Hateful. Seeing that the dragon fist behind him was about to catch up, Poseidon had no choice but to stop and once again face Dylan's attack head-on. Boom! Another loud bang was heard, followed by a burst of golden light. Puff! Poseidon was knocked away again, and this time, she was also seriously injured and fell unconscious at the same time. Dylan flashed and caught the seriously injured and unconscious Poseidon in his arms. Chapter 106 Taking a photo of Poseidon. Thank goodness, I wasn't killed with 1 punch. Dylan glanced at the unconscious Poseidon in his arms and immediately grinned. It would be such a pity to kill such a beautiful woman with a single punch. Since you're still alive, that's a good thing for me. Tang Chen, you couldn't enjoy the beauty, so I'll enjoy it for you. Dylan picked up Poseidon and quickly disappeared into the air. He was never a good person, and he also had a penchant for beautiful women. When a beautiful woman offered herself to him, he had no reason not to miss the opportunity. Therefore, Poseidon soon suffered Dylan's revenge for his scheming against him. When Poseidon awoke from her coma, she found herself taking the shape of Dylan. Oh, it has already taken on the shape of Dylan, but it's not quite there yet. Poseidon, of course, refused, but her resistance was futile. Severely injured, she could only become fish on Dilong's chopping board, slowly being processed by him. Poseidon was utterly humiliated and furious. She never imagined that her attempt to avenge Tang Chen would backfire so badly, and she would end up getting herself involved. If Tang Chen knew, He definitely wouldn't want her to avenge him, right? Even Poseidon himself was filled with remorse. She shouldn't have made her move so far from the sea. She was too arrogant. She knew that Dylan had the ability to kill Tang Chen, yet she still underestimated him. Click tilde. Click tilde. Perhaps the power of photographs was proven in Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, so afterwards, Tilung also took a set of photos for Poseidon. You bastard, what are you doing? Poseidon didn't realize it at first, because there were no photographs on Poseidon Island. But when Poseidon saw the photos developed by Dylan, he was immediately furious and questioned Dylan through gritted teeth. What else could it be? Of course, it's to preserve the most beautiful aspects of the High Priest, so I can enjoy them later. Don't worry, I definitely won't let these photos circulate. No one else will find them. I'll only keep them for my own enjoyment. Tilung waved the photo in his hand and said with a smile. However, after hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon was not relieved at all. Instead, she became even more ashamed and indignant. How could she possibly trust Dylan's assurances? Dylan is blatantly threatening her. What exactly do you want to do? Poseidon glared at Dylan through gritted teeth and asked. It's nothing, I just want you to be my woman. Dylan said with a smile. Impossible, don't even think about it. Poseidon, of course, refused to agree to Dylan's words. Really, aren't you afraid I'll publish these photos on Poseidon Island? I believe the residents of Poseidon Island are very willing to see the High Priest's unknown side. Dylan chuckled and began to threaten without any politeness. You. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Like Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, Poseidon was also stunned when she encountered such a threat for the first time, and didn't know what to do. She couldn't imagine what would happen if those photos circulated on Poseidon Island. She simply couldn't face it. That situation was even more unacceptable to her than being killed. Despicable, shameless, you devil. Just kill me. Completely at a loss for what to do, Poseidon wasn't just feeling humiliated and indignant this time, she genuinely wanted to die. Does the High Priest no longer want to protect Sea God Island? If you're gone, Sea God Island will no longer be able to withstand the Spirit Hall's attack. I believe that even without the High Priest, the Spirit Hall will not give up on attacking Sea God Island again. After all, that defeat was a great disgrace to the Spirit Hall. When Dylan saw that Poseidon didn't want to live anymore, he certainly wouldn't agree. Quote. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Poseidon's beautiful eyes trembled, and for a moment she truly couldn't bring herself to say anything more about suicidal thoughts. She could disregard her own safety, but she couldn't allow Sea God Island to fall to the Spirit Hall. In that case, she would be betraying the Sea God's trust. Okay, I promise you. In the end, like Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, Poseidon also chose to compromise. It can only be said that the threat posed by Dylan's photos was still too powerful. As long as the other party still cares about saving face, they are destined to compromise. After Poseidon agreed to become Dylan's woman, Dylan naturally began to exercise his power, making Poseidon cooperate with him in various ways. Although Poseidon was unwilling, she had no choice but to comply. It took Dylan a full month before he let Poseidon leave. Dragon Fist, do you want to come back to Sea God Island with me? I know you like beautiful women. Our island's sea witch Douluo is quite good. She's also a mermaid. If you want her, I can arrange it for you. Within a month, Poseidon seemed to have been completely won over. When she left, she even invited him to Poseidon Island and offered to introduce him to beautiful women. Really, High Priest, you're not kidding, are you? Dylan was also very surprised when he heard Poseidon say that. Am I really that powerful? How did I manage to conquer Poseidon like that? Of course, if you don't believe me, just come back to Sea God Island with me and you'll see. Poseidon nestled in Dylan's arms and spoke softly. However, the more Poseidon acted this way, the more alarm bells rang in Dylan's mind. There's a problem, there must be a problem. Dylan, a man who never acts on emotion, would never believe that Poseidon could be so easily conquered by him. Therefore, Dylan suspected that Poseidon might be trying to lure him to Poseidon Island. Or rather, it was a lure that led him to the open sea. Forget it, the sea witch hasn't offended me. I won't force a woman like that. I'll just pursue the sea witch myself when I have time. Therefore, Dylan immediately declined Poseidon's invitation. Although he has the resurrection fountain, he is not worried that he will actually get into trouble. However, Tilung didn't want to waste the opportunity to use the Dragon Returns Home skill. He would avoid using that soul skill if possible. Once used, it will enter a cooldown period. If not used, Dylan can retain the opportunity to use his life-saving ability at any time. Poseidon paused slightly, seemingly surprised that Dylan would refuse. And they even say such morally upright things. So, did I misunderstand the other person? Was Dylan actually a good person? Did Dylan retaliate against her because she wanted to kill him first? No, that bastard is definitely not a good person. The moment the thought crossed her mind, Poseidon immediately dismissed it. The skill with which Dylan threatened her with photographs is something not just anyone can do. Only someone who is utterly despicable and evil could do such a thing. Chapter 107. We've done everything we were supposed to do. After realizing that Dylan had already suspected something, Poseidon stopped trying to persuade him. She was indeed luring Dylan to Poseidon Island, to the sea. At first, she was indeed frightened by Dylan's threats, which is why she compromised. However, she was still a peerless douluo, with considerable wisdom and temperament. After a while, Poseidon developed a solution. That means luring Dylan to the sea and killing him. Even if she couldn't kill him, she wouldn't allow Dylan to have the opportunity to appear on Poseidon Island, so Dylan's threat to her would naturally not be as great as imagined. As for Tilung wanting to publish her photos in mainland China, she believed that Tilung wouldn't do that. In the past month, she had learned a bit about him. That bastard is possessive of her. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't casually show what he values to others. It was only after realizing this that Poseidon truly came to his senses and was no longer afraid of Dylan's threats. And even if she was wrong, Poseidon wasn't afraid. Dragon Fist, you'd better never come to sea again, or I'll make sure you never return. I won't let you have a chance to come to Poseidon Island. Those photos can't threaten me. Also, I forgot to tell you, your Spirit Hall's Grand Elder also likes me. If you're not afraid, feel free to publish my photos on the mainland. I'm not afraid. After Poseidon arrived at sea, he focused his mind on the distant Dylan and directly used telepathy to berate him. She was determined to vent all the pent-up grievances and anger she had been holding in. She had never felt so frustrated in her entire life. As expected, the High Priest was lying to me. High Priest, rest assured, you promised to be my woman, and you will be my woman for life. I will definitely go to Sea God Island to find you. Upon hearing Poseidon's telepathic message, Dylan burst into laughter and then sent a telepathic reply in return. I'm waiting for you. Poseidon's cold voice came again. Dylan could no longer sense Poseidon's presence, indicating that she had clearly left completely. As expected of the High Priest, she is much stronger than Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong. At least she is not afraid of my threats. Looking towards the sea, Dylan clicked his tongue in admiration. Dylan had no regrets about letting Poseidon go. In a month, he had done everything he was supposed to do. Furthermore, Poseidon initially cooperated fully under his threats, which Dylan thoroughly enjoyed. If Bibi Dong Dilong couldn't bear to kill him, he certainly wouldn't kill Poseidon. Unless one day, the other party really threatens him. However, with the resurrection fountain present, no one has been able to truly threaten Dylan yet. Alright, it's time to properly study my ring explosion and 9th soul skill. After stretching his body, Dylan felt refreshed. A month of hard work had not made him feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt energetic and his meridians were flowing smoothly. Their cultivation levels seemed to have improved a bit. Upon returning to the yin-yang well of ice and fire, Dylan indeed discovered signs that someone had entered it. Without a doubt, it must be Tang San and his group. Unfortunately, the magical herbs they wanted had already been harvested by Dylan. Now, Dylan is going to delve into the divine skill of ring explosion here. This skill is a perfect match for Dylan's 9th soul skill, and he must master it completely. Dylan also needs to practice his 9th soul skill diligently. making sure that the intensity of his punches can be determined according to his own will, rather than exhausting all his soul power with each punch. Ring detonation. Boom. Dylan first used the ring detonation technique, detonating all of his spirit rings except for his 9th spirit ring. 9th soul skill, 1 punch to the end. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Dylan used his 9th soul skill, exhausting all his soul power. To avoid causing too much noise and attracting unnecessary trouble, Dylan flew high into the sky to use the exploding ring and his 9th soul skill. Unless there was a titled douluo nearby, it would be difficult to detect the commotion. Even if a titled douluo noticed and sensed the powerful commotion that Dilong was unleashing, they probably wouldn't dare to rush forward to investigate. After the exploding ring was used in conjunction with the 9th soul ring, it left Dylan below with very little power, leaving him extremely weak and exhausted. Thump tilde. After falling directly into the yin-yang well of ice and fire, Dylan began to cultivate, using its enhancements to his own abilities. After absorbing the ice and fire immortal grass and the remnant soul of the ice and fire dragon king in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Dilong not only gained the soul returning home soul skill, but his physique also underwent a transformation. Cultivating in the ice and fire yin-yang eye can increase his speed tenfold. Furthermore, one can quickly repair their body through the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang well, and even the most severe injuries can be healed. Now, Dylan wants to see if the weakness he felt after using the exploding ring and the 9th soul skill can be quickly recovered through the ice and fire yin-yang well. Buzz. As soon as Dilong began cultivating in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the energy contained within it rapidly surged into his body. Dylan immediately felt as if his body was like withered grass meeting sweet spring water, drinking it in ecstatically, and his weakness was being rapidly replenished. Originally, it would have taken Dylan several days to recover from his period of weakness, but with the help of the ice and fire yin-yang well, he fully recovered in just 1 hour. Ring detonation. The 9th spirit ring. Thus, Dylan began his journey of cultivating his soul skills, constantly exploding his rings and using his 9th soul skill to exhaust all his soul power, before quickly recovering through the ice and fire yin-yang well. Dylan's understanding and mastery of the exploding rings, as well as his application of the 9th soul skill, improved rapidly with continuous use. While Dylan was practicing his explosive rings and 9th soul skill, Tang San finally forged enough hidden weapons. After returning from the time travel, Tang San no longer had his 24 bridges under the moon belt soul tool. However, after Tang Chen recognized Tang San as his relative, Tang Chen gave him a soul tool that was no less powerful than the 24 bridges under the moonlit night, so Tang San now possesses a soul tool. After storing all the prepared hidden weapons into his soul tool, Tang San set off towards the city of slaughter. Great-grandfather, grandfather, father, and everyone else, I will definitely settle the score with the Spirit Hall and Dragon Fist douluo for your revenge. I must eradicate this evil force of the Spirit Hall completely, just like I did in the future. After making a solemn vow in the direction of the destroyed Haoshan sect, Tang San continued his journey towards the city of slaughter. Unbeknownst to Tang San, an unexpected surprise awaited him in the city of slaughter. Chapter 108 Yu Shaogang and Brother Jia. The outer city of the city of slaughter. Since being taken to the city of slaughter and learning about its situation, Yu Shaogang has been living a precarious existence in the outer city. He definitely won't go to the inner city, and he certainly won't participate in the Hell Slaughter arena either. Yu Shaogang was confident in his unparalleled wisdom, but the Hell Slaughter arena was a place for fighting, where his strengths were useless. This is my second cup of Yellow Spring Dew this month. At the Yellow Spring Dew tribute point in the outer city, Yu Shaogang tremblingly took out the Yellow Spring Dew he had hidden in his bosom and handed it over. They neither enter the inner city nor participate in the hellish killing field. If Yu Shaogang wanted to survive in the outer city, he had no choice but to hand over 2 cups of Yellow Spring Dew every month. The Yellow Spring Dew is actually made by self-mutilation and bloodletting using one's own blood. Yu Shaogang was too weak to take what belonged to others, so he had to use what he had. It's ready. The people at the tribute point quickly accepted the Yellow Spring Dew offered by Yu Shaogang. Yu Shaogang let out a breath, then staggered away. That guy is so weak, let's go up and get a few cups of yellow spring dew from him. As soon as Yu Xiao left, she was targeted by many degenerates. Are you crazy? That guy is Brother Jia's man now. Brother Jia. Yeah, that guy sold his ass to Brother Jia. Ha, so she went to sell her ass to Brother Jia. Then forget it. Brother Jia still has some influence in this outer city. Quote. After being reminded that Yu Xiaogang had powerful backers, the fallen ones gave up and left. However, before they left, their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt as they looked at Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang heard those voices and felt their gazes, so he immediately lowered his head even further. After returning to her resting place, Yu Xiao slammed her fist on the ground, her face contorted in a ferocious grimace. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You degenerates all deserve to die. The people from the spirit hall all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Yu Xiaogang pounded the ground again and again, venting his frustration and anger. Back when he was in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, he had already had enough of the strange looks he received from others. That's why he took the initiative to ask his father to expel him from the sect. Otherwise, with the example of Tang Yuehua from the Haoshan sect, Yu Yuanjun wouldn't have expelled him just because he thought he was a waste and a disgrace to the sect. Actually, it was all his own initiative, because he wanted to join the Spirit Hall and find a way to break through his own limitations through the Spirit Hall, so the only option was for his father to expel him from the sect. Everything went according to his plan. He later successfully joined the Spirit Hall and even got involved with Bibi Dong, through whom he gained access to the spirit knowledge that he would otherwise have had difficulty obtaining. Unfortunately, although he had a good plan, he couldn't find a way to help him break through the constraints within the Spirit Hall. However, Yu Xiaogang was still very proud of winning the heart of Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. He thought to himself that even if he could never break through in his life, it would be good to be with Bibi Dong. Until the Spirit Hall suddenly decided to attack Sea God Island, and he learned about the island's mysteries, he felt that he might find a way to solve his spirit's flaws on Sea God Island. Therefore, despite only having the cultivation level of a great soul master, he successfully entered the expeditionary force through Bibi Dong. But the changes came much faster than I expected. The Spirit Hall's plan to attack Sea God Island failed miserably, and it was a crushing defeat. He ultimately escaped death through his wisdom. But what awaited him after surviving was a nightmare. He was captured by the Scarface pirates and used as a sex object. Now, in order to survive in the outer city of the killing capital, he has no choice but to sell his ass again. Ironically, Yu Xiaogang had secretly rejoiced that there was a man among the fallen in the outer city who was fond of men, someone he could rely on. Otherwise, he would be dead by now, right? Before being sold to Brother Jia, he had been robbed several times and had lost a lot of blood. Was I really wrong to decide to leave the sect back then? For the first time, Yu Xiaogang reflected on himself, wondering if he shouldn't have left the sect in the first place. If he were still in the sect, although he would have to endure the strange looks from the other disciples, at least he could live a good life. At least you don't have to sell your ass. I was wrong. I should have realized my shortcomings sooner. Yu Xiaogang lay on the ground, silently shedding 2 lines of hot tears. He truly regretted it. He regretted leaving the sect and also regretted going to Sea God Island with Bibi Dong. Especially the latter. What is his cultivation level? Going to attack Sea God Island is incredibly stupid. When Yu Xiaogang woke up the next day, he heard that Brother Jia had been killed. Yu Xiaogang suddenly felt like the sky had fallen. Her man is gone again. For the next few days, Yu Xiaogang carefully hid himself, fearing that he would be caught by other degenerates. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang could only dodge the first day of the month, not the 15th. Thud. Yu Xiaogang was kicked to the ground by a degenerate. "You ass-selling bastard, will you obediently offer your blood, or will I harvest it from you myself?" The other party pointed his long knife at Yu Xiaogang and threatened him coldly. I can do it myself." After getting up with a pained expression, Yu Xiaogang wisely made a choice. "Ha ha, then hurry up." Upon hearing this, the other party immediately burst into mocking laughter. "You're such a weakling, selling your ass. It's a miracle you're still alive. That's the teacher. When Tang San arrived in the city of slaughter, he happened to witness Yu Xiaogang being forced to contribute his blood as he traveled from the outer city to the inner city. Tang San's eyes widened instantly, somewhat unable to believe what he was seeing. The teacher's fate also changed. The teacher, who should have been having a good relationship with Bibi Dong, ended up in a place like the Killing City. Swish 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 tilde. Without any hesitation, Tang San, seeing Yu Xiaogang being bullied, immediately threw out several hidden weapons. Puff 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 tilde. The fallen one who had just been threatening Yu Xiaogang was killed by Tang San with a hidden weapon before he could react after hearing the sound of something cutting through the air behind him. Thud. The fallen, degenerate, lay on the ground, their eyes wide open in death. Ah! Yu Xiaogang was also startled and looked in surprise at Tang San, who was walking towards him after killing the other party. You mustn't kill me. I can give you the dew of the underworld. As Yu Xiaogang retreated, he pleaded with Tang San in a pathetic manner. Teacher. Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang's appearance, Tang San's eyes immediately reddened. He never imagined that Yu Xiaogang had really fallen to such a state, to the point of having to sell his blood to survive. If he heard correctly, the fallen one had mentioned Yu Xiaogang selling his buttocks. This can't be real. Chapter 109 Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Teacher, it's me, I am Tang San. Seeing Yu Xiaogang in such a disheveled state, Tang San quickly spoke up. Tang San, why are you calling me teacher? I don't know you. Seeing that Tang San meant no harm, Yu Xiaogang breathed a sigh of relief before asking a question in return. Knowing that this was a city of slaughter, Tang San no longer hid anything from Yu Xiaogang. Teacher, actually, I traveled back from the future. In the future, you would be my teacher. Yu Xiaogang was initially incredulous, but later he came to believe Tang San. Because he knew he had nothing left for Tang San to deceive. He was willing to be deceived even if Tang San could protect him. Teacher, shouldn't you be dating Bibi Dong right now? Or perhaps he formed a golden trio with Flander and Luer Long to roam the martial world together. How did he end up in the city of slaughter? After seeing that Yu Xiaogang believed in him, Tang San immediately asked about Yu Xiaogang's situation. You even know about my relationship with Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang finally began to believe Tang San, so he slowly began to recount his experiences. He recounted how he narrowly escaped death on Sea God Island and finally returned to the Spirit Hall, only to be sent to the city of slaughter by Qian Zunji. Of course, he didn't mention that he had been captured by the Scar Pirates. It's that dragon fist douluo again. After hearing this, Tang San immediately gritted his teeth. He realized that Yu Xiaogang's changed fate was also caused by Tilong. Again, Tang San, you said I'm your teacher, so what should I be like in the future? During his conversation with Tang San, Yu Xiaogang quickly learned that his fate had been changed, so he was now eager to know what he was like before. Teacher. Tang San didn't hide anything from Yu Xiaogang. He could tell that Yu Xiaogang was on the verge of collapse and was being tormented. It wouldn't hurt to say something nice to cheer him up. So Tang San told Yu Xiaogang that although he still couldn't be with Bibi Dong in the future, he met Flander and Luer Long. The three of them made a great name for themselves and were known as the Golden Iron Triangle. In the future, Yu Xiaogang also became a renowned theoretical master, releasing the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits, and his name will be remembered for generations. Are you telling the truth? Was I really that amazing before? When Yu Xiaogang heard Tang San mention him, he was incredibly excited. He never imagined that he would be so powerful in the future. That's the life that truly belongs to you. It's true. With my help, Teacher Future also solved the problem of being unable to continue cultivating, and eventually became a title douluo. He can be considered a representative of late bloomers. Tang San said affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was even more excited. Compared to his current situation, his future self was truly remarkable. Tang San, how did you solve my cultivation problem? Can you help me solve it now? Yu Xiaogang then immediately began to inquire. It's no use. That treasure has already been snatched away by Dragon Fist douluo. Tang San shook his head regretfully. Dragon Fist. Damn it, it's Dragon Fist again. Like Tang San, Yu Xiaogang also hated Di Long intensely at this moment. He already harbored deep hatred for Dylan, and now that he knew Dylan was responsible for changing his fate, and that the treasure that could have solved his martial soul's flaws had also been stolen by Dylan, Yu Xiaogang felt like he wanted to devour Dylan alive. Yu Xiaogang was incredibly envious of his future self, who could become a theoretical master, continue cultivating, and eventually become a titled douluo. Unlike now, he has nothing, and even leaving the killing city alive has become a luxury. Yu Xiaogang doesn't want to compare the gap between his present self and his future self, as that would be even harder for him to accept. Tang San, how did you end up traveling back in time? And how did you get captured and brought to the city of slaughter? So Yu Xiaogang immediately asked about Tang San's situation. We traveled back in time because of Dragon Fist douluo. He changed the present, which is why we in the future lost our godhood and our power. Tang San is now certain that the culprit behind their time travel is Di Long. Wait, you mean losing your divine position? Yu Xiaogang quickly grasped the meaning behind Tang San's words and was shocked. That's right. In the original future, you and Flander established Shrek Academy together. Under your guidance, there were 7 students, including me, who were known as the Shrek 7 Devils. Later, all of us Shrek 7 Devils became gods. Tang San nodded. Yu Xiaogang's mouth dropped open. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Gods actually exist in this world. Moreover, in the future, he actually taught 7 gods. Will my future self be this awesome? Yu Xiaogang was somewhat incredulous. Teacher, I wasn't arrested. I came here on my own because I obtained the Asura god position that I will inherit in the future right here in the city of slaughter. Then Tang San answered another question from Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang was shocked again. He never expected that such a dangerous place would actually hide the inheritance of a god. Tang San, can you take me away from here? After the initial shock, Yu Xiaogang immediately grabbed Tang San's hands excitedly and began to ask him questions. His biggest concern right now is whether he can leave the city of slaughter. He dared not think about anything else for the time being. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San immediately fell silent. He knew the rules of the city of slaughter better than anyone else. These rules were left by the god of Asura, and there was no way to leave unless one achieved 100 consecutive victories and cleared the path of hell. Seeing Tang San remain silent, Yu Xiaogang's originally expectant gaze gradually dimmed. Teacher, if you can achieve a 100-game winning streak in the Hell Slaughter Arena, I can team up with you to clear the Slaughter City and leave this place. But teacher, Tang San didn't want to deceive Yu Xiaogang. He truly couldn't take Yu Xiaogang with him when he left. Tang San, aren't you going to become a god in the future? Don't you have any other way to solve the problem of me being unable to continue cultivating, besides the treasure that was stolen by Dragon Fist? Yu Xiaogang refused to give up and continued to press Tang San for answers. In his view, a god should not be so incompetent. If you don't eat the fairy herb. Yu Xiaogang's words seemed to awaken Tang San, who began to think quickly. Finally, Tang San's eyes lit up, and he looked up at Yu Xiaogang, saying, Teacher, I've thought of a way, but I don't know if you'd be willing to try it. Chapter 110 BB Dong, what? Yu Xiaogang is still alive. What method? Yu Xiaogang immediately pressed for more information. Teacher, have you ever considered that your martial spirit is the most unique in the world? Tang San did not answer directly, but instead asked a question in return. Tang San, who was once a god, discovered the special nature of Yu Xiaogang's martial soul after carefully considering Yu Xiaogang's situation. It was more special than anyone else's. Yu Xiaogang really wanted to curse Tang San. Why are you still keeping me in suspense at a time like this? The most special one. However, Yu Xiaogang dared not, and could only force himself to calm down and ponder Tang San's words. Are you saying that my Luo Sanpao, despite being a beast spirit, can be summoned like a weapon spirit? Or does it have its own consciousness? Still young and quick-witted, Yu Xiaogang immediately thought of the most unique aspect of his martial soul. Soul masters with other beast-type martial souls can only summon their martial souls using their true form after breaking through level 70 and becoming a soul saint. He doesn't need to. He can do it once he awakens his martial soul. Luo Sanpao possessed his own consciousness, a fact he had never seen or heard of in any other person's martial soul. That's right, just like the teacher said. Not only can the teacher summon Luo Sanpao, but it also has its own consciousness, and most importantly, it can eat. Tang San nodded, acknowledging what Yu Xiaoging had said, and then pointed out the most important point. Eat something. Yu Xiaoging was taken aback when he heard this. He hadn't really paid much attention to this point before. After all, he fed Luo Sanpao radishes only to use his soul skill. That's right, it can eat. Teacher, have you ever thought about this? Since it can eat, why can't we encourage it to evolve by feeding it? Tang San directly pointed out the solution. Boom! Tang San's words were like a thunderclap in Yu Xiaoging's mind. Yu Xiaoging was stunned and his body began to tremble violently. Tang San's words were a revelation to him. That's right, the most special thing about his Luo Sanpao is that it can eat. Since it can eat, it can evolve through eating. How could I not have thought of that? How could I not have thought of that before? It's such an obvious thing. Yu Xiaoging was filled with remorse. He hated himself. He should have discovered this much sooner, when it was such a simple thing. However, he had been negligent and never realized that Luo Sanpao could evolve in this way. He had been searching for a way to solve the flaws in his own martial soul, but little did he know that the solution had always been within his own martial soul, and he had been searching for it outside. Yu Xiaoging must be so ashamed of his own stupidity. Teacher, this is probably because you have never truly faced your own martial spirit. Because of it, you are ridiculed, so you dislike it from the bottom of your heart and naturally don't think that the solution might lie within it. Teacher, this is not your fault. If my martial spirit were to become a burden to me, I wouldn't even acknowledge it. Tang San immediately comforted Yu Xiaoging when he saw his regretful expression. After listening to Tang San's words, Yu Xiaoging admitted in his heart that he had never truly faced his own martial soul. Tang San, what should I do now? There are no rare and precious herbs left in here to feed Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaoging stopped thinking about it and immediately asked Tang San what to do now. No, there's one thing that's especially plentiful in the city of slaughter. Tang San shook his head. You mean the dew of the underworld? Yu Xiaoging's eyes widened instantly. That's right, it's the dew of the underworld. The yellow spring dew originates from the blood of soul masters. It not only contains soul power but also carries the martial soul aura of each soul master. After Luo Sanpao absorbs a large amount of it, he will definitely be able to evolve. Teacher, don't feel guilty. Almost everyone who comes here is someone who has chosen the right path to death. If they can help you make a breakthrough, that will be a contribution and an atonement for your sins. Tang San nodded and said. In Tang San's view, as long as it can improve his strength, it doesn't matter if he uses some evil methods, as long as he uses them on bad people. In the future, he also used the 8 spider lances to devour energy several times, the most powerful time being when he devoured the deep-sea demon Whale King. That's right, Tang San, you're right. As long as Luo Sanpao can evolve, it doesn't matter how many people die here. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaoging nodded excitedly. Tang San was worried that Yu Xiaoging might have some psychological burden, but in fact, he didn't at all. After encountering the Scarface pirates and selling his butt to Brother Jia, nothing was more important to Yu Xiaoging than staying alive. If increasing his strength ensures his survival, then the lives of others become even less important. Most importantly, Yu Xiaoging saw hope for revenge. I'm glad you think that way, Master. Don't worry, Master, I'll find you as much yellow spring dew as you need. Teacher, you can focus on your cultivation without worry. With your disciple here, no one will be able to harm you. After seeing that Yu Xiaoging could accept it, Tang San quickly assured him. Okay, then I'm counting on you, teacher. Yu Xiaoging was incredibly excited, feeling that his life finally had hope. Thanks to Tang San's arrival, Yu Xiaoging's life finally took a turn for the better. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong in the spirit hall also learned that Yu Xiaogang was still alive. She happened to overhear the conversation between two members of the spirit hall. These two members of the spirit hall were the two people who escorted Yu Xiaogang into the city of slaughter. The Yu Xiaogang you just mentioned, is he the Yu Xiaogang who joined our spirit hall after being expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Bibi Dong immediately stopped the two men and began to interrogate them. Your Highness, Your Highness. The two men who were just discussing Yu Xiaogang secretly groaned upon seeing Bibi Dong. Pope Qianzunji had clearly instructed them not to mention Yu Xiaogang, especially not in front of the holy maiden Bibi Dong. They never expected to be so unlucky. Their rude remarks were overheard by Bibi Dong. Tell me, what happened? Bibi Dong stared coldly at the two of them and continued to press them for answers. In the end, the two had no choice but to tell the truth. Of course, the two also asked Bibi Dong not to let Qianzunji know that they had let it slip. Get out! Bibi Dong snorted coldly, then left with a complicated expression. She must be happy that Yu Xiaogang is still alive. But she never expected that Yu Xiaogang, who had finally returned alive, would be imprisoned in the city of slaughter by his teacher, Qianzunji. Teacher, how could you do this? Are you trying to kill Xiaogang? Bibi Dong clenched her fists, her eyes filled with rage. Chapter 111 Bibi Dong's Memory Awakening Revised. Bibi Dong was furious. Her Yu Xiaogang, who barely survived, was sent to the killing city before he could even see her. Although Bibi Dong has never forgotten Yu Xiaogang over the years, deep down she doesn't really believe that Yu Xiaogang could survive. So she was very relieved to learn that Yu Xiaogang was still alive. But before she could even see Yu Xiaogang, he was sent to the killing city. A city of slaughter. What kind of place is that? Bibi Dong knew it very well. Given Yu Xiaogang's strength, sending him into the city of slaughter would be tantamount to sending him to his death. I'm going to find Xiaogang. I must rescue him. After hesitating for a moment, Bibi Dong immediately decided to go to the city of slaughter to save people. After that, Bibi Dong didn't tell anyone, not even her best friend Qian Runshui, and secretly set off. Because Qian Runshui is Qianzunji's daughter, she was worried that if Qian Runshui found out and couldn't stop her, she would tell Qianzunji, and then she wouldn't be able to go. A few days later, Bibi Dong arrived in front of the city of slaughter. Buzz. Before even entering the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong felt a strange stirring coming from her own martial soul. Immediately afterwards, a series of memories flashed through Bibi Dong's mind, all of them memories about the future Bibi Dong. Like Xiao Wu, Bibi Dong also gained memories of her future self. However, Xiao Wu awakened after failing to self-destruct, while Bibi Dong awakened after coming into contact with the city of slaughter. They can all awaken future memories, and they all have one thing in common. In their original future, they were all god-level powerhouses. After Su Ran's intrusion caused the original future to disappear, and because they already existed at this point in time, they couldn't travel back directly like Tangsan and Qian Runshui, only their memories returned. Bibi Dong clutched her head in pain. And it took her a while to recover. Then Bibi Dong raised her head, and her eyes were completely different from before. What's wrong with me? Did I gain memories of my future self, or did I travel back in time? Bibi Dong was somewhat bewildered. She didn't know whether she was the future pope or the current holy maiden. She felt like she was both, yet neither. However, Bibi Dong quickly stopped worrying about it. After all, it was her own business. Xiaoshui, she's actually my daughter. She's back too, and she traveled back directly from another time. Then Bibi Dong thought of Qian Runshui, and her expression immediately became extremely complicated. She now understood why Qian Runshui liked her so much, and was even willing to sacrifice herself to protect her. It's impossible not to be moved. In the future, she saved Qian Runshui only out of instinct. In reality, she never liked Qian Runshui. However, Bibi Dong has now completely accepted Qian Runshui. Dragon Fist, you actually hurt my daughter. You deserve to die. After fully accepting Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong's hatred for Dilong intensified. She already hated Dilong intensely, and now that she knows Qian Runshui is her daughter, Bibi Dong hates Dilong even more. HMPH, I was stupid too. It's just a bunch of photos, what's there to be afraid of? That old man, just like Qian Zunji, clearly has a strong possessive desire for me. He simply can't bear to release those photos. And even if they're released, so what? Just kill everyone who sees them. There's absolutely no need to be threatened by that old bastard. After merging with her future self's memories, Bibi Dong was completely awake and felt ashamed of her past choice to compromise with Dylan's threats. Of course, mainly because she had incorporated her future self's personality, she was no longer afraid of such threats, which was why she was able to see things clearly. That old bastard, I'll make sure he suffers a terrible death. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. And that bastard Qian Zunji is no good either. Although he hasn't done anything to me yet, he sent Xiaogang to the city of slaughter. If anything happens to Xiaogang, I'll make you pay with your life. Then Bibi Dong thought of Qian Zunji. After gaining memories of the future, Bibi Dong was able to understand somewhat why Qian Zunji had been so opposed to her being with Yu Xiaogang. Because when my future self learned that Hu Liena liked Tang San, he was furious. However, she could only understand Qian Zunji's opposition to her being with Yu Xiaogang. She couldn't understand a single thing about what Qian Zunji did to her. Moreover, if she wants to activate the Rakshasa god's inheritance, she will need to borrow Chihiro's head. However, without Tang Hao's ability to smash Qian Zunji, it wouldn't be easy for her to kill Qian Zunji. That damned dragon fist has completely distorted the course of events. Tang Chen and the Haoshan sect are gone, so Tang Hao should be dead too, right? The thought of this made Bibi Dong even angrier. This gives him yet another reason to take revenge on Dylan. However, she was actually pleased with Tang Chen's death and the destruction of the Haoshan sect. She hadn't felt anything about the destruction of the Haoshan sect before, but now she just felt it was a good thing that it was destroyed. With the Clear Sky sect destroyed and Tang Hao killed, Tang San, that lucky brat, would never have been born, right? Bibi Dong stood outside the city of slaughter for a long time, thoroughly sorting through her future memories before continuing her journey towards the city of slaughter. I am Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. I demand that you investigate a man who was brought in more than a month ago. I need to know how he is doing now. After arriving at the door, Bibi Dong immediately revealed her identity, took out the Pope's token, and asked the people of the slaughter city to help her confirm Yu Xiaogang's situation. If it were the previous Bibi Dong, she wouldn't have known how to utilize the power of the spirit hall. The current Bibi Dong wouldn't be so careless. Even if she were to enter the city of slaughter, she would first ascertain Yu Xiaogang's situation. If she doesn't go in first, she can use her status as a saintess to get help from the city of slaughter. But once she goes in, she won't be able to use her status as a saintess to do anything. Yes, Your Highness, please provide information about the other party, and we will investigate for you immediately. Sure enough, the guards of the killing city immediately chose to help after hearing Bibi Dong's identity. So Bibi Dong waited outside. It's unclear how much time passed, but the people of the slaughter city eventually found out about Yu Xiaogang's situation and reported it to Bibi Dong. The people of slaughter city didn't know what the other person's relationship was with Bibi Dong, so they truthfully recounted Yu Xiaogang's experiences after entering slaughter city. At first, Bibi Dong breathed a huge sigh of relief when she heard that Yu Xiaogang was still alive. She originally thought that with Yu Xiaogang's strength, it would be difficult for him to survive in the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Yu Xiaogang. She was all too aware of the dangers of the killing city. What did you say? Xiaogang went to sell his ass. It wasn't until she heard the other person talk about how Yu Xiaogang survived that Bibi Dong realized she had been too happy. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang's image of unparalleled wisdom also collapsed in her heart. He actually sold his butt. Xiaogang actually went and sold his butt. Chapter 112 Bibi Dong finally lets go of Yu Xiaogang. P.S. I made a slight change to the previous chapter. Because Bibi Dong is already dead, she has fewer memories to merge with than Xiaowu. She only has the memories from after becoming a god. This was something Bibi Dong could never have imagined. He originally thought that Yu Xiaogang had survived because of his unparalleled wisdom. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaogang actually survived by selling his buttocks. The thought of Yu Xiaogang selling his ass to that so-called brother Jia, a crude, dark-skinned, and degenerate man, made Bibi Dong feel nauseous. She felt she could no longer look Yu Xiaogang in the eye. The Yu Xiaogang of today is no longer the Yu Xiaogang she liked. Someone like you would have been better off dying on Sea God Island. Bibi Dong murmured to herself. She truly wished she hadn't received the news that Yu Xiaogang was still alive. In that case, Yu Xiaogang would still be perfect in her heart. Yes, Your Highness. However, that brother Jia was already killed by other fallen ones a few days ago. The guards confirmed the authenticity of the intelligence. She also told Bibi Dong that brother Jia was dead. What about Yu Xiaogang? Bibi Dong hurriedly asked about Yu Xiaogang's situation. When Bibi Dong asked this question, she both hoped that Yu Xiaogang was still alive and wished that he was dead. In short, Yu Xiaogang's image has now collapsed in her mind. He's still alive, and he's being protected by a teenager. That boy wasn't sent in by the spirit hall, he entered the city of slaughter on his own. He possesses a very powerful throwing weapon skill and is extremely strong. The guard continued, Young man, you're good with throwing weapons. Bibi Dong was taken aback upon hearing this, and then she thought of Tang San, who also possessed very strong throwing skills. Tell me about that boy in detail. Bibi Dong herself didn't realize that she was now somewhat indifferent to Yu Xiaogang's life or death, and instead paid more attention to the boy who was protecting Yu Xiaogang. The guard didn't hide anything and quickly explained Tang San's situation. With long blue hair, she has excellent throwing skills and takes special care of Yu Xiaogang, protecting him in the city of slaughter. Tang San. Bibi Dong was almost certain that the person was Tang San. Only Tang San would protect Yu Xiaogang, because he is Yu Xiaogang's disciple. Upon learning that Tang San was also inside, Bibi Dong's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, Bibi Dong turned and left the city of slaughter, choosing not to go inside. Firstly, the Yu Xiaogang who betrayed her was no longer the Yu Xiaogang she liked. Knowing that he was able to survive under Tang San's protection was enough for her, and she didn't want to have any more entanglements with Yu Xiaogang in the future. She thought it was dirty. Secondly, she worried that she wouldn't be a match for Tang San once she entered the city of slaughter. She didn't know what Tang San's current strength was, since he had traveled back in time just like Qian Runshui. However, her memories after becoming a god in the future told her that Tang San was very strong, extremely strong, and could defeat both her and Qian Runshui, two gods, when they joined forces. In particular, Tang San's method of investing in weapons is not a soul skill, and Tang San can use it freely in the city of slaughter. So knowing that Tang San was inside, she was even less likely to go in. Having completely let go of Yu Xiaogang, the only thing she wants to do now is to take revenge on Tilung. Of course, there's also the desire to take revenge on Chihiro. It was Qian Zunji who sent Yu Xiaogang to the city of slaughter, which forced Yu Xiaogang to sell his buttocks to survive. Otherwise, why would her Yu Xiaogang need to do this? 6 months later. Ring detonation. Thud. High above the sunset forest, where no one could perceive the scene, Dilong was seen removing all 9 spirit rings of his first martial soul for the first time. Boom. In an instant, the soul power generated by the simultaneous explosion of the 9 soul rings nearly overwhelmed Dylan. Dylan was bathed in golden light, his entire body brimming with powerful soul energy. Sure enough, the soul power released after detonating all 9 soul rings is at its most perfect state, much better than detonating only 8 soul rings. Feeling the soul power generated by the simultaneous explosion of the 9 rings, Dylan clenched his hands and nodded silently. Previously, Dylan dared not destroy his 9th spirit ring, fearing that his 9th spirit skill would be wiped out due to excessive ring destruction. But now, Dylan is no longer afraid. In the past 6 months, Dylan has recovered his condition by using the ice and fire yin-yang well, and has used soul explosion and the 9th soul skill countless times. He has now completely mastered how to use the ring blasting technique. Of course, the price was that the soul skills contained in Dylan's first 8 soul rings had completely disappeared. Oh, no, the 7th soul skill, the true form of the martial soul, is still there. However, the seventh soul skill is more like the manifestation of the true form of the martial soul, which all martial souls possess. It is a unique change that occurs after a soul master breaks through to the soul saint realm, rather than a simple soul skill. Therefore, it will not be affected by the ring explosion and will not be washed away. Now, Dylan dares to blow up his ninth spirit ring as well. That's because Dylan has completely mastered his ninth soul skill. He now fully understands the techniques for using the ninth soul skill. Now, not only can he control the power of the ninth soul skill, but even without soul rings, Dylan can unleash the one punch to the end. Because his ninth soul skill had so many similarities to the ring explosion, after countless ring explosions and uses of the ninth soul skill, Dylan completely mastered it. One punch to the end. Roar. Sure enough, after all 9 rings exploded, there was no need for the ninth soul ring's assistance at all. Dylan directly unleashed his former ninth soul skill. It's done. Upon seeing this, Dylan laughed heartily. Although he was already able to use one punch and independently without relying on the ninth spirit ring, this was the first time he had used it after destroying the ninth spirit ring. From now on, Dylan won't need to cherish his ninth spirit ring when using the exploding ring technique. He can just explode it whenever necessary. In any case, he had already completely mastered the one punch to the end, so even if the soul skill contained in the ninth soul ring disappeared, it would not have any effect on Dylan. As for the soul skills of the other soul rings, it has completely disappeared. Dylan's current spirit rings are basically just spirit rings. They no longer have any spirit skills. Dylan didn't care about this. For him, one punch was enough to end it all. Moreover, he possesses so many 100,000-year-old soul bones, and the soul skills contained within them are more than enough for him to use. Even if he only uses soul bones and soul skills, he still has more soul skills than other titled douluo. During this period of seclusion, Dylan's soul power level did not increase at all. However, Dylan's strength has increased, and he has gained more control over his abilities. Alright, it's time to end this seclusion. Ning Rongrong's baby is almost due, so I'll end my seclusion and go welcome the birth of my first child. After landing at the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire and recovering, Dylan set off towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 113 Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed with shame. Buzz. On the icy plains of the north, Oscar sat cross-legged, a surge of soul power emanating from his body. Immediately afterwards, 4 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, appeared on Oscar's body and surrounded him. Oscar opened his eyes and a hint of surprise appeared in them. Finally, after breaking through level 40, he not only successfully found the mirror beast, but also obtained the soul skill he wanted, the copy image sausage, after absorbing its soul ring. With the copy image sausage, he will be able to have combat power as a support type soul master, just like in the future, and he will have very strong combat power. His combat ability will not be limited by himself, but will be determined by the blood of other soul masters he collects. Xiao Ao, congratulations. You're already a soul master at such a young age. Xiao Ao, you're really amazing. You are the pride of our Ice Wolf squad. Quote. The other members of the Soul Hunter team came forward to congratulate Oscar after he successfully absorbed the soul ring. Their praise for the Oscars was entirely genuine. Even among battle-type soul masters, few can break through to the soul master level at Oscar's age, let alone a support-type soul master. Oscar was the most powerful support soul master they had ever seen. They have experienced this firsthand. Oscar's support abilities are far superior to those of other support-type soul masters. Oscar's third soul skill, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage, was a huge help to their team. Little Ao, you're leaving the north next, right? After the initial joy, the captain of the Soul Hunter squad's tone turned reluctant. They knew from the beginning that Oscar joined their team for the Ice-type Mirror Beast, and now that Oscar had gotten his wish, he would definitely leave. They also understood that their team couldn't retain a talent like Oscar. Yes, Captain, and everyone else too. I'm going back now. The Soul Master competition is about to begin, and my friends and I have already made plans to participate together. You'll definitely be able to see me on the broadcast. Oscar said with some reluctance. But he was only somewhat reluctant to leave. He wouldn't stay for these people in front of him. These people were just passers-by in his life. The Soul Master competition. Little Ow, you can actually participate. Well, with your genius, it would be strange if you couldn't. Which team are you on? We'll definitely come to check it out. The Ice Wolf Squad members gasped in surprise upon hearing Oscar's words. The Soul Master competition. That's too far away for them. They weren't old enough before, and they're too old now. In the Douluo continent, everyone yearns for the Soul Master competition, but unfortunately, they can only be spectators. Now that they know their companions can go to participate in the Soul Master competition, they are naturally very excited. Those who couldn't go, their companions can go in their place. After bidding farewell to the Soul Hunter Squad, Oscar left the Northern Territory and returned to the Star Luo Empire. One Punch Douluo. Tang Chen was killed. The Haoshan sect was also destroyed. It was only then that Oscar learned just how much had happened in the past year. Oscar was utterly stunned. Had the Dragon Fist Douluo, who was suspected of stealing their immortal herb, become this strong? Tang Chen was killed, and the Haoshan sect was also destroyed. Tang San and Fatty. Of course, Oscar was most worried about Tang San and Ma Hongjun at this moment. Ma Hongjun went to the Clear Sky sect with Tang San, and he knew this very well. Now that the Clear Sky sect has been destroyed, what about Tang San and Ma Hongjun? Were they also caught in the crossfire and killed along with the innocent? No, I need to find out the truth right away. Go find Rongrong. She knew about this before I did, and she must have already found out if Tang San and Fatty are in trouble. After thinking about it this way, Oscar headed to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School even faster. Originally, the first thing he planned to do upon returning was to find Ning Rongrong and then join the others to prepare for the upcoming Soul Master competition. However, Oscar was in no mood to think about the Soul Master competition at this moment. He just wanted to see Ning Rongrong as soon as possible and find out about Tang San and Ma Hongjun's situation. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With her large pregnant belly, Ning Rongrong sat at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at the world below the mountain in a daze. Ning Rongrong touched her belly, her expression incredibly complicated. She didn't want the child in her womb at all. But she couldn't get rid of it. There were always people watching her from all around. Not only her aunt Ning Dingaling, but also her father Ning Fengji, did not want her to abort the child in her womb. In Ning Dingaling's view, it was a good thing, a great thing, that Ning Rongrong was able to conceive Dylan's child. She's wanted it but hasn't been able to get it yet. Having Dylan's child would allow her to be even more closely bound to him. Given Dylan's demonstrated talent and strength, as long as we cling to Dylan's coattails, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will surely achieve even greater glory. Now, because of the destruction of the Haoshan sect, their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has begun to emerge as the leader of the 6 major sects. Because their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 title Douluos, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School only has 1. As for other sects, they don't have any titled Douluo yet. And all of this was brought about by Dylan. It was Dylan who led the people to destroy the Haoshan sect. I wonder how Third Brother and Fatty are doing. And the Oscars. Oscar thought that Ning Rongrong knew about the destruction of the Haoshan sect earlier than him and should have found out the whereabouts of Tang San and Ma Hongjun sooner. But no, Ning Rongrong didn't know that she had been imprisoned long ago. Therefore, Ning Rongrong has always wanted to know about Tang San and Ma Hongjun's situation. Of course, there's also the Oscars situation. Upon seeing her own belly, Ning Rongrong was filled with shame and embarrassment. She was too ashamed to face Oscar any longer. If Oscar could see her like this, he would be heartbroken. Then Ning Rongrong thought of the child's father. Naturally, she hated Dylan. It was Tilung who caused them to lose their divine positions and travel back in time. It was Tilung who stole the immortal herb that originally belonged to them. And it was Tilung who forced himself on her, causing her to become pregnant with his child. Moreover, Dilong destroyed the Haoshan sect, and it is very likely that he has killed her trusted companions Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Thinking about all this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but hate Dilong. Thinking of all this, Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, her expression turning somewhat resentful. What? You look like you're about to bite someone. Could it be me? Just then, the voice of the person she hated suddenly rang out in front of her. Chapter 114 Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. It's you. Ning Rongrong was so frightened by Dilong's appearance that she immediately stood up. After more than half a year, she thought Dylan wouldn't come again, but unexpectedly he suddenly came back. Upon seeing Dilong, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but worry, fearing that he would discipline her again. She hadn't forgotten how Dylan had trained her before. If it weren't for her pregnancy, which allowed her to come to her senses and break free, she would probably have completely lost herself and become Dylan's slave by now. Ning Rongrong didn't want at all. But she also knew that with Dylan's methods, she had no chance of resisting. Don't worry, you're about to give birth to our child, so I definitely won't do any more modifications to you. Seeing Ning Rongrong's frightened expression, Dilong immediately smiled and comforted her. Really? Hearing Dylan's words, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She truly didn't want to be reformed anymore. Of course, the premise is that you can behave and listen to me. Dylan smiled faintly and patted Ning Rongrong's head as he spoke. Ning Rongrong's expression froze instantly. If you obediently listen to others, isn't that taking the initiative to change? But compared to being forced to change and losing oneself, it's actually a good thing. I understand. Not wanting to be completely changed, Ning Rongrong bit her lower lip and agreed. That's a good boy. Let's go, you're pregnant now, it's not good for you to sit outside for too long, let me help you inside to rest. Dylan nodded in satisfaction, then helped Ning Rongrong inside. Swish tilde. At the same time, Dylan also summoned Xiao Wu. For the past 6 months, in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, besides cultivating the exploding ring and one punch to the end, Dilong relied on Xiao Wu to relieve his boredom and relax. Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong was naturally very surprised to see Xiao Wu. What she saw before was Xiao Wu before she took human form. She never expected that when she saw Xiao Wu again, she would see Xiao Wu in human form, and she was already in her adult form. Tang San would be very happy to see Xiao Wu in front of him. Rongrong. Xiao Wu, who has absorbed the memories of the future, is not the Xiao Wu of the future, but she still feels a sense of familiarity when she sees Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, you are Xiao Wu, right? Hearing Xiao Wu address her as such, Ning Rongrong became excited again. If it were Xiao Wu at this stage, she probably wouldn't recognize herself and wouldn't call herself Rongrong anymore. I guess so, but I only saw memories of my future self, so I know you all, but I'm not that Xiao Wu from the future. Xiao Wu nodded, and then explained. That's already very good. Ning Rongrong was a little disappointed upon hearing this, but she was still very happy. After all, having memories of the future is practically the same as Xiao Wu, whom she knew, returning. Alright, it looks like you two will get along well. You two talk, I'm going to find sect leader Ning. When Dilong saw Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's expressions, he immediately burst out laughing. The first thing he did upon arriving was to see Ning Rongrong. He hasn't even visited Ning Dingaling yet. Swish tilde. Then Dylan disappeared, leaving only Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in the courtyard. Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you right now? After seeing Dylan leave, Ning Rongrong immediately relaxed and quickly took Xiao Wu's hand to ask her questions. I now consider him my master, and I will follow him forever. When Xiao Wu talked about recognizing Dilong as her master, there wasn't the slightest bit of embarrassment on her face. Without the influence of romantic love, her thinking leans more towards that of a soul beast, and she sees compromising with the strong as no big deal. You actually called him master. If third brother knew. Ning Rongrong looked incredulous. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Wu's attitude, in particular, made her realize that although the Xiao Wu in front of her had memories of the future, she was still very different from the Xiao Wu she knew. Tang San, what happens to him has nothing to do with me. Sure enough, Xiao Wu's expression and attitude when talking about Tang San made Ning Rongrong even more certain that the Xiao Wu in front of her was quite different from the Xiao Wu she knew. Realizing this, Ning Rongrong immediately felt disappointed. The Xiaowu in front of her was not the Xiaowu she knew. However, Ning Rongrong didn't show it. After all, Xiaowu in front of her was someone she was relatively close to. Now, within the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she finds it difficult to feel close to anyone, whether it's Ning Fengji, sword douluo, or bone douluo. Oh, right, Xiaowu. You've been following Long Quan ever since that time in the Star Do Great Forest, so do you know anything about the Haoshan sect? Immediately realizing something, Ning Rongrong asked Xiaowu a question. Rongrong, you want to know about Tang San and Fatty, right? Tang San was lucky, he wasn't with the Clear Sky sect when it was destroyed, so he escaped the calamity. As for Fatty Ma Hongjun, he wasn't so lucky. Xiaowu immediately knew what Ning Rongrong wanted to ask, and without hiding anything, she told her directly. Because she knew that Ning Rongrong's status with Dylan was similar to hers. What? You mean the fat guy? He's already. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes trembled and instantly turned red. Of the 7 freaks, the one she disliked the least was Fatty Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun was her companion for many years, and they had been through so much together that they had developed a deep friendship. Ning Rongrong was naturally very saddened to learn that Ma Hongjun might have met with an accident. That's right, Ma Hongjun has been killed by his master, not even a trace was left. Xiaowu nodded and told Ning Rongrong the cruel truth. Quote. Ning Rongrong was stunned. Ma Hongjun was really dead. Dylan truly didn't care about their former divine status. He killed them without hesitation. If she doesn't obey, will she be killed by Dylan immediately? Overwhelmed with grief, Ning Rongrong immediately thought of herself, and a sense of fear welled up from the depths of her heart. Judging from Dylan's attitude towards her, Ning Rongrong was quite certain that if Dylan disliked her and she disobeyed him, Dylan would not hesitate to take action. Rongrong, now that you have your master's child, don't even think about leaving. Your master won't let you go. If you don't want to die, you'd better behave yourself. In the future, perhaps your master can even take you back to the realm of gods. Seeing Ning Rongrong's state, Xiaowu reached out and patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, offering a word of advice. Return to the realm of the gods. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was not particularly moved. She doesn't even know what she's thinking now, perhaps death would be a relief. The next second, Ning Rongrong clutched her stomach in pain. Chapter 115 Daughter's Birth. Wow. With a baby's cry, Dylan's first bloodline was born in this world. Rongrong, it's a girl, and she's just as beautiful as you. The baby was quickly wrapped up by Ning Dingling and brought to Ning Rongrong. My daughter. Ning Rongrong, who was initially very resistant to the child in her womb, softened instantly when she saw her daughter in front of her. Looking at her exquisitely beautiful baby in swaddling clothes, especially when she looked into her daughter's incredibly clear eyes. Wow. Another cry rang out, and a feeling of blood connection welled up in Ning Rongrong's heart. Ning Rongrong immediately and carefully took her daughter into her arms, as if she were holding a priceless treasure. The daughter, who had been crying, immediately stopped crying after being held by Ning Rongrong, and looked at Ning Rongrong with her big, round eyes. Ning Rongrong's heart melted instantly. All the previous aversion I felt towards the baby in my belly disappeared instantly. My dear daughter. Ning Rongrong held her daughter in her arms like a precious treasure, utterly delighted. Where's my daughter? Come and give daddy a hug. Swish. After learning that his daughter had been born safely, Tilung quickly appeared inside. Upon seeing the baby girl in Ning Rongrong's arms, Dilong knew that she was his first bloodline in this world. You need to be careful. Ning Rongrong didn't want to give her daughter to Dilong, but she couldn't resist, so she could only tell Dilong to be careful. Don't worry, this is my daughter. Tilong laughed and then carefully took his daughter from Ning Rongrong's arms. After holding his daughter in his arms, Tilong felt that blood connection and was also quite excited. But what pleased him even more was Ning Rongrong's attitude towards her daughter. After seeing Ning Rongrong's attitude towards their daughter, Dilong knew that Ning Rongrong would gradually accept reality. Should you choose the name for our daughter, or should I? Dylan then asked Ning Rongrong. Di Qingtang, our daughter will be named Di Qingtang. Her nickname is Tang Tang. Upon hearing that Dylan was willing to let her name her daughter, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she immediately said the name she had in mind. She had previously thought she would never have the chance to name her daughter. Unexpectedly, Tilung would give her the chance to name the child. Di Qingtang, Tang Tang. Okay, from now on, Tang Tang will be called Di Qingtang. Dylan read it aloud, and then approved it. It doesn't matter who names the daughter, as long as it sounds nice. He let Ning Rongrong name the child so that she would feel more involved in the relationship with her daughter, and that she would care more about her daughter and gradually accept reality. Ning Rongrong was quite tired after giving birth and quickly fell asleep. Tang Tang is so cute, senior, I want a daughter too. Holding Tang Tang, Ning Dingaling saw that Ning Rongrong had fallen asleep and couldn't help but say enviously to Dilong. Don't worry, it will definitely happen. Dylan smiled faintly, handed Tang Tang to Xiao Wu, and then left with Ning Dingaling in his arms. For the past 6 months, he has only favored Xiao Wu, and he is getting a little tired of her. Now he really misses Ning Dingaling's scent. After a half-month journey, Oscar finally arrived at Qibao City and came to the foot of Qibao Luli Sect Mountain. Rongrong, I'm back. Looking up at the majestic 7-treasure glazed tile school, Oscar murmured to himself before quickly catching up. I'm looking for Ning Rongrong. Please inform them. Just tell her I'm Oscar, and she'll know. After being stopped by the gatekeeper at the foot of the mountain, Oscar immediately explained the situation to him. You said your name is Oscar. Upon hearing Oscar's introduction, the doorman's expression immediately sharpened, and he began to scrutinize Oscar closely. That's right. Oscar didn't think much of the doorman's expression, assuming that Ning Rongrong had given instructions. Wait here, I'll go inform them right away. One of the 2 gatekeepers finished speaking and turned to run towards the sect. You stay here and wait, you can't leave. The remaining person also spoke to Oscar. Oscar, who hadn't noticed anything amiss at first, immediately realized something was wrong after hearing those words and recalling the reactions of the 2 men when they heard his name. The way they looked at him was clearly wary and hostile. Okay, I understand. There are still some things behind me, I'll go back and get them. Sensing something was wrong, Oscar agreed but slowly backed away, as if he were about to run away. Wait, you can't leave. Upon seeing Oscar's appearance, the doorman's expression immediately changed, and he shouted loudly. Buzz Tilda, the opponent even released their martial spirit. He is a 5-ring soul king. Oscar immediately realized that there really was a problem. Rapidly flying mushroom sausage. Swish Tilda. Oscar ignored the other person completely, took out the prepared rapid flight mushroom sausage from his pocket, ate it, and ran away in a flash. Oscar vanished in an instant. Although the gatekeeper was a soul king, his speed was no match for Oscar, who had eaten the rapid flight mushroom sausage, and he could only watch helplessly. We're doomed. The gatekeeper, Soul King, immediately looked grim. He hadn't expected Oscar to be so fast, escaping in an instant. Watching Oscar's rapidly departing figure, he didn't even know how to chase after him. Clang Tilda. Before long, a sword shadow landed at the foot of the mountain, and the figure of Sword Douluo stood on the hilt of the sword. Where are they? As soon as Sword Douluo came out, he asked the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, Soul King, trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that the one who came would be Sword Douluo, one of the guardian elders. People from the 7-treasure glazed tile school rarely see figures like Sword Douluo. He realized something was wrong and ran away. Not daring to be negligent, the gatekeeper quickly pointed in a direction and said, whoosh. Sword Douluo's figure vanished instantly, and he immediately gave chase. Unfortunately, the 7-treasure glazed tile school is located in 7-treasure city, and its upper and lower sections are the most prosperous areas of 7-treasure city. After Oscar infiltrated 7-treasure city and withdrew his martial soul to hide, Sword Douluo could no longer find Oscar. Sword Douluo could only frown at this and could only notify the city lord of 7-treasures city to arrange for people to search and investigate, while sealing off the entire 7-treasures city, making it impossible for anyone to enter or leave. The entire Qibao city was quickly sealed off. What exactly happened? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School actually sealed off the entire 7 Treasure City just to capture me. Oscar was completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Rongrong. He was now extremely eager to know how Ning Rongrong was doing. Chapter 116. Oscar. Did you know that Ning Rongrong gave birth to a daughter? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is hostile towards me. How could Oscar not worry that something might have happened to Ning Rongrong? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School shouldn't have known his name, but they wanted to arrest him after mentioning it, so they must have learned about him from Ning Rongrong. She learned of his existence from Ning Rongrong and harbored malice towards him. Oscar wasn't so worried if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School wanted to stop him and Ning Rongrong from being together. He was able to pass Ning Fengji's test before, so he'll definitely be able to do it this time too. Although he is a support-type Soul Master, he can also be a powerful battle Soul Master. He was worried that Ning Rongrong had failed to gain the trust of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School after her last return, and that they had treated her as a fraud. They might even mistake Ning Rongrong for a villain trying to scheme against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong's situation was then extremely dangerous. Damn it, I should have returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with Rongrong last year. Even if something happens, we can still be together. I wonder how Rongrong is doing now. Oscar was immediately filled with regret, blaming himself for not choosing to return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with Ning Rongrong. No, I must know how Rongrong is doing now. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to go and see. Oscar made a decision quickly. He knew it would be very dangerous for him to go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School at this time, but he was willing to take the risk for Ning Rongrong. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Oscar took out a jade bottle from his pocket and dripped a drop of blood from it. Copy image sausage. Oscar quickly used that drop of blood to create a replica of the image sausage, and then swallowed it without hesitation. Soon, Oscar's martial spirit changed, transforming into a netherworld ghost leopard. 4th soul skill, Hidden Shadow. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, Oscar used the 4th soul skill of the netherworld ghost leopard martial soul, and his figure quickly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Then a black shadow appeared and quickly headed towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Oscar copied the 4th soul skill of this soul master. It had no offensive capabilities, but its hidden abilities were incredibly powerful, which came in handy. How's it going? Still haven't found it. Ning Dingaling frowned as she watched the sword douluo return empty-handed. Since last year, she has instructed the people in charge of guarding the mountain gate that if anyone comes looking for Ning Rongrong, especially someone named Oscar, they must immediately report it and keep the person calm. Because Ning Dingaling planned to get rid of Oscar without Ning Rongrong's knowledge. That way, Ning Rongrong won't have any other thoughts. She just didn't expect that even though she had made arrangements, Oscar would still discover something was wrong and run away in time. 7 Treasures City is already sealed off, he can't escape. Sword douluo said calmly. Sword douluo really didn't take a soul master seriously, and he didn't understand why Ning Dingaling valued a little brat so much. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Elder Jian. Ning Dingaling nodded, but didn't say anything about Sword douluo. Of course, she wouldn't tell Sword douluo the reason. Ning Rongrong and Oscar and others had traveled back in time, and she felt it was best to keep their future status as gods a secret. Senior, Oscar came earlier, but he ran away after realizing something was wrong. He should still be in Qibao City now. Just then, Tilong was also there, and Ning Dingaling quickly relayed the message to him. She had originally planned to eliminate Oscar herself without telling Ning Rongrong. Before informing Dilong to claim credit, but now she had no choice but to quickly reveal the truth. With Dylan's abilities, he might be able to find Oscar much faster. Oscar. Dylan was also a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that Oscar would come to see Ning Rongrong so soon after she gave birth. That's right, I've already ordered the sect to search with all their might, he shouldn't be able to escape. Ning Dingaling nodded, and then described her actions. No need for all that trouble, I can find him very quickly. Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately waved his hand. It was one thing not to know that Oscar was in Qibao City, but knowing that he was there, with Dylan's current mental strength, it wouldn't be difficult to find Oscar. Dylan's second martial soul possesses an absolute enemy locking function, so how could Dylan's mental strength be lacking? A powerful soul and spiritual strength are the key to locking down enemies. Moreover, after consuming the Wang Chuan Chu Shui Du, Dylan's mental strength also surged, making him even stronger. It can be said that his mental strength is stronger than his cultivation level, and he has already reached the limits of mortals before his physical body. Another breakthrough would be a godlike concept. Buzz. Dylan didn't even leave the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He immediately used his powerful spiritual perception to search the entire 7 Treasure City from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Strange, there isn't any. Have they already left Qibao City? Dylan was surprised when he couldn't find Oscar in Qibao City. Qibao City has been sealed off. Oscar couldn't have left so easily so quickly. Buzz. Dylan didn't say anything. After closing his eyes, he began to sense and search again, this time with even greater focus. However, after searching the entire 7 Treasures City, Dylan still couldn't find Oscar. He doesn't have it in Qibao City, and it's unlikely he could have escaped Qibao City so quickly. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dylan's eyes lit up, and his mental perception began to contract, enveloping the nearby 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Finally, Dylan located Oscar through his spiritual perception on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Oscar's copied Shadow Soul skill was very strong, but it was completely ineffective against Dylan, who had a cultivation level of 96. They really have guts, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet they still venture into the tiger's den. Is it because you're worried about Ningrongrong? Without a doubt, Dylan knew why Oscar had chosen to risk coming back. To be honest, Dylan really admires Oscar's willingness to fight for love. Because he simply couldn't do such a thing. But despite his admiration, he would never return Ningrongrong to Oscar. Ningrongrong is already his woman, and she is also the mother of his daughter. Since you want to find Ningrongrong, I'll help you out. This will put an end to Ningrongrong's hopes. Then Ti Lung smiled kindly, intending to do someone a favor. I wonder if Oscar will be able to accept Ningrongrong's current situation. She was not only stolen by another man, but also gave birth to his daughter. Chapter 117 Ningrongrong. Oscar, accept reality. Come here. Follow the directions I'm telling you. Ningrongrong is right here. Oscar was still cautiously sneaking around inside the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, searching for Ningrongrong, when a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Oscar froze instantly. Oscar looked around in horror, only to find that there was no one around. There's only one possibility. The other person is far superior to him and has already discovered him long ago. The other party even gave him directions to see Ningrongrong. Oscar, who had originally planned to eat the rapid flight mushroom sausage to escape, quickly abandoned the idea and stood quietly in place, asking, "Where are you?" "Right." Dylan's voice rang in his ears again. Oscar then followed Dylan's voice navigation and arrived at Ningrongrong's courtyard step by step. Creak tilde. When Oscar pushed open the gate to the courtyard and saw the figure he had been longing for, he couldn't help but call out, "Rongrong." Only when Oscar ran towards Ningrongrong did he realize that Ningrongrong was actually holding a baby in her arms. Oscar. Ningrongrong had been told by Dylan in advance that Oscar was coming, but upon seeing Oscar, she still couldn't help but tear up. She wanted to cry and confide her grievances to Oscar. God knows what she went through during that year. She had never felt so wronged before. But the next second, Ningrongrong held back. Her most important task now was to perform her role well and completely sever ties with Oscar. Only then would Dylan let Oscar go. This was something she begged Dylan for after she found out Oscar was coming, and Dylan agreed. Of course, it's just a superficial agreement. After stealing someone's wife, why would he keep her around? In any case, he showed Ningrongrong his sincerity, even if it was only superficial. Moreover, many times, what women care about is just superficial sincerity. Ning Rongrong might be able to. Guess what will happen to Oscar after his death, or she might simply not want to think about it. In her opinion, Dylan had already let Oscar off the hook for her sake. She herself chose to compromise herself for the sake of the Oscars. Rongrong, what's wrong with you? Oscar stopped in front of Ning Rongrong, staring at her in disbelief. Oscar, we can't go back. From the moment the magic herb was taken away, we lost our chance to change our fate forever. We can no longer be as outstanding as before, so much so that a divine test will befall us. I believe everyone understands this point. We've just been unwilling to admit it. Among the 7 monsters, after losing the immortal herb, apart from third brother, the others have lost the qualification to become gods. Because without the magic herb to transform us, we are just ordinary geniuses. Ning Rongrong didn't answer Oscar's question. Instead, she started talking about the 7 devils. Rongrong, why are you telling me all this? I just want to know what's going on with this baby. Oscar didn't want to hear anything else from Ning Rongrong. All he wanted to know was what was going on with the baby in her arms. Ning Rongrong's face stiffened, but she still said, "This is my daughter with someone else." Boom. Even though he was mentally prepared when he saw Ning Rongrong holding the baby, Oscar was still struck dumb when he heard it confirmed by Ning Rongrong. He was cheated on. He, the god of cookery, was cuckolded. Moreover, Ning Rongrong has even given birth to a child. This is impossible. Rongrong, you're lying to me, right? Oscar immediately began to question hysterically. At this moment, he didn't have time to think about where the person who had reminded him to come here was. All he wanted to hear was Ning Rongrong's answer. Oscar, accept reality. I'm really with someone else now, and we even have a child together. Ning Rongrong shook her head, telling Oscar to accept reality. After saying that, Ning Rongrong hugged her daughter in her arms and gently rocked her. Her overflowing maternal love was something that couldn't possibly be faked. No, this isn't real. I don't believe it. Why? Rongrong, why did you do this? You were forced into it, weren't you? Quote. Oscar, of course, could not accept this and began to question him repeatedly. Oscar, I already said that before. After we traveled back in time, apart from third brother, all of us have lost the qualification to become gods. But I don't want to. I want to return to the realm of the gods once again. Since we can't do it ourselves, I have no choice but to rely on others. The man I've chosen now has a great chance of becoming a god, and then I can go with him to the realm of gods. Looking at Oscar's pained expression, Ning Rongrong felt a deep pain in her heart, but her expression remained calm. No, Rongrong, you're not that kind of person. You must be lying to me, right? And besides Tang San, who else can guarantee that they can become a god? At this point in time, there is absolutely no hope. Senior Tang Chen might still have a chance, but he is already dead. Oscar stepped forward, ready to grab Ning Rongrong and ask her questions in detail. Thud. But before Oscar could even touch Ning Rongrong, he was kicked away by Dylan, who had appeared. Then tell me, is there any hope for me if I killed Tang Chen? Dylan looked at Oscar indifferently. It's you, it's actually you. One punch douluo. Oscar looked up in anguish, staring at Dylan with disbelief. He recognized Dylan's voice. It was the same voice that had guided him to Ning Rongrong. But he didn't expect that the other party would be Dylan. Di Long, the one who killed Tang Chen and destroyed the Haoshan sect. Moreover, Tilong did more than just that. He is also suspected of stealing the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well. Of course, Oscar doesn't care about any of that now. He knows that Dylan cheated on him, stole his wife Ning Rongrong, and even had a daughter with her. It was me. In fact, it was me who caused you to lose your divine positions and talents and travel back in time. You should be grateful that Ning Rongrong pleaded for you, otherwise you would have been destroyed along with the Haoshan sect by me, just like Ma Hongjun. Dylan looked at Oscar, smiled faintly, and then revealed the truth. What? Ma Hongjun is dead. You actually killed the fat man. Oscar was stunned when he heard that Ma Hongjun was dead. One of the Shrek 7 devils actually died. This is something he could never have imagined after they became gods. Chapter 118 Ning Rongrong's Thanks. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. I let you in to tell you that Rongrong is now my woman, and the mother of my child. If you accept this fact, you can leave now. Of course, you can choose not to accept. I promised Rongrong that I would let you leave this time, but you won't have such a good outcome next time. Dylan stood beside Ning Rongrong, pulled Ning Rongrong and her daughter into his arms, and pronounced the verdict to Oscar. Oscar's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he watched Dylan openly embracing his wife. Intense anger and humiliation burned in his eyes. If he could trade his life for T-Lung's, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. But Oscar knew very well that he couldn't do it. Right now, he's just a soul master. And what about T-Lung? That was a peak expert who could even kill the peerless douluo Tang Chen. Unless he regains the power of the gods, he has no chance of fighting Dylan to the death. Moreover, the sudden news of Ma Hongjun's death did indeed instill a sense of fear in Oscar. He will also be killed. If Ning Rongrong was threatened, forced, or still loved him, Oscar wouldn't hesitate at all. Even if it meant death, he would continue to fight for love. But the Ning Rongrong in front of him was no longer the Ning Rongrong he loved. Ning Rongrong, standing before him, was not only afraid of betraying him and cuckolding him, but she had also had a child with someone else. No man could accept something like this. Moreover, Oscar had just learned about this. Perhaps after leaving and calming down, Oscar will realize that Ning Rongrong was actually saving him and doing it for his own good. But the Oscars of today certainly wouldn't be thinking about these things. He is now consumed by the fact that Ning Rongrong betrayed him and cheated on him. If I accept reality, will you let me leave? So now Oscar just wants to live, because only by living can he find a way to take revenge. Of course, you can leave now. Dylan smiled faintly and said with certainty. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At this moment, he didn't want to die. In that case, I accept. Oscar suppressed his anger and said to Dylan, then looked at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, I never thought you were this kind of woman. I really regret ever liking you. After saying that, Oscar turned and left. He was worried that Dylan might change his mind. All he wants now is to escape from here. If he had known that he was going to meet Ning Rongrong, who had a child with someone else, he would never have come here. He would rather receive the news that Ning Rongrong was dead than the news that Ning Rongrong had betrayed him. Not to mention that Ning Rongrong had a child with someone else. Watching Oscar's heartless retreating figure, I trembled slightly. However, she didn't say anything. It's fine if Oscar thinks that way. That way, Oscar can leave with a clear conscience. Thanks. After a long while, Ning Rongrong whispered a thank you to Dilong. Thank you, Dylan, for letting Oscar off the hook. Because she knew very well that it would be incredibly easy for Dylan to kill Oscar now, as easy as crushing an ant. Words of thanks are meaningless, let's go inside. I'd rather see you show your gratitude through actions. Dylan laughed heartily, then embraced Ning Rongrong and returned to the room. As for Ning Rongrong giving birth yesterday and not being able to overexert herself. This is Douluo continent, a fantasy world. For a woman with soul power, giving birth is nothing, she can recover in a day. Postpartum care and such are things that only ordinary people without soul power need. Yes, I will try my best. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, sounding quite happy and excited. She was also worried that Dylan would only agree to her superficially, and then turn around and kill Oscar. But now Dylan didn't ask her to express her gratitude, instead, he wanted her to do so. She knew how powerful Dylan was, and the time was too short to express her gratitude, so she felt that Dylan really didn't intend to turn around and kill Oscar. That's good. Therefore, Ning Rongrong was unusually cooperative this time. What Ning Rongrong didn't know was that although Dilong stayed behind, he sent Xiaowu away. Yes, Dylan arranged for Xiaowu to deal with Oscar. Although Xiaowu has only been in human form for about a year. However, Xiaowu's current cultivation level is not weak. The reason is none other than T-Lung. Why do soul beasts that have been transformed for 100,000 years need to come into contact with the human world to improve their cultivation? It's to sense the presence of humans. In the context of the cultivation world, it's about absorbing popularity. Since Xiao Wu took human form, she has been with Dilong and has become his exclusive female concubine. Especially in the last 6 months or so, Dylan's way of relaxing every day, in addition to practicing the ring explosion and one punch to the end, was to use her. Therefore, the popularity that Xiao Wu absorbs is more direct than contact with the human world. In addition, Dylan is a level 96 peak douluo, and his physical attributes can be said to be the strongest in the douluo continent at present. Therefore, Xiao Wu, who absorbed Dylan's popularity, naturally improved her cultivation at an astonishing speed. So, after a year of transformation, Xiao Wu is now a level 52 Soul King. It's believed that it won't be long before Xiao Wu reaches maturity. Even without the love sickness red, she won't be able to be recognized as a 100,000-year-old soul beast by titled douluo. Having Xiao Wu, who is already level 52, kill Oscar, who only has the cultivation of a soul master, is definitely not a problem. Oscar is not only a soul master, but also a support-type soul master. If Xiao Wu can't kill Oscar, then it's Xiao Wu's incompetence. In short, while Dylan was enjoying Ning Rongrong's gratitude, Xiao Wu quietly followed Oscar as he left. ... Hateful, 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 swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. Oscar, who continued to use Shadow Step to quickly leave the 7 treasure glazed tile school, was filled with anger and humiliation. This time when he met Ning Rongrong, he did get the answer he wanted, whether Tang San and Ma Hongjun were in trouble. But he couldn't be happy at all. Compared to those other things, Ning Rongrong's betrayal was what he truly couldn't accept. Moreover, the object of Ning Rongrong's infidelity was the very thing that caused them to lose their divine positions. Why? As Oscar fled, he kept asking himself why Ning Rongrong would betray him. Etc. Rongrong is saving me, she didn't want me to die, so she said those things to make me leave. However, Oscar soon stopped and realized Ning Rongrong's intentions. You guessed right, that's exactly what Rongrong thinks. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out in front of him. Xiao Wu. Oscar looked up and was surprised to see Xiao Wu appear. His eyes widened in delight. Chapter 119 Xiao Wu kills Oscar. Oscar was genuinely surprised and delighted to see Xiao Wu. He thought the Xiao Wu in front of him was the Xiao Wu they knew. Because at this point in time, Xiao Wu shouldn't have transformed into human form yet. Moreover, even if he had transformed into human form, he shouldn't recognize him. The only one who could call him by name is Xiao Wu from the Shrek 7 Devils. Xiao Wu, how come you've traveled back in time too? Does Tang San know? Seeing Xiao Wu's surprise made him temporarily forget his own grief. No, I haven't found my third brother yet. Do you know where he is? Xiao Wu's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing Oscar's words, and she immediately asked a question. I don't know. Everyone agreed to meet at the 7 treasure glazed tile school before the Soul Master competition. Tang San should be here soon. Oscar answered Xiao Wu's question first, then suddenly realized something and exclaimed, No, we can't let Tang San come to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. And we also need to tell Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing that they can't come to the 7 treasure glazed tile school right away. Oh, everyone's coming. That's great. Xiao Wu burst out laughing upon hearing Oscar's answer. Xiao Wu, you. Oscar quickly noticed that Xiao Wu's smile was strange. It wasn't like the Xiao Wu he knew at all. And why did Xiao Wu suddenly appear here at this time? Third soul skill. Teleportation. Seeing that Oscar had finally realized something, Xiao Wu stopped trying to get information out of him and disappeared in front of him in a flash. Swish tilde. When Xiao Wu reappeared, she was already behind Oscar. First soul skill. Waist bow. Thud. Without any chance to resist, Oscar was unable to dodge Xiao Wu's attack, which was already at the Soul King level, and was directly kicked away by Xiao Wu with a waist bow kick. Ah! Oscar screamed and flew forward. Swish tilde. Then Xiao Wu's figure disappeared again, and she appeared in front of Oscar, followed by another flying kick. Thud. Oscar's body flew back again. Thump thump thump. And so, Oscar was kicked and slammed by Xiao Wu in midair, a complete set of 8 powerful throws landing on him. Xiao Wu's 8-stage explosive throw wasn't initially a soul skill, but rather her combat technique, a very powerful combo. Later, after being transformed into the 6th soul skill, its power became even stronger, and it also came with other effects. Click tilde. Click tilde. Ah! Under Xiao Wu's devastating 8-stage throw, Oscar broke several bones and coughed up blood repeatedly. Thud. Finally, Oscar's mangled body crashed to the ground, vomiting blood and convulsing. Why? Who are you? Oscar struggled to lift his head and angrily questioned Xiao Wu. Me, of course I'm Xiao Wu. But I'm not the Xiao Wu you know, I'm Lord Dragonfist's pet. Xiao Wu smiled gently when she heard Oscar's words and kindly answered Oscar's question. You were actually sent by that bastard. Oscar's eyes widened, never expecting that Xiao Wu was actually Dylan's pet. Why did you go with that man too? He really couldn't understand it. Ning Rongrong's previous choice was clearly to save him, and Ning Rongrong herself must have been unwilling, but Xiao Wu in front of him was not. He could tell that Xiao Wu in front of him was very free. But why does the other party listen to Dylan so much? Moreover, he spoke of being Dylan's pet with such pride, showing no sign of reluctance whatsoever. How could Xiao Wu be such a depraved person? Because my master can really become a god. As long as I stay with my master, I can ascend to the realm of gods together. Xiao Wu chuckled. Xiao Wu didn't mention the matter of reviving Daming and Erming. You're actually this kind of woman. I really misjudged you, and Tang San misjudged you too. Oscar glared at Xiao Wu. It turns out that Xiao Wu in front of me is the one who would sell herself out to return to the God realm. His Ning Rongrong wasn't like that. Ning Rongrong said those things before only to completely disappoint him so that he could escape. You were sent by Dragon Fist to kill me. Oscar glared at Xiao Wu. He had already guessed why she had appeared. No, Master promised Rongrong that he would let you go this time and wouldn't harm you. But I didn't agree to that. As my owner's pet, I should think about my owner's feelings, so I came here voluntarily to eliminate the threat for my owner. Xiao Wu chuckled. Don't you have any regard for the Shrek 7 devils at all? Oscar glared at Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. The bond between the Shrek 7 devils. Sorry, I'm not the Xiao Wu you know. That Xiao Wu is too stupid. Xiao Wu burst into laughter upon hearing this. Alright, I'm going to send you on your way on behalf of my master. This way, we can ensure that you never appear in front of Rongrong again, so as not to make things difficult for her, and she can follow her master wholeheartedly. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, she flashed and appeared in front of Oscar. First soul skill, waist bow. Thud. This time, Xiao Wu kicked Oscar directly in the chest with her right foot. No, Oscar's eyes widened instantly. He wanted to escape, but he was too badly injured to move and could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu's attack landed on him. PFF. A tremendous force struck his chest, and Oscar coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt all his strength draining away, and when he looked down at his chest, he saw that it was completely sunken in. Oscar looked up at Xiao Wu again, his eyes filled with resentment. He never expected that he would not be killed by Dylan, but instead die at the hands of Xiao Wu, who was eager to please her master. This Xiao Wu was originally one of their own. PFF. After spitting out a final mouthful of blood, Oscar's head drooped, and he lost consciousness completely. Finally dead. Seeing this, Xiao Wu clapped her hands without much reaction. Swish. Then Xiao Wu put Oscar's body into his soul tool, and she wanted Dylan to inspect her work. And so, following Ma Hongjun, another member of the Shrek 7 devils perished, and this time it was Xiao Wu who killed him. I wonder what the other 7 monsters will think when they find out. Tang San is temporarily unable to return from the City of Slaughter, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing have already left the Star Luo Empire and are heading towards the Heaven Do Empire. They came to fulfill a promise they made a year ago. Let's participate in the Soul Master competition together. Chapter 120. Ning Rongrong's legs, Xiao Wu's waist, Zhu Zuqing's. Very good, not bad. After receiving the soul tool from Xiao Wu and seeing Oscar's corpse inside, Dylan expressed his satisfaction. Now he could be completely certain that the Xiaowu in front of him was not the Xiaowu of the future. He is now really looking forward to Tang San's appearance, so that Tang San can take a good look at Xiaowu now. That evening, Dylan rewarded Xiaowu handsomely. This will allow Xiaowu's strength to improve faster. As for Ning Rongrong, since Oscar will never appear again, Ning Rongrong will naturally obey. Shall we meet here? Then I'll just continue waiting at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After learning about the 7 Devils Agreement from Xiaowu, Dilong did not leave the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for the time being. Dylan would certainly not let the chance to wipe out the Shrek 7 Devils be taken. Of course, only a few were eliminated. He has already collected Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, the 3 beauties of Shrek Academy, so it is necessary to collect Zhu Zuqing as well. That's how you collect all 3 Shrek beauties. Tilong has already experienced Ning Rongrong's legs and Xiaowu's waist. The only thing missing is to experience the most filial Zhu Zuqing. Sister Dong, the Soul Master competition is about to begin. With the 2 of us at the Spirit Hall Academy, we're definitely going to take first place this time. Inside the Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui happily linked arms with Bibi Dong and laughed. Qian Runshui is very much looking forward to the upcoming Soul Master competition. Because she never participated in the Soul Master competition in the future, which she always regretted. Given her talent, she should have shone brightly in the Soul Master competition. However, because of her infiltration of the Heavenly Dough, she was unable to participate in any Soul Master competitions. Now that she can make up for this regret, Qian Runshui is naturally happy and looking forward to it. Moreover, participating in this Soul Master competition with his mother would make it even more perfect. That's for sure. Let alone the 2 of us, as long as one of us makes a move, we'll be invincible. Bibi Dong said with a smile. Although Bibi Dong has learned from her future memories that Qian Runshui is her daughter, she has not acknowledged Qian Runshui as her daughter. Because she only had some memories of Bibi Dong after she became a god, she found it hard to accept that she suddenly had such a grown daughter. She accepted it in her heart, but in reality, she was unwilling to accept it. So Bibi Dong chose to keep it a secret. Since Qian Runshui also liked being sisters with her, they decided to remain sisters. She felt more at ease interacting with him this way. But I still prefer to go on stage with Sister Dong. Qian Runshui nodded and said with a smile. Sister Dong, do you know where that old bastard Long Quan went? Amidst their laughter and conversation, Qian Runshui suddenly mentioned Dylan. She didn't miss Dylan, she was just curious where he had gone. That old bastard, he'd better meet an accident out there and never come back, otherwise I'll never let him get away with this. Don't rush, when the time is right, we'll definitely kill that bastard and get our revenge. Upon hearing Qian Runshui mention Dylan, Bibi Dong's expression turned cold. For the past 6 months or so, Bibi Dong has actually been struggling with this decision. She was naturally pleased that Dylan didn't show up, but she was also waiting for Dylan to appear, waiting to tell him in person that she was no longer afraid of his threats. Xiaoshui, remember this, if that old man threatens us with photos again, we must never compromise. Bibi Dong then turned around and placed her hands on Qian Runshui's shoulders, giving her some instructions. She had originally planned to wait for Dylan to appear before speaking, but since the topic of that bastard had come up, Bibi Dong took the opportunity to say it to Qian Runshui. What? Sister Dong, how can you do this? What if he spreads our photos if we don't listen to him? Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui's eyes widened immediately. The thought that her photos might be made public made Qian Runshui tremble with fear. How could we let that happen? Absolutely not. Listen to me, that old man is just trying to scare and threaten us. He wouldn't dare to actually distribute our photos. Bibi Dong patted Qian Runshui's head and said soothingly. Real. Qian Runshui was half believing and half doubting when she heard this. Although she traveled back after becoming a god, Qian Runshui really cared about her reputation, and she couldn't imagine what it would be like if her photos were published. She absolutely could not accept that kind of thing. Because she couldn't be so heartless as to kill everyone who saw the photos, like Bibi Dong would if it really happened. Her beliefs forbade her from doing such cruel things. If it were her other half, the dark thousand blades snow, perhaps she could do it, but she certainly couldn't. Really, Xiaoshui, you can trust me. In any case, we can never let him control us again. That old man doesn't deserve it. Bibi Dong said through gritted teeth. The thought of the sins that Dylan had committed against her and Qian Runshui filled her with hatred. That bastard is truly despicable and shameful. Those kinds of people shouldn't live in this world. But Qian Runshui certainly wanted to hear what Bibi Dong had to say, and she hoped that what Bibi Dong said was true, but she still looked hesitant. She didn't dare to gamble. Xiaoshui, that old man actually has a very strong possessive streak towards us. He won't release our photos because he doesn't want others to see what we look like in them. So we have nothing to be afraid of. And even if I'm wrong, so what? I'll be with you then, you won't be facing this alone. Seeing Qian Runshui's expression, Bibi Dong knew that Qian Runshui was still worried, so she tried to persuade her again. While trying to persuade her, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Her daughter was mentally older than her, and she had once been an angel goddess, but now she really seemed like a little girl in front of her. She wasn't afraid of Dylan's threats anymore, yet Qian Runshui was still so worried. Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes flickered slightly upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. In fact, Bibi Dong had mentioned earlier that Dylan possessed them. She could also sense this. She just didn't dare to gamble. However, Bibi Dong's last words immediately calmed Qian Runshui's heart. Yes, even if it's exposed, she's not alone, she has her mother with her. Okay, then let's stop letting him threaten us. Let's stop warming his bed. So Qian Runshui nodded seriously and agreed to work with Bibi Dong to no longer accept Dilong's threats. Chapter 121 The Evil Luo Sanpao. The City of Slaughter. Buzzing, Yu Xiaoging sat cross-legged, and waves of soul power rippled out from his body. Around Yu Xiaoging, there were wisps of bloody red mist, which were formed by the devouring Luo Sanpao after he devoured a large amount of Soul Master blood. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging was a completely different person compared to before. His face was as pale as a dead man's, and he exuded an evil aura. Boom! Ah! Finally, with a roar from Yu Xiaoging, a brand new martial soul appeared on his body as a phantom. It was a dragon, but not a golden holy dragon. It was a ferocious, vengeful, bloodthirsty evil dragon. Its body was covered in dark red dragon scales, like congealed blood, with foul blood constantly seeping from the gaps between the scales. Its horns were twisted and forked, like withered tree branches. Blood mist surrounded its body, and from within the blood mist, there seemed to be mournful howls. In any case, whether it's Yu Xiaoging or his current martial soul, they are as evil as they appear. We finally succeeded. Tang San, who was protecting Yu Xiaoging, was also incredibly excited when he saw this scene. His guess was indeed correct. Yu Xiaoging's martial soul could indeed evolve by absorbing multiple souls simultaneously. However, the evolved bloodthirsty evil dragon made Tang San frown slightly. Such a martial spirit does indeed look a bit evil. But it doesn't matter, only the power is evil, as long as the person using it is not evil. He himself has used the 8 spider lances to devour many things, and his blue-silver domain, after evolving into blue-silver-gold silk, also has the ability to devour. So can we say he is evil? Of course not. So after thinking about it this way, Tang San's brows relaxed. As long as his teacher could evolve his martial soul and pass through the slaughter city on his own, that would be fine. I broke through. I really broke through. Ha ha ha. I've broken through. Yu Xiaoging, have finally broken through. After Yu Xiaoging opened his eyes, he felt that his soul power level had broken through level 30, and he burst into wild laughter. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging's laughter was incredibly manic, filled with a release of emotions after extreme repression. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Moreover, he broke through after enduring immense suffering, which makes it even more precious to Yu Xiaoging. Congratulations, teacher, on breaking free from your own limitations. Tang San congratulated Yu Xiaoging, then quickly reminded him, teacher, try it quickly, see if you can still summon your martial soul directly. Yes, I'll try it right away. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang immediately summoned his martial soul. Buzz. A malevolent blood dragon, exactly the same as the phantom that had just appeared on Yu Xiaogang's body, was summoned by Yu Xiaogang and appeared in front of him. However, the vengeful blood dragon he summoned was not as large as the previous phantom, only 5 or 6 meters long. Of course, most importantly, Yu Xiaogang's evolved martial soul, like Luo Sanpao's before, can be summoned directly in physical form. The bloodthirsty evil dragon. Yu Xiaogang looked at Luo Sanpao's evolved form with joy in his eyes. He didn't think his current martial soul was evil at all. Like Tang San, he believed that power itself is not evil, only the person who uses power is evil. He wasn't surprised by Luo Sanpao's evolved form. After all, it evolved from the blood of a large number of soul masters, and it devoured the blood of the fallen. How could a martial soul that evolved from it not be evil? Good, it can be summoned after all. Let's go test the bloodthirsty evil dragon's combat abilities now. While Yu Xiaogang was pleasantly surprised, he was also eager to see the strength of his evolved martial soul. Although he could sense that his martial soul had become much stronger after its evolution through his martial soul perception, it was still inaccurate without actual combat experience. Okay, I'll go with the teacher. Tang San naturally wouldn't object. He also wanted to know how strong his teacher's evolved martial soul would be. He could sense that Yu Xiaogang's evolved martial soul was very powerful, but as he said before, he would only know after testing it. With him around, Yu Xiaogang can conduct the tests with peace of mind. The two then left their resting place to go out and hunt. At this moment, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were in the inner city of the City of Slaughter, because killing was not allowed indiscriminately in the outer city, and the inner city was the real place without law. Of course, except for the hellish killing field. Luo Sanpao, charge. Soon, Yu Xiaogang found a target, summoned the vengeful blood dragon, and gave it orders. Even though Luo Sanpao has evolved into a vengeful evil dragon, Yu Xiaogang still calls him Luo Sanpao. Roar. Luo Sanpao had no complaints about this and obediently rushed towards the target. What is that? The fallen one turned around and was startled to see a 5 or 6 meter long evil dragon attacking him. Ah! Before he could react, Luo Sanpao bit him in two. Click tilde click tilde. After killing his opponent, Luo Sanpao swallowed the fallen's corpse whole. Visibly, the crimson light emanating from Luo Sanpao's body brightened slightly. Clearly, directly devouring the fallen is also an improvement for Luo Sanpao, and a more direct one at that. Okay, Luo Sanpao, you're amazing. After witnessing Luo Sanpao's power, Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. Now, he finally has his own power in this city of slaughter. Teacher's martial spirit is indeed the most special. Ordinary soul masters need to reach level 70 before they can summon their martial soul true body, but Luo Sanpao doesn't need to. Given the strength Luo Sanpao has demonstrated, if the teacher uses it properly and protects himself, it's entirely possible for him to achieve a 100-game winning streak in the Hell Slaughter arena. Tang San was also very pleased to see Luo Sanpao's performance. He also didn't want Yu Xiaogang to remain trapped in the killing city. Now that's great. As long as Yu Xiaogang achieves a 100-game winning streak, he's confident he can lead Yu Xiaogang through the Hell Road together. From that day on, Yu Xiaogang also began to participate in the Hell Slaughter arena, and showed an overwhelming advantage. Because of Luo Sanpao's appearance, he is equivalent to the true form of a soul saint's martial soul to others. Although Luo Sanpao cannot use any soul skills, his own strength is very strong. Especially after continuously devouring the fallen, Luo Sanpao's strength has grown stronger and stronger. For others, winning in the Hellfire arena is simply a matter of winning. Yu Xiaogang won because Luo Sanpao devoured everyone else. In this situation, Luo Sanpao evolved and became stronger after almost every victory. What Yu Xiaogang didn't notice was that Luo Sanpao was becoming increasingly out of his control. Furthermore, Luo Sanpao's gaze towards him gradually became strange, carrying an inexplicable heat. Chapter 122 Yu Xiaogang. Luo Sanpao, no. Luo Sanpao evolved into the vengeful blood dragon by devouring the blood of a large number of fallen beings. In addition, this place is a killing city, where a murderous aura that corrodes people's hearts permeates everywhere. Therefore, Luo Sanpao had already changed without realizing it. Not only did its attributes change from the originally hidden golden holy dragon to the vengeful blood evil dragon, its consciousness also fell into corruption. It is filled with negative emotions such as irritability and bloodlust. Of course, that includes lust. Luo Sanpao is male, and even if he had awakened his sexual desires, he would still be looking for a female. However, because of Yu Xiaoging's past experiences, Luo Sanpao could see everything clearly inside Yu Xiaoging's body. Therefore, Luo Sanpao's sexual orientation also changed completely after undergoing mutation and evolution by consuming the blood of the fallen. So Luo Sanpao set his sights on his master, Yu Xiaoging. However, Yu Xiaoging was completely unaware of this, and he was still happy about his improved strength. Unbeknownst to him, his own strength had not actually improved much. It was only Luo Sanpao's strength that had improved. Although Luo Sanpao is his martial soul, Luo Sanpao's improvement is equivalent to Yu Xiaoging's improvement. However, there are still some differences between the two. Yu Xiaoging is now like a summoner, his only strength lies in his pets, while he himself has little combat power. On this day, Tang San went to participate in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Yu Xiaoging was alone in the room. Roar! Suddenly, without being summoned by Yu Xiaoging, Luo Sanpao appeared on his own. Luo Sanpao. Yu Xiaoging was somewhat surprised to see Luo Sanpao come out. You actually managed to run out by yourself. Yu Xiaoging was more pleasantly surprised at this moment, because this was another reason why his martial soul was different from others. Besides his martial spirit, whose martial spirit could do this? No, never. Heh. However, after Luo Sanpao appeared, he immediately tackled Yu Xiaoging to the ground. Ah, Luo Sanpao, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoging exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what had happened to his martial spirit. It wasn't until Yu Xiaoging inadvertently glanced at what was between Luo Sanpao's legs that Yu Xiaoging suddenly realized what was going on. Yu Xiaoging was immediately stunned. How so? Does his martial spirit also want to bully him? Don't want. Luo Sanpao, stop right now. Yu Xiaoging was naturally desperate to control Luo Sanpao. He refused to believe that Luo Sanpao was his martial spirit, and there was no reason why he couldn't control him. He didn't want to be bullied by his own martial spirit. Unfortunately, the evolved Luo Sanpao was beyond Yu Xiaoging's control. Soon, Yu Xiaoging was subjected to torture by Luo Sanpao. When Tang San returned from the Hell Slaughter Arena, he saw Yu Xiaoging looking disheveled. Teacher, what happened? Tang San was shocked upon seeing this and immediately asked what was wrong. They also wanted to examine Yu Xiaoging's injuries. I'm fine, I'm just tired from cultivating. As you know, I've never really cultivated before, so my physique is too weak. I'm just exhausted from training. Yu Xiaoging quickly waved his hand, indicating to Tang San that he was alright. He didn't want Tang San to know that he had been hurt by Chrysanthemum Douluo's ninth soul skill once again. However, it wasn't Chrysanthemum Douluo who unleashed his ninth soul skill, but rather his own martial soul, Luo Sanpao. The thought that Luo Sanpao had used Chrysanthemum Douluo's ninth soul skill on him made Yu Xiaoging somewhat frantic. He truly didn't expect that after experiencing the Scar Pirates and Brother Jia, he would continue to suffer that kind of hardship. Moreover, this hardship was not brought to him by others, but by his own martial spirit. This is such a mess, he's too ashamed to tell anyone. Of course, he wouldn't necessarily be right either. Who would want to talk about something like this? Yu Xiaoging was just feeling a little desperate and unable to accept it for a moment. He originally thought that after breaking through the shackles and Luo Sanpao evolving into the vengeful blood evil dragon, he would no longer have to encounter the situation of men on top of men. With Luo Sanpao's power, he will be the one bullying others from now on, and no one will be able to bully him anymore. Who knew that in the end, it wasn't someone else who bullied him, but his greatest reliance. Yu Xiaoging was truly on the verge of tears. The thought that he might suffer Luo Sanpao's torment countless times in the future filled Yu Xiaoging with despair, and he even wanted to end his life. But how could someone who was willing to sell his ass to Brother Jia be willing to die? He hasn't taken revenge on Dylan yet, he hasn't taken revenge on Qian Zunji yet, and he hasn't taken revenge on the Spirit Hall yet. So Yu Xiaogang held back. Isn't it just selling your ass? Selling to Brother Jia is selling, so why can't you sell your own martial soul? As long as Luo Sanpao becomes powerful enough to help him get revenge, that's enough. Moreover, this way he can also develop a tacit understanding with Luo Sanpao. I see, that's good. Tang San was relieved to see that Yu Xiaogang didn't seem to be in any real trouble. That's true, if something really happened in the inner city, they would have been dead already. However, Tang San still had some doubts. His teacher's condition was clearly not right. However, he could tell that Yu Xiaogang didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask. Everyone has their own secret. Dylan, who was in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, was certainly unaware of Yu Xiaogang's ordeal. If he knew, Dylan would just say, well done. As expected of Luo Sanpao, well done. Ideally, he should fire 3 shots a day. Dylan was still waiting for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zuqing to arrive at the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, the Soul Master competition was about to begin, and Dilong did not get to see Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zuqing. It seems they've discovered something, or something has happened, and they won't be coming. While massaging Dylan's shoulders, Xiaowu analyzed the situation for him. They probably won't be coming. Dylan nodded, feeling somewhat disappointed. He originally thought that he could get rid of Tang San once and for all this time. Who knew that Tang San wouldn't come? Moreover, not only did Tang San not come, but Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing also didn't come either. This temporarily dashed Dylan's hopes of collecting all 3 Shrek beauties. However, Dylan waited for a while longer, and only left the 7 treasure glazed tile school after confirming that Tang San and his group would not be coming. Then, Dylan headed back towards the Spirit Hall. He missed Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui after not seeing them for so long. I wonder how they are doing now. They must be so happy to see me back. Dylan began to anticipate the expressions on the 2 women's faces when they saw him. Chapter 123 Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, who deserve a lesson. 6 offerings. 6 offerings. When Dylan returned to the Spirit Hall, everyone who saw him greeted him respectfully. As Dylan walked over, he noticed that the Spirit Hall had remained largely unchanged. After arriving at the Hall of Worship, Dylan went to see Qian Dalu and told him that he had returned. Given his current status, he only needs to inform Qian Dalu upon his return. There's no need to concern himself with Pope Qinzun. Where are the Holy Maiden and Qian Runshui now? Then Ti Lung asked someone to inquire about Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's situation. He returned to the Spirit Hall for Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's sake. He didn't care about accelerating cultivation in the Hall of Offerings. After revisiting Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, he prepared to continue searching for an absorbing 100,000-year soul rings. He would first collect all the soul rings and raise his level to 99. We'll see how to take Qian Zunji's position later, otherwise he has no interest in unifying the continent. Reporting to the 6th Elder, the Holy Maiden and the young master are at the Spirit Hall Academy. The servant immediately replied to Dylan. The Spirit Hall Academy. I see. Dylan waved his hand, dismissing the other person. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, they should have both broken through to the Soul Emperor level by now, right? He actually went to participate in the Soul Master competition, isn't that bullying people? Upon learning where the 2 women had gone, Dylan immediately burst into laughter. The combination of Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui is simply invincible, right? At this point in time, what genius can compare to them? Even the Shrek 7 Devils wouldn't work. Let alone the Shrek 7 Devils who are now incomplete. Even if the 7 Devils were fully preserved and possessed the talent of having eaten immortal herbs, they would still be no match for Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Back in his room, Dylan sat cross-legged, then closed his eyes and opened his senses. Dylan's senses bypassed the Hall of Offerings and spread directly toward the Spirit Hall Academy. Then, within the Spirit Hall Academy, Dylan quickly sensed the presence of Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Your Highness, Qian Runshui, I have returned. You all should discuss it yourselves today and decide who will come to keep me company. After finding the two women, Tilong immediately informed them using telepathy. It's Dragon Fist. That bastard is back. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, two women at the Spirit Hall Academy, glanced at each other simultaneously. Sister Dong, what should we do? Are we really not going to see him? Although Qian Runshui had already agreed to Bibi Dong's request, she was still not firm enough and remained worried. They were worried that if they really didn't go to see Tilong, he would actually spread their photos. Don't worry, you can't go wrong by listening to me. None of us should go see him. Let him wait on his own. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Runshui, who seemed hesitant, and was speechless. Was this still the same angelic goddess Qian Runshui? Okay, then I'll listen to Sister Dong. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui quickly took Bibi Dong's arm and said, "You're sleeping with me tonight, and you're not allowed to go anywhere." Bibi Dong reached out and tapped Qian Runshui's forehead, saying in an annoyed tone. She really did secretly run off to find Dylan. After all, Qian Runshui had a criminal record. She had gone to find Dilong in her place before, which led to her getting herself into trouble. If she had known back then, she would never have agreed. Okay, then I'll sleep with Sister Dong tonight. Qian Runshui's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. This is such a pleasant surprise. Finally, I can share a bed with my mother. She insisted on sleeping with Bibi Dong in her arms every night. As for Dylan, Qian Runshui really couldn't care less about anything else this time. She was determined to listen to whatever Bibi Dong said. Besides, he can sleep with Bibi Dong. This is what she has been dreaming of for many years. Don't worry, as long as we don't accept threats, that old man definitely can't do anything to us. Bibi Dong patted Qian Runshui's head and confidently guaranteed. Yes, I'll listen to Sister Dong. Qian Runshui admired her in her heart. As expected of her mother, the woman who would one day establish the martial soul empire and become an empress had a strong will. If it were her, she really wouldn't dare to refuse Dylan. And so, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui no longer argued over who should go to Dilong's place. Instead, they decided that neither of them would go. This left Dylan, who was initially full of anticipation, waiting until midnight. Dylan used his mental power to sense that Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were still in the Spirit Hall Academy, seemingly sleeping intimately together, without making any move to come looking for him. Okay, they actually dared not to come. These two women need to be taught a lesson. Dylan quickly understood what Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui meant, and was so angry that he laughed. Swish tilde. Immediately afterwards, Dylan's figure disappeared from the spot. If Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui are unwilling to come, can't he just go by himself? Soon, Dylan arrived at the Spirit Hall Academy without a sound and went to Bibi Dong's room. Thud. Then Dylan kicked the door open. Who is it? Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui inside were immediately shocked and enraged. After they came out together, they realized that it was actually Dylan who had come, and their expressions immediately changed. It's you. What are you doing here? Bibi Dong immediately retorted angrily, Dragon Fist, we will no longer accept your threats. Don't even think about doing anything to us again. That's right, Dragon Fist, Dong Jia and I have already decided that we will no longer be manipulated by you. If you dare to spread the photos, then go ahead. But if you dare to do that, you can forget about ever having a foothold in the Douluo continent. The Spirit Hall will definitely not let you off the hook. Qian Runshui followed closely behind and also angrily rebuked Dylan. What she said was what Bibi Dong had told her before, letting her know that they didn't actually need to be afraid of Dylan. Alright, it seems you figured out I wouldn't actually spread your photos. Upon hearing the two women's words, Dylan burst into angry laughter. He also looked at the two women with some surprise. In his original calculations, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui would not dare to disobey him so quickly. Dylan finally focused his attention on Bibi Dong, suspecting that she was the one who started it. Despite being a time traveler from the future, Dylan could tell that threatening Qian Runshui was much easier than threatening Bibi Dong. Now that you know, get out of here. Hearing Dylan's words, Bibi Dong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was confident, she was actually quite worried if Tilung really circulated the photos. Chapter 124. They got taught a lesson again. Roll. Do you know who you're talking to? Seeing that Bibi Dong dared to be so assertive, Dylan was instantly amused and annoyed. This woman clearly doesn't understand the situation. Buzz. Boom. As soon as Dylan finished speaking, he instantly unleashed his soul power aura and his god of slaughter domain. In an instant, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were enveloped by Dilong's aura. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were forced to kneel on the ground by the pressure of Dilong's aura. What do you want to do? Bibi Dong felt the aura emanating from Dylan and her face paled slightly. This bastard seemed to have become even stronger. If you dare kill us, the spirit hall will never let you get away with it. Qian Runshui was also shocked and immediately scolded him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. When Dylan saw the two women's frightened expressions, he chuckled. Thud, thud. Dylan then approached the two women and used his powerful soul energy to temporarily seal their soul energy. Upon realizing that their soul power had been sealed, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's expressions immediately turned grim. They are now like fish on Dylan's chopping board. They could only be at Dylan's mercy. You guessed right, I really don't want to release your photos, nor do I want to be hunted down by the spirit hall. But you wouldn't want to report what I did to you to the Pope or the High Priest, would you? After subduing Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, Dylan moved a chair in front of them and sat down casually. Thud. With a casual wave of his hand, he used his soul power to close the door to Bibi Dong's room again. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's expressions changed once again. Although they were reluctant to admit it, Dylan was right, they were indeed unwilling to speak out about their experiences or sue Dylan. The main problem is that they find it difficult to talk about, it's too embarrassing to talk about such things. It's like revealing your own shameful past. I didn't know about the Chihiro or Chidori they had encountered before, but suddenly I learned about all the terrible things they had gone through. They didn't want anyone else to know. So, do you realize how ridiculous your resistance is? When Dylan saw the expressions on the two women's faces, he immediately laughed. Your current strength is inferior to mine, and you dare not report me. Then what makes you think you can refuse me? Do you think I'll obediently do what you want, and that you won't dare touch me just because you refused? That's a joke. Dylan began to mock the two women repeatedly. To be honest, he really didn't know what the two women were thinking. If they dare not report him to Qian Zunji and Qian Dalu, how can the two women refuse his favor? Based on their current strength to break through to the Soul Emperor level, two Soul Emperors might be considered very strong by others. But in front of Dylan, they were just two grasshoppers. What are you planning now? Bibi Dong's expression changed, and she finally understood what Dylan was planning to do. He was going to force love on them. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's face turned ugly. This is something she definitely overlooked. She thought that as long as she wasn't afraid of Tilung threatening her with the photos, she wouldn't be threatened by him. But they forgot that as long as they didn't expose Dylan, they couldn't stop him from doing whatever he wanted to them. I'll stay today, you can send Xiaoshui back. Realizing that resistance was futile, Bibi Dong could only suppress her humiliation, quickly accept reality, and then said to Dylan. No, let Sister Dong leave, I'll stay. Qian Runshui, of course, refused. In an instant, the two sisters, who were very close, once again staged a scene of vying for each other. Alright, you don't need to fight over it anymore, the same old rules apply. Dylan couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted their fight with a cold snort. In the end, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui naturally couldn't escape being taught a lesson by Dilong. There was nothing he could do. These two women actually dared to defy him. They really needed to be taught a lesson. After giving him a good scolding all night, Dylan left feeling refreshed. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui remained silent. Sister Dong, what should we do now? Qian Runshui looked at Bibi Dong with tears welling up in her eyes. She had thought she could finally escape the humiliation inflicted by Dylan, but in the end, she still couldn't escape it. At that moment, she truly had the urge to report Dylan. Then he had his grandfather, dalu, deal with Dylan. But she dared not. She didn't want dalu to be sad if he found out, and she was also worried that dalu might not be a match for Dilong. She had heard her grandfather, dalu, tell her many times how strong Tang Chen was. Her grandfather, dalu, had very few people he admired in his life, but he greatly admired Tang Chen. However, Tang Chen, whom even her grandfather dalu respected, was killed by Dilong. Therefore, Runshui couldn't help but worry that if she really told dalu about it, it might harm him. Although Dylan is extremely hateful, his strength is truly unfathomable. Runshui estimated that she might only be able to kill the other party after she became a god again. However, she has not yet found a way to begin the 9th trial of the angel god without sacrificing her grandfather, dalu. She will not accept the angel god's test until she finds a solution. I'll try to avoid him as much as possible from now on. As long as I don't show up in front of him, everything will be fine. Bibi Dong clenched her fists and said bitterly. Before she knew Runshui's identity, she wasn't so angry when Dilong taught her a lesson together. But after she found out, she really hated Dilong. Bibi Dong's eyes flickered repeatedly. She is now seriously considering whether she should just tell Zunji the truth. Then let the spirit hall deal with Dilong. If Zunji truly harbored improper thoughts towards her, then upon learning the truth, he would certainly not forgive Dilong. She would be happy to see Dylan and Hsun fight each other, no matter who died. Bibi Dong's biggest fear was that Zunji, in order to keep Dilong in check, would not only refrain from causing trouble for him, but would also betroth her to him. So now Bibi Dong is hesitant about whether or not to file a complaint. If we succeed, let Dylan and Shuan Kai fight each other to the death. It seems that failure didn't cause her any real loss. Let's do it this way. I just can't take it anymore. The hatred in Bibi Dong's eyes was almost tangible, and she quickly made a decision in her heart. She could tolerate it before she didn't know Runshui's identity. Now she doesn't want to tolerate it anymore. You can bully her, but you can't bully Runshui. It would be even more unacceptable to bully both her and Runshui at the same time. Chapter 125 Zunji, What? Xiaoshui was also, by Dilong. Thud. Donger, what did you say? Long Quan slept with you. Zunji slammed his fist on the armrest and stood up abruptly, his face full of anger. Of course, Zunji's face showed more disbelief than anything else. He couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Teacher, it's true. After leaving Sea God Island, Dragon Fist, Bibi Dong, with tears welling up in her eyes, began her performance. Although there was an element of acting involved, Bibi Dong's grievances were genuine. Wasn't her experience just as unbearable? After what happened last night, Bibi Dong finally decided to complain to Zunji. She really didn't want to be forced into love by Dylan anymore. In addition, she also hated Zunji for throwing Yu Xiaoging into the city of slaughter, trying to kill Yu Xiaoging, and even causing Yu Xiaoging to sell his buttocks. So Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and directly complained, letting Zunji and Dilong fight it out. Damn it! How dare he! Zunji's eyes burned with fury. Bibi Dong was his precious disciple. How could he not be angry when his precious disciple, whom he cherished so dearly, was wantonly abused by another man? In addition, deep down he did have some different thoughts about his disciple, though not many, but there were none, which made Zunji even angrier. Bibi Dong, why are you only bringing this up now? Enraged, Zunji felt a deep disappointment in Bibi Dong. Shouldn't I have told him this as soon as I got back? If you had told the teacher earlier, with Long Quan's cultivation level at that time, the teacher could have easily captured and punished him. Now, the teacher will have to ask the Grand Elder for help. Despite his fury, Zunji knew that he was no match for Dylan in his current state. That's because, that bastard Long Chen took a lot of indecent photos of me, and Long Chen used those photos to blackmail me. They said if I dared to report them, they would let everyone see those photos. Teacher, that old bastard Long Quan is really wicked. After he came back, he used this to blackmail me, and kept making me come to him, sob sob. As Bibi Dong spoke, she suddenly burst into tears. While performing, Bibi Dong was speechless. Qian Zunji, that bastard, was too cowardly. She originally thought that Qian Zunji would go directly to Di Long to settle accounts, and that would be the only way for the two of them to fight. She wanted to eliminate Di Long, or even have the spirit hall eliminate Di Long, but she preferred to see two tigers fight each other rather than immediately bringing out Qian Dalu. You bastard! How dare he! Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Zunji became enraged once again. He originally thought that Dylan had only bullied his disciple after leaving Sea God Island, but he didn't expect that Dylan would continue to bully Bibi Dong after returning to the spirit hall. That's incredibly arrogant. To bully his disciple like this shows they have absolutely no respect for him, the Pope. Teacher, Long Quan not only bullied his disciple, but even Xiao Shui tried to save me. Bibi Dong still wanted to see if Qian Zunji would go berserk and go to Di Long, and then tearfully told him about Qian Runshui. Moreover, she feared that if she didn't reveal Qian Runshui's story, Qian Zunji would really reward her to Di Long. Since she was already Dylan's woman, giving her as a reward to Dylan would be a good way to win him over. But when she dragged Qian Runshui into it, that was a different story. Especially for the Qian family, Qian Runshui is the hope for the inheritance of the angel god. It's unacceptable that she has been defiled by Di Long. Qian Zunji will definitely not tolerate it. What did you say? What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Qian Zunji instantly flew into a rage, even more furious than before. No matter how much he valued Bibi Dong, she was still just his precious disciple. But Qian Runshui was different, she was his beloved daughter. I don't know how Xiao Shui found out I was being threatened by Long Chen. Then, to help me, Xiao Shui went to find Long Chen, and then... Xiao Shui and I were both photographed in compromising ways by Long Chen. Bibi Dong recounted Qian Runshui's situation with a guilty expression. Damn it, I'm going to kill that bastard Long Quan. Upon learning of Qian Runshui's situation, Qian Zunji could no longer suppress his anger. Wait here for me, I'll go find Xiao Shui right away. Swish tilde. Qian Zunji then left. He needed to find Qian Runshui to ascertain the situation. If this is true, he will definitely not let Dylan off the hook. Dylan is very strong, but as long as his father is there, along with the other elders and retainers of the Spirit Hall, he believes that taking down Dylan will not be a problem. Even without Qian Daoliu making a move, as long as there are enough people, taking down Dylan is definitely not a problem. Dylan's strength was simply because his opponent had mastered the exploding ring and his 9th soul skill. However, Dylan is known for his exceptionally fast use of the ring explosion and 9th soul skills. One punch douluo, one punch douluo. It sounds great and powerful, but its drawback is also obvious. After throwing a punch, Dylan basically loses his fighting ability. To keep throwing punches, you need to detonate the rings. However, even after T-Lung detonated the ring, he could only throw one punch. So T-Lung is very strong, but as long as we can find a way to wear down T-Lung's 2 punches, taking him down will definitely not be a problem. Father, you know everything. Under Qian Zunji's questioning, Qian Runshui quickly admitted that she had been bullied by Di Long. There was nothing she could do. Bibi Dong had already complained, so what could she do if she didn't admit it? She just didn't expect her mother to be so tough. After realizing she couldn't refuse Dylan, she simply flipped the table. So after being interrogated by Qian Zunji, while feeling ashamed, she also admired her mother's decisiveness and toughness. As expected of her mother, the woman who would later establish the martial soul empire. Damn it, that bastard Long Quan, I'm going to kill him. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's tacit admission, Qian Zunji was enraged, and his martial spirit erupted uncontrollably. Come on, father will take you to find your grandfather, and then we'll go settle accounts with that bastard Long Quan. Without saying a word, Qian Zunji immediately pulled Qian Runshui towards the direction of the offering hall. Of course, Qian Zunji didn't forget to bring Bibi Dong from the papal palace along as well. Xiaoshui, you're not angry that I told you, are you? On the way to the Hall of Offerings, Bibi Dong was disappointed that Qian Zunji did not go directly to Dilong, while secretly communicating with Qian Runshui using telepathy. Sister Dong, I don't blame you. You're doing this so that we won't be bullied by Dragon Fist anymore. I understand, and I'll support Sister Dong too. Chapter 126 The Enraged Sendoryu. Qian Dalu, who was meditating in the main hall of the offering hall, suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. Your Holiness, what brings you to me? If Qian Dalu inquires, Qian Zunji usually won't come to him unless there's something important. Xiaoshui, you've come. Then, when he looked at Qian Runshui, Qian Dalu immediately showed a kind smile. The difference in how she treats her son and granddaughter is enormous. Father, Xiaoshui was bullied by that bastard Longchen. Qian Zunji didn't have time to complain about her father's differential treatment. She directly and angrily pointed out the key points to Qian Dalu. What? Xiaoshui was bullied. What exactly happened? Xiaoshui, tell me, how did that bastard Longchen bully you? Swish tilde. Upon hearing Qian Zunji's words, Qian Dalu's figure flashed and he immediately appeared in front of Qian Runshui. He then examined Qian Runshui's body while asking her questions. Grandfather. When Qian Dalu looked at her, Qian Runshui felt a little uncomfortable because she really found it difficult to talk about that kind of thing. However, Qian Runshui took a deep breath and looked up at Qian Dalu, saying, Grandpa, Longquan, he did that to me. Qian Runshui still couldn't bring herself to say the word, defile, but her expression at that moment conveyed enough meaning. What? Boom. Just like Qian Zunji before him, Qian Dalu's martial spirit erupted instantly, and the soul pressure it released was far, far stronger than that of Qian Zunji. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were fortunately protected by Qian Zunji, who had anticipated this, otherwise they would have been blown away by Qian Dalu's soul power aura. Like Qian Zunji, Qian Dalu was truly enraged. He originally thought that other people being bullied couldn't be that serious. After all, Qian Runshui is Qian Dalu's granddaughter. But he never expected that Tilung would be so audacious as to bully his granddaughter in that way. Fortunately, Qian Dalu reacted in time, not only withdrawing his soul power aura but also preventing his soul power outburst from alerting others. Especially Dilong in the side hall. Qian Dalu resides in the main hall of the Hall of Offerings, while the other offerings are in their respective side halls. All the side halls are built around the douluo hall, and all can be bathed in the radiance of the angel statues, enjoying the effect of accelerated cultivation. Qian Dalu reacted quickly enough not to alert Dilong, otherwise Dilong might have escaped. Xiao Wu, tell Grandpa quickly, what exactly happened. Then, Qian Dalu suppressed his anger and asked Qian Runshui with heartache. Grandpa, Qian Runshui opened her mouth, but although she had decided to speak, she still found it difficult to say it. Great Master, let me speak. Because I was the one who was initially ravaged by Dragon Fist. At this moment, Bibi Dong stepped forward, took Qian Runshui's hand, and said to Qian Dalu. Then tell me quickly. Qian Dalu snorted angrily. Faced with the furious Qian Dalu, Bibi Dong felt a chill run down her spine, wondering if he would take his anger out on her. After all, the reason why Qian Runshui was bullied by Dilong was ultimately because of her. If Qian Runshui hadn't wanted to help her, she wouldn't have been bullied by Dilong. High Priest, the story begins on Sea God Island. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and then began to speak. When Bibi Dong spoke, she also expressed her grievances, which proved that she was also a victim. Xiaoshui, you. Upon learning the truth, Qian Dalu was furious, but he also looked at Qian Runshui with a disappointed expression. In his view, Qian Runshui's choice was simply too foolish. How could anyone believe the words of a scoundrel like Dylan? He also found the idea of sacrificing himself to protect Bibi Dong ridiculous and foolish. Bibi Dong had already been bullied so many times, why would she care about a few more? If you really want to protect Bibi Dong, you should come directly to him, instead of sacrificing yourself in her place. He was genuinely exasperated by Qian Runshui's stupidity. This is really hard to judge. Xiaoshui, what do you want Grandpa to do? Kill that bastard Longchen. Qian Daoliu took a deep breath to suppress his scolding of Qian Runshui, and then asked her in a deep voice. Now that things have already happened, he just wants to know Qian Runshui's thoughts. If Qian Runshui wanted Dilong dead, he would definitely avenge his granddaughter. However, if Qian Runshui is willing to be with Dilong because she has given her innocence to him, he can accept it. After all, Dilong is truly outstanding, and he is a good match for his granddaughter. Grandpa, I want to kill that bastard. Qian Runshui paused for a moment, then raised her head and said to Qian Daoliu with red eyes. How could she not hate Dilong after he bullied her and Bibi Dong so much? Now that Bibi Dong has revealed the truth, she no longer wants to hold back. Alright, then Grandpa will kill that bastard for you. How dare someone bully my granddaughter? No matter how outstanding that person is, Grandpa won't keep him around. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's answer, Qian Daoliu nodded heavily. He understood that Qian Runshui had no affection for Dylan, so there was no need to care whether Dylan was worthy of his granddaughter. Since they bullied his granddaughter, they deserve to die. Father, Dylan's abilities are very special, we need to be careful. Seeing that Qian Daoliu seemed to be preparing to go directly to Dilong, Qian Zunji quickly reminded him. I know, but here, I don't need to worry about anything. Qian Daoliu snorted. Although he couldn't draw upon the power of the sea-like Poseidon, he could still draw upon the divine power of the angel god within the douluo palace. Here, he is also an invincible being. Therefore, he is not afraid of Dylan's soul. Skills. Angel's domain. Buzz. After speaking, Qian Daoliu summoned the angel god Martial Soul and immediately released his angel domain, enveloping the entire hall of worship. Swish tilde. Then Qian Daoliu appeared outside and angrily snorted at the side hall where Dilong was. Dragon Fist, how dare you bully my granddaughter? Get out here now. Boom. Qian Daoliu's terrifying soul pressure, after being enhanced by the angel statue, surged towards Dilong's location like a tsunami. After enjoying a wonderful time last night, Dylan, who was sleeping inside, was immediately awakened. Holy crap, those two women actually went to complain. Dilong, who was awakened, was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui would actually be shameless enough to tell others about how he had bullied them. However, Dilong remained calm and did not immediately use the return to hometown ability to escape. Chapter 127. All 9 rings exploded. After all, he can return to his hometown and be teleported back to the yin-yang well of ice and fire at any time. Even if he dies, his soul can return there to be resurrected. But, and there's still that, but, the cooldown time for returning home is too long, so Dylan is unwilling to use it if possible. Master, what do we do now? Xiaowu nervously asked Dilong questions. She didn't know that Dilong possessed a life-saving skill that allowed him to leave at any time and even revive, so it's normal for her to be nervous when she learned that Dilong's actions against Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui had been exposed. After all, no matter how strong Dylan is, he can't possibly contend with the entire Spirit Hall. Not to mention that the Spirit Hall also has a peerless douluo, Qian Daoliu. Don't worry, just stay in the 7 treasures glazed brocade. Dylan smiled nonchalantly, then put Xiaowu into the 7 treasures glazed brocade. Xiaowu must be brought along, he might really be leaving the Spirit Hall this time. Swish tilde. After putting away Xiaowu, Dilong's figure flashed and he arrived outside, where he saw Qian Daoliu waiting for him in the sky. Behind Qian Daoliu, there were Qian Zunji, Bibi Dong, and Qian Runshui. When Bibi Dong saw Dilong come out, her eyes clearly showed a vengeful smugness. It was as if he was telling Dylan, "You think I wouldn't dare to say it? I'm saying it now, let's see how you die. Dragon Fist, you bastard, you bullied Sister Dong and me, you're dead today." Qian Runshui even snorted angrily at Dilong. "Dragon Fist, how dare you bully my disciple and daughter? Who gave you the guts?" Qian Zunji couldn't help but angrily rebuke Dilong. The thought of his disciple and daughter being violated by Tilong filled Qian Zunji with immense pain and anguish. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart and wished he could kill Tilong on the spot. Dragon Fist, you have disappointed me greatly. Qian Dalu also looked at Tilong with an imposing and authoritative gaze, exuding a strong sense of pressure. It seems the high priest and the pope already know about their affair. I admit it was my fault, so I'm willing to marry them both to give them an explanation. Of course, if I could only marry one, I would choose Qian Runshui. Despite the overwhelming sense of oppression and the angry gazes of several people, Dylan showed no fear. Instead, he calmly discussed and laughed with Qian Daoliu and Qian Zunji. Pooh, Dragon Fist, you're dreaming. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Bibi Dong immediately rebuked him angrily. That's right, you old fool, Dragon Fist, don't get your hopes up. Qian Runshui was also furious at Dilong's shamelessness. If Bibi Dong was unwilling, she certainly wouldn't be willing either. If Bibi Dong is willing, she would be willing to stay with Bibi Dong. Dragon Fist, how dare you? Qian Zunji was also furious. Now he even wants to marry his disciple and daughter and keep harming them. Don't even think about it. Dragon Fist, if this is your attitude, then you're not leaving here today. Qian Daoliu was also very angry at Dilong's attitude. Or what? What attitude do you want from me? To kneel down, kowtow, and admit my mistakes. My willingness to marry them is already the greatest expression of my sincerity. Dylan chuckled. Boom, presumptuous. How dare you desecrate my granddaughter like this? Seeing that Tilong still had this attitude, Qian Daoliu finally couldn't hold back and exploded. Boom, the angel god's martial soul bloomed behind Qian Daoliu, and at the same time, the power of the angel god in the douluo palace also blessed Qian Daoliu. An incredibly powerful soul pressure was pressing down on Dylan. It gave Dylan a sense of oppression, as if the sky were falling. Angelic judgment. Boom. Qian Daoliu knew Dilong's strength, so he didn't hold back and attacked immediately. A giant golden angel appeared in the sky. And then a golden giant sword cleaved through the clouds, piercing straight down at Dylan below. As the golden giant sword fell, Dylan's figure was also firmly bound to the spot by an inexplicable force, as if he could only await the judgment of the golden giant sword. If this were an ordinary title douluo, he would probably be done for after facing Qian Daoliu's move. But Dylan is not. 9 spirit rings, explode. Boom. After feeling the powerful locking ability that bound him, Dylan knew that he couldn't contend with Qian Daoliu without unleashing his full power, so without any hesitation, he directly blew up the 9 spirit rings of his first martial soul. Thud. All the spirit rings exploded, turning into countless golden fragments, which finally coalesced again into a huge golden spirit ring behind Dylan. Boom. The powerful burst of energy from the simultaneous detonation of all 9 spirit rings instantly allowed Dylan to break free from Qian Daoliu's spirit skill lock. Swish tilde. Tilong then didn't try to fight back and simply slipped away from the spot. The golden giant sword in the air stopped its downward thrust after Dylan's figure disappeared. 9 rings explode simultaneously. Dragon Fist, you certainly have guts, but after all 9 rings explode, what other attack methods do you have left? When Qian Daoliu saw Dilong use the exploding rings, he wasn't surprised at all. What surprised him was that Dilong had exploded all 9 of his soul rings. He also knew what Dylan relied on. Dylan's strength basically came from Dylan's 9th soul skill, one punch to the end. Now that Dylan had destroyed his 9th soul ring, how could he still use the 9th soul skill? It was because he realized that if he used his 9th soul skill, he would only be waiting to die. So, if you don't dare to use it, why not just explode the 9th spirit ring to get a stronger burst of spirit power? No way, it's just a soul skill. Having used it so many times, is it really that hard for me to master it and make it my own soul skill? Dylan chuckled. Buzz. Then, golden light burst forth from Dylan's right dragon fist, just as Dylan had done when he used his 9th soul skill before. Furthermore, the terrifying destructive power contained in Tilong's dragon fist, and the extreme sense of oppression that gives people the feeling of being able to destroy everything, is not a lie. What? You actually mastered the 9th soul skill and made it your own. Sensing the astonishing destructive power emanating from Dylan's fist, Qian Zunji was both on guard and surprised. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were also shocked by Dilong's ability. He had actually cultivated the soul ring skill palm into his own soul skill, and could use it without using the soul ring. This is not something that can be done so easily. Since we've already torn off all pretense of civility, then there's nothing more we need to say. Grand Elder, from today onwards, I am leaving the spirit hall. You wouldn't want me to throw this punch and then use it on one of you, would you? My one punch end has a built-in enemy locking effect, so you can't cut it off by dodging. Dylan raised his dragon fist, which contained boundless destructive power, and smiled as he spoke to Sendo Ryu. Chapter 128 The Frustrated Qian Daoliu. Upon hearing Dylan's threat, everyone present, including Qian Daoliu, turned pale. Dylan's soul skill had been proven on Tang Chen, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Only in the douluo palace, where he could borrow the power of the angel god, did Qian Daoliu have the confidence to withstand Dilong's attack. But he only has confidence in himself. However, Qian Zunji and Qian Runshui did not have that. Qian Daoliu can guarantee his own safety, but he cannot guarantee the safety of Qian Zunji and Qian Runshui. If any of them were targeted by Di's soul skill, he couldn't guarantee he could protect them. What exactly happened? Why did the Grand Elder and the 6th Elder fight? What did Lao Lu do? 6th brother must have done something to enrage the Grand Elder, and he doesn't want us to know about it. Meanwhile, outside Qian Daoliu's angelic domain, on the outskirts of the offering hall, the other offerings were watching the scene, but they were all completely bewildered. Because of Qian Daoliu's angelic domain, sound was also blocked. So they didn't know what Dylan and the others were saying. Qian Daoliu did this because he didn't want too many people to know that his granddaughter Qian Runshui had been bullied by Dilong. So before calling Dylan out, he had already told Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others to step back. So all Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others could see inside was that Qian Daoliu and the others were very angry and that Dilong was very arrogant, but they didn't know what exactly had happened and could only speculate from the outside. With both the Holy Maiden and the young master here, do you think what Dragon Fist did might be related to them? Qinglu and Douluo guessed. That's possible, otherwise the boss wouldn't have told us to avoid it. Guangling Douluo added a sentence. Alright, let's not speculate. Let's talk about that kid Dragon Fist. Will he be alright? Golden Crocodile Douluo stopped the others from speculating and then changed the subject. Is there even a question? With the boss making a move, and right here in the Douluo hall, what will happen to that kid Long Quan is entirely up to the boss. The Lion King naturally trusted the great offering, 1,000 Paths. That's right, that's the boss, and the boss is blessed with divine power. Let's see how the boss deals with that kid, Dragon Fist. Haha, that's right, let's just watch Dragon Fist make a fool of itself. Everyone else shared the same opinion, believing that Dylan's fate depended entirely on Qian Tolu's decision. They didn't feel very close to Dylan. After Dylan became one of the 6th elders, he stopped cultivating in the Hall of Elders. So much time had passed and they hadn't had any interaction with him, so naturally they couldn't become close to him. In addition, once Tilung became a worshipper, he subtly put pressure on them, and they were somewhat resentful of him. Despite their mediocre cultivation levels, their ability to kill Tang Chen and their powerful soul skills commanded respect for Dilong's strength. So they were very happy to see Dylan get his comeuppance. Quote. Qian Daoliu glared angrily at Dilong, his heart burning with rage. He now understands what it feels like to be threatened by Dylan. He wanted to kill Tilung, but he had to consider that Tilung might attack Qian Zunji or Qian Runshui. If Dylan were to take action against Bibi Dong, he would have no objection. Trading Bibi Dong's life for Dilung would still be a worthwhile deal. However, he was certain that if Dylan were to make a move, he would not target Bibi Dong. After learning what Tilung had done to Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, he knew how insidious, cunning, and despicable Tilung was. They're even capable of threatening people with photos, it's utterly shameless. Grandpa, let him go. I will definitely avenge this myself in the future. Sensing Qian Dalu's concerns, and also because Qian Runshui didn't want her father Qian Zunji or mother Bibi Dong to be harmed by Dilong, Qian Runshui stepped forward and spoke to Qian Dalu. No, father, we absolutely cannot let that bastard leave. If he has the guts, let him unleash the one punch to the end, and see if he dares. Before Qian Dalu could answer, Qian Zunji objected. He hated Dylan the most. One was his most precious disciple, and the other was his beloved daughter, both of whom were ruined by Tilung. He truly wished he could kill that beast Tilung with his own hands. Therefore, he was extremely unwilling to see Tilung escape. Bibi Dong remained silent behind them, not uttering a sound. She can accept whatever the outcome. No, she doesn't care if she takes Dylan's attack herself, because if she dies, Dylan, who used the one punch to end the day technique, certainly won't survive either. It would be even better if Tilung killed Qian Zunji. Her only fear was that Dylan would attack Qian Runshui. As for Qian Dalu's compromise and letting Dylan leave, she can accept this result. At least she successfully forced Dylan out of the spirit hall, so she and Qian Runshui would no longer be bullied by Dylan in the spirit hall. Moreover, by keeping Tilung alive, she can take revenge herself in the future. Having two martial souls, she is very confident in herself. Especially after gaining the memory of becoming a god in the future, she became even more confident about her future. Given time, she will surely grow up and then personally kill that beast, Dylan. Shut up. Qian Dalu angrily rebuked Qian Zunji, then said to Dilong with a grim expression, Long Quan, you can leave. In the end, Qian Dalu held back. Because he really couldn't guarantee the safety of Qian Zunji and Qian Runshui. He now felt some regret. If only he had made better arrangements, at least letting Qian Zunji and Qian Runshui leave first. Now, they're being threatened by Dylan instead. Haha, as expected of the Grand Elder, he knows how to make choices. Upon hearing Qian Dalu's words, Dilong burst into laughter. Father. Upon hearing Qian Dalu's words, Qian Zunji immediately looked at Qian Dalu with a mixture of shock and anger. He had not expected that Qian Dalu would actually compromise. Shut up, do you want something to happen to Xiaoshui? Qian Dalu angrily rebuked Qian Zunji, immediately silencing him. Then from today onwards, I, Dragon Fist, will withdraw from the Spirit Hall. High Priest, Pope, Saintess and Young Master, until we meet again. Ha 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 ha. After speaking to Qian Dalu and the others, Dylan laughed heartily and flew away on his dragon. Swish tilde. Qian Dalu also promptly withdrew the angelic domain, allowing Dylan to leave. Bibi Dong, 1,000-foot snow. You wait, I'll come back for you, ha 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 ha. As he left, Dylan didn't forget to secretly communicate with Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Chapter 129 Destroying the Angel Idol. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's expressions changed slightly after hearing Dilong's telepathic message. They never expected that Dylan, even after being forced to leave the spirit hall, would still dare to be so arrogant. Did he really treat them as his playthings? Father, are we just going to let him leave like this? That's too easy on him. Xiaoshui was. Qian Zunji watched Dilong ride away on his dragon, still finding it hard to accept. Snort. Qian Dalu snorted coldly, then said, Of course I can't let him off so easily, but since you were all here, it was indeed inappropriate for me to make a move against him. But even if he leaves the spirit hall, he won't have an easy time. Jer, give the order. Have someone issue a notice that Dragon Fist Douluo has defected to the spirit hall, and then issue a warrant for his arrest with a high reward. Also, announce that he possesses Tang Chen's complete set of soul bones, saying that he has at least one 100,000-year soul bone. A generous reward will surely attract brave men, especially since Dragon Fist possesses a great treasure. Now that he has lost the protection of the spirit hall, there will be plenty of people looking for trouble for him. Qian Dalu naturally wouldn't let Dilong off so easily, and quickly made arrangements. Yes, father, I'll make the arrangements right away. Upon hearing Qian Dalu's arrangement, Qian Zunji's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, As long as Dylan's information is spread, plenty of people will seek out Dylan to cause trouble for the treasure. Dylan's strength lies in the opponent's 9th soul skill, a fact known to almost everyone in the douluo continent. With Dylan's terrifying soul skill that could kill Tang Chen, and his reputation as the one-punch douluo, no one was afraid of him, nor did anyone want to withstand a punch from Dylan. However, that was because Dylan had the protection of the Spirit Hall behind him. Without the protection of the Spirit Hall, even if Dylan's punch was powerful, it was still just one punch. People have a tendency to take chances. As long as there are more people chasing after T-Lung, they won't be the ones to be hit by T-Lung's punch, but the valuable treasure on T-Lung's body can be theirs. Therefore, Qian Zunji believed that as long as the information about T-Lung was released and a bounty was placed on T-Lung's head, plenty of people would go looking for trouble with him. However, before Qian Zunji could make any arrangements, Di Long, who had left the Hall of Worship, did not leave Wuhan City immediately. Instead, he stopped when he passed the Papal Palace. Then Dylan's voice resounded throughout the entire Spirit City. The Spirit Hall harbors wolfish ambitions and dares to dream of unifying the continent. I, Dragon Fist, disdain to associate with them. Today, I, Dragon Fist, withdraw from the Spirit Hall. As long as I, Dragon Fist, live, the Spirit Hall will never be able to unify the continent. I will never allow it. Dylan's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the entire Spirit City. Boom. After speaking, Dylan unleashed his dragon fist, which he had been holding in his right hand, directly at the giant angel statue in front of the Papal Palace. Dylan couldn't destroy the angel statue in the douluo Palace, but he could certainly destroy the one standing beneath his feet. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Dylan's dragon fist slammed into the angel statue in the Papal Palace. Thud. Under Dylan's dragon fist, the angel statue was directly shattered, exploding into countless fragments that crashed down. Dragon Fist, you're asking for death. Qian Zunji, who was in the distance, never expected that Di Long would actually slander the Spirit Hall and even destroy the angel god statue in the Papal Palace. Boom. Enraged, Qian Zunji chased after Di Long. Be careful. Seeing this, Qian Dalu quickly chased after them. Qian Dalu was also extremely furious. He never expected that Di Long would be so arrogant, not only slandering the Spirit Hall but also destroying an angel god temple. The angel statue in the Papal Palace is the largest one and is also the symbol of the Spirit Hall. Now it has been destroyed by Dylan, and his anger is no less than that of Qian Zunji. However, seeing Qian Zunji chasing after him, he was more worried about Qian Zunji. Because he sensed that Dylan's attack had not completely depleted his soul power, Dylan still possessed a vast amount of soul power. Therefore, what Dylan just used was just a normal soul skill attack, and the opponent's punch still had its end. If Qian Zunji goes up there and gets hit, then he's doomed. Ha ha ha, Pope, do you dare swear to me in the name of the angel god that the Spirit Hall has no ambition to unify the douluo continent? I'm leaving, no need to see me off. When Dylan saw Qian Zunji approaching in a rage, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Swish tilde. Without lingering, Dylan once again stepped on the golden dragon soul and quickly left the Spirit Hall. He had just tricked the Spirit Hall and destroyed the angel god statue. He just didn't want to be driven away in such a humiliating way. Dylan felt much more at ease now. Supported by the powerful soul force of all 9 rings exploding simultaneously, and without Qian Daoliu's blockade, Di Long's speed reached its limit, disappearing almost in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for Qian Zunji to catch up. Damn it! Qin Zunji stopped in the air above the Papal Palace, watching Dylan's disappearing figure, his teeth clenched in fury. Alright, do as I say right away. At the same time, a statement was released saying that Dragon Fist's words were pure slander. Qian Daoliu was also angry as he watched Di Long's disappearing figure, but he remained relatively calm. If he were to chase after him now, with his strength and martial spirit, catching up with Dylan would be no problem. But he hadn't forgotten the scene of Tang Chen being killed by Di Long. So he was hesitant to chase after them. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had his own mission to complete and saw no need to risk his life against Tilong. To deal with Dylan, just do as he instructed Qian Zunji. If given the chance, she certainly wouldn't let Tilong go. Dylan is currently in peak condition and he won't take any risks. I wonder if Xiaoshui will still be able to win the favor of the angel god. Qian Dalu felt a little heavy-hearted. He originally had high hopes for Qian Runshui, and was waiting for her cultivation to become stronger before letting her try to start the 9 trials of the angel god. But now that this has happened, he can't guarantee that Qian Runshui will still gain the approval of the angel god. After all, Qian Runshui couldn't even protect her own innocence, so it's normal that the angel god wouldn't be interested in her. Therefore, what Qian Dalu wants to do most right now is to find out about Qian Runshui's situation. Xiaoshui, come back with me. Swish tilde. So after giving instructions to Qian Zunji, Qian Dalu returned to the hall of worship and pulled Qian Runshui inside. He completely ignored Bibi Dong, who was standing next to him. She's just a saintess, she's not worth his attention for now. Besides, Qian Runshui was bullied by Dilong because of Bibi Dong, so it's already quite good that he didn't hold a grudge against Bibi Dong. This high-ranking official is useless. They actually let Dragon Fist get away so easily. Bibi Dong snorted inwardly. Chapter 130 Qian Runshui is pregnant. Bibi Dong truly didn't expect that after she reported Dilong, he could still leave the spirit hall so calmly. Even before leaving, he managed to retaliate against the spirit hall, exposing their ambitions and destroying the angel statue in the papal palace. This has severely damaged the prestige of the spirit hall. Of course, Bibi Dong doesn't care about any of this right now. What she really wanted was for her plan to make Qian Zunji and Dilong both suffer heavy losses to fail. She merely made Dylan leave the spirit hall, she didn't truly retaliate against him. Of course, Chihiro didn't have that either. It seems I still have to rely on myself, no man can be trusted. Bibi Dong quickly calmed down and strengthened her resolve to become stronger. Xiaoshui, Grandpa wants you to begin the angel god's inheritance trial. Are you ready? After bringing Qian Dalu to the statue of the angel, he spoke to her. Grandpa, I don't want to start the angel god's test. Upon hearing Qian Dalu's words, Qian Runshui immediately raised her head and replied. She had already decided that she would not begin the angel god's inheritance trial until she found a way to do so without sacrificing her grandfather. Xiaoshui, you can't act on your whims in this matter. This is a crucial responsibility that our Qian family has undertaken for many years. Any descendant with outstanding talent must undergo this inheritance test. Xiaoshui, you've already disappointed Grandpa once. Do you want to disappoint Grandpa again? Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Qian Dalu immediately looked extremely disappointed. Grandfather. Seeing Qian Dalu's expression, Qian Runshui suddenly found it difficult to refuse. She knew that Qian Dalu was referring to the fact that Dilong had disappointed him by the fact that she had been bullied. Looking back now, Qian Runshui admits that what she did back then was indeed very foolish. Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa. So after hesitating for a moment, Qian Runshui finally agreed. It's just initiating the inheritance assessment, it's not like you have to complete it. Until a solution is found, she should simply refrain from actively completing the assessment. Very good, this is my granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu smiled with satisfaction. Then Qian Dalu made Qian Runshui kneel in front of the angel statue, and then he guided her to start the angel god's inheritance test. Buzz! Qian Dalu struck the angel statue with his soul power, and the angel statue quickly emitted a golden light that landed on Qian Runshui. Thud! The golden light shone on Qian Runshui for only a short while before disappearing with a bang. The expression on Qian Dalu's face, which had been full of anticipation, froze instantly. Failed, unable to activate the inheritance. How is this possible? Qian Dalu looked incredulous. Even if he couldn't get the 9 trials of the gods, he should be able to get other levels of trials. This is the treatment given to their thousands of direct descendants. Just like Chihiro, although her talent was average, she still completed the 5 trials of the angels. Open black lens bracket. Pregnant women are ineligible for the assessment. Close black lens bracket. Soon, Qian Daoliu received a response in his mind. What? Upon receiving the feedback, Qian Daoliu was even more stunned, staring at Qian Runshui in disbelief. Xiaoshui, you're pregnant. He truly hadn't expected that Qian Runshui would be pregnant. I am pregnant. Boom. Qian Runshui was stunned upon hearing Qian Daoliu's words. She had no idea she was pregnant. Let me see. Qian Daoliu was almost certain that things were not wrong. After all, he had received feedback. However, Qian Daoliu still stepped forward, grabbed Qian Runshui's hand, and began to examine her by channeling his soul power into her. Xiaoshui, you're really pregnant. Soon, Qian Daoliu, having obtained the results, announced them to Qian Runshui with a grim expression. I'm pregnant. Qian Runshui looked down at her lower abdomen, and for a moment she couldn't accept it. She had never thought about such a thing. Grandfather. Qian Runshui panicked a little and, not knowing what to do, quickly looked at Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu looked at the panicked Qian Runshui and was also at a loss for words. Xiaoshui, our Qian family are descendants of the angels who represent light. Qian Daoliu spoke bitterly to Qian Runshui. The meaning is clear. You cannot abort the baby in your womb. I know. Qian Runshui murmured to herself, knowing that she just couldn't accept it for the time being. Her pregnancy came as a complete surprise to her. Grandpa, I will give birth to the baby. After taking a deep breath, Qian Runshui quickly made a decision. She is a descendant of the angel god and even inherited the angel god's power, so she would never do anything to harm her own children. Alright, let's talk about the inheritance assessment after you give birth. Qian Daoliu sighed. He didn't know what to say anymore. However, thinking that the child in Qian Runshui's belly was Qian Runshui and Dilong's child, Qian Daoliu felt a little expectant again. Qian Runshui is very talented, and Dilong is also very talented. Their child will definitely be exceptionally talented. Perhaps the child in Qian Runshui's womb will inherit the legacy of the angel god. Dylan had no idea that Qian Runshui was pregnant, otherwise he might have been happy. Because he also knew that Qian Runshui probably wouldn't abort the child. If it were Bibi Dong instead, things might be different. Unless he is there to suppress her, Bibi Dong will definitely not keep the child. Bibi Dong is getting more and more insane. After leaving the spirit hall, while the effects of the exploding rings were still present, Dylan rushed back to Sunset Forest. He didn't want to endure the weakened state after the ring shattered, so returning to the Yin-Yang well was naturally the best solution. Once he returns to the Yin-Yang well, he will be able to use the power of the spring water to quickly recover from the weakness following the ring explosion. To avoid letting others know the direction he left in, Dylan flew directly from the sky on a dragon after leaving the spirit hall, and only landed directly above the ice and fire Yin-Yang well after arriving at Sunset Forest. Thud. Dragon Fist Douluo. You're the Dragon Fist Douluo from the spirit hall. As soon as Dylan landed, he discovered that there was another figure in the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. A figure with green light emanating from its eyes. It's me. Who are you? Dylan gave a faint hum. He already knew who the other person was, but he still asked a question. Junior Dugu Bo pays respects to Senior. Upon hearing Dylan acknowledge his identity, Dugu Bo immediately knelt on the ground. Dugu Bo was truly terrified. He never expected that the place he had found to suppress the poison in his body was actually the Dragon Fist Douluo's. Chapter 131. Another title. Douluo joins the fray. Dragon. Your Majesty Dragon Fist, is this your place? Dugu Bo asked cautiously. That's right. Dylan gave a faint hum, and looked at Dugu Bo with a scrutinizing gaze. Dylan hadn't expected that Dugu Bo had discovered the ice and fire Yin-Yang well so early, but it was too late. The ice and fire Yin-Yang well was already his. Your Majesty Dragon Fist, please forgive me, this junior will leave immediately. Upon hearing Dylan's confirmation, Dugu Bo dared not linger any longer. After clasping his hands in apology, he prepared to make a hasty retreat. No matter how magical this place is, capable of suppressing the toxins in his body, he wouldn't dare compete with Dylan for space. Wait a moment. Seeing that Dugubo was about to leave, Dilong called out to him. Stand guard over there for me. After giving instructions to Dugubo, Dilong leapt into the ice and fire yin-yang well to cultivate and quickly restore his condition. He didn't explain why Dugubo was required to guard the place, as Dugubo could leave at any time. If Dugubo complied, he planned to take Dugubo under his wing, help him resolve the poisoning issue, and incidentally help him break through to the title douluo level. Among the many titled douluo, Dugubo is not the strongest, but his poison skills are extremely useful for dealing with mortal armies and ordinary soul masters. He is comparable to a million-strong army by himself. In addition, although Dugubo is a loner and has an eccentric personality, he is also a man of strong emotions and can be considered as a subordinate. Yes, Your Majesty Dragon Fist. After hearing Dilong's instructions, Dugubo hesitated for a moment but still agreed, not daring to take the opportunity to leave while Dilong was cultivating. Seeing Dylan cultivating in the yin-yang well as if nothing had happened, Dugubo was deeply shocked. He had experienced the power of the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Firsthand, he had almost ruined both his hands just by touching it. Dylan was able to cultivate inside, he simply couldn't imagine how powerful Dylan's physical abilities were. Not only can it ignore the damage from the yin-yang well of ice and fire, but it can also be used for cultivation. It's really amazing. As expected of the one-punch douluo who could kill Haoshin douluo, terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Dugubo was secretly amazed, and then stood guard beside him. Dugubo waited for half an hour. PFF. Soon, Dylan's figure jumped out from the yin-yang well of ice and fire. When Dylan landed, his clothes had already been evaporated by his soul power. Your Majesty, Dragon Fist. Upon seeing Dylan land, Dugubo immediately stepped forward respectfully. That's right, you didn't choose to leave. I'll get straight to the point. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? Dylan nodded to Dugubo and then spoke directly. I wonder what it is about me that Your Majesty, Dragon Fist, sees in me. Dugubo was surprised and flattered that Dilong had asked him to stay for this reason. After all, he's only a soul douluo at the moment. Because I have high hopes for you. If you agree to become my subordinate, I can even get rid of the snake venom in your body. Dylan said calmly. What? Your Majesty knows I've been poisoned. Dugubo was shocked to hear that Dilong had actually seen through it all. Apart from himself and his son Dugu Shin, no one else should know that he was poisoned. Of course I could tell. Dylan chuckled. So that's how it is. No wonder you are Lord Dragon Fist. Dugubo suddenly realized, but he was even more shocked. You could tell that he was poisoned just by looking at him. Junior Dugubo is willing to pledge allegiance to His Majesty Dragon Fist. Then Dugubo acted decisively, immediately kneeling down on one knee and respectfully addressing Dilong. Very well, I have now left the Spirit Hall and am no longer an honored member of the Spirit Hall. Are you still willing? Dylan nodded in satisfaction and then continued. Your subordinate is willing. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Dugubo, though unaware of what had happened, still spoke firmly. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he could get rid of the snake venom in his body was enough for him to be steadfast in his loyalty to Dylan. Besides, he didn't really like the Spirit Hall to begin with, so Dylan leaving the Spirit Hall was good news for him. Do you have a soul bone in your body now? Dylan nodded slightly, then asked Dugubo. Master, no, Dugubo said with some shame. As for calling Dilong, Master, this is a common way to address someone after they have recognized another as their master in Douluo continent. The heads of all the affiliated sects of Haoshin sect previously addressed Tangchen as their master. In the original work, the patriarchs of the four major single-attribute families all addressed Tanghao as their master. Even the sect leader and clan chief of a sector family, after acknowledging a master, address him as master. Since Dugubo has nothing behind him, it is perfectly normal for him to be addressed as master. In that case, this soul bone is yours. Dylan felt a little sense of accomplishment at Dugubo calling him master, but not much. He was no longer pleased with such a small thing. He even killed Tang Chen, played with Poseidon, and then there were Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. The fact that a title douluo had recognized him as their master was no big deal to him anymore. Swish tilde. After speaking, Dylan took out a soul bone from his soul tool. Absorb this soul bone, then force the snake venom in your body into the soul bone, and your problem will naturally be solved. While bestowing the soul bone upon Dugubo, Dilong also revealed the solution to his problems. Upon hearing this, Dugubo's eyes widened instantly. He hadn't expected that there could be such a solution for the snake venom in his body. But after thinking about it carefully, Dugubo realized that this method was absolutely brilliant and highly feasible. Furthermore, given what One Punch douluo said, Dugubo had no doubt about its feasibility. Thank you, Master. Therefore, Dugubo quickly accepted the soul bone and expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Dugubo felt that being able to acknowledge Dilong as his master was the greatest opportunity of his life. Alright, the environment here is also helpful to you, so just absorb and refine it right here. Dylan waved his hand. Yes, Master. Dugubo respectfully responded, and then began to sit cross-legged to absorb the soul bone that had been bestowed upon him as a reward. He was also eager to resolve his own problems. It's incredibly embarrassing to be poisoned by the venom of one's own martial spirit. Afterwards, Dugubo devoted himself to absorbing and refining it. Dylan watched from the side. Besides admiring Dugubo, Dylan also wanted someone to help him guard the ice and fire yin-yang well, and Dugubo was a perfect fit. I forgot to give the soul bone to Ning Dingaling last time. Before hunting a 100,000-year-old soul beast, let's go to the 7 treasure glazed tile school again. Watching Dugubo absorb the soul bone, Dilong also remembered that he hadn't given the prepared soul bone to Ning Dingaling when he went to the 7 treasure glazed tile school last time. Chapter 132 The message spreads. After destroying the Clear Sky sect, the Spirit Hall rewarded Dilong with a spirit bone. Dilong specially chose a gemstone-type spirit bone to prepare for Ning Dingaling. As a result, the last time I went back, I encountered Ning Rongrong's daughter being born, and then I forgot about it. But it's not too late to think about it now. Buzz. Soon after successfully absorbing the soul bone given to him by Dylan, Dugubo not only resolved the toxins in his body, but also increased his soul power level by 1 level. Master, I succeeded, and my soul power level has broken through to level 90. As long as I attach my 9th spirit ring, I will also become a title douluo. Dugubo opened his eyes, his heart filled with immense excitement. He never expected that he would not only solve his own poisoning problem, but also break through level 90 in soul power. Not bad. From now on, this place is in your care. You don't need to help with anything else for now. Just come back here after you've absorbed your 9th spirit ring. Also, you can set up a poison array around here. That way, even if you need to leave, no one will find this place. I don't want this place to be disturbed anymore. Dylan gave the instructions to Dugubo. Yes, Master. I will definitely guard this place well. Dugubo earnestly assured him. Not long after Dylan left the Spirit Hall, and before the Spirit Hall could issue a bounty for him, the news of Dylan's destruction of the angel statue and his departure from the Spirit Hall had already spread to various factions. Dylan's voice resounded throughout the entire Spirit City. How could they not know? Which powerful force wouldn't have some spies planted in Wuhan City? The One Punch douluo has actually left the Spirit Hall. Is the Spirit Hall really preparing to unify the continent? As expected, they have wolfish ambitions. No wonder One Punch douluo wanted to leave. If it were me, I wouldn't have colluded with the Spirit Hall either. One Punch douluo is a true man. He can't tolerate any injustice. After discovering the Spirit Hall's ambitions, he left immediately. That was incredibly imposing. Before leaving, they even destroyed the angel statues in the Papal Palace. It was just too cool. Yes, that's the symbol of the Papal Palace. The Spirit Hall has really lost face this time. I wonder what they'll do. They definitely won't admit it. Immediately, all the factions that received the news were discussing it extensively. Some were shocked by the Spirit Hall's wolfish ambitions, while others were less concerned because they had already guessed its intentions. However, they were still quite surprised after Dylan revealed the truth. I never expected the spirit hall to actually be so audacious. It's important to understand that the spirit hall is merely a religious force. Although the spirit hall has a large number of spirit masters, more than all the other sects combined, it is still a force to be reckoned with. However, not all soul masters of the spirit hall are loyal to the spirit hall, a large portion are merely registered with the spirit hall. Most of those soul masters belong to the two great empires, and they would never allow their country to be destroyed. In their view, the spirit hall did not have the conditions to unify the continent. In the original novel, Dai Mubai confidently told Tang San that neither of the two great empires was afraid of the spirit hall, because the spirit hall did not have the conditions to unify the continent. A religious force is a religious force. It can be very powerful and can even supersede the two great empires, but it cannot replace them. Indeed, it was only after Bibi Dong established the Spirit Empire and formed a true national power that the conditions for unifying the continent were met. Bibi Dong almost did it too. Senior actually left the Spirit Hall. I wonder how the senior is doing now. Ning Dingling also learned of Dilong's departure from the Spirit Hall immediately, and she became nervous. Because she didn't know if Dylan had really left the Spirit Hall safely. Dylan destroyed the angel statues in the Papal Palace. Sect Master, rest assured, since Senior Dragon Fist dared to do that, he must be confident that he can leave. Seeing Ning Dingling's worry, Bone Douluo spoke up. He still believed in Dylan. Both he and Sword Douluo had witnessed Dylan's power and knew that Dylan had long been secretly involved with Sect Master Ning Dingling. How could such a person possibly put himself in danger? That's right, Sect Master, you don't need to worry too much. Sword Douluo echoed in agreement. He also understood Dylan's strength. Okay, that's good. After hearing what Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo said, Ning Dingling was completely relieved. She had always had a lot of confidence in Tilong, but she couldn't help having some worries. Sect Master, now that he has left the Spirit Hall, we should take this opportunity to recruit him into our sect. Sword Douluo suggested. He was unaware of the relationship between Dylan and Ning Dingling. Upon hearing this, Bone Douluo silently glanced at Sword Douluo, thinking, only a sword fanatic like you hasn't realized that Dylan and the sect master have been together for a long time. Yes, Elder Jian is right. We should take this opportunity to invite the senior to join us. Ning Dingling nodded. She also thought of taking the opportunity to get Dylan to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Previously, she only maintained a close relationship with Tilong, but Tilong was not actually a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She also hoped that Dylan could officially join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Previously, as a retainer of the Spirit Hall, Dylan had his own ambitions and plans, which she found difficult to express. But things are different now. Dylan has now left the Spirit Hall. The happiest person about Dylan's departure from the Spirit Hall was Ning Dingling. What? Is everyone talking about me? Buzz. As Ning Dingling and the others were talking about Tilong, Tilong's figure appeared in front of them. Senior. Upon seeing Dylan suddenly appear, Ning Dingling, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo quickly called out. Ning Dingling was a pleasant surprise, while Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were more shocked. The two looked at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had no idea when Dylan arrived. This proves that Dylan's abilities have improved again. It's gotten even more terrifying. Senior, I'm so glad you're all right. Ning Dingling said to Dilong with a look of surprise. She was now completely relieved. Dylan had indeed left the Spirit Hall safely. The Spirit Hall is nothing. It can't even stop me. Dylan said confidently. Senior is amazing. Ning Dingling complimented with eyes full of admiration, then quickly asked, Senior, now that you have left the Spirit Hall, would you like to formally join our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Hey, if you knew why I left the Spirit Hall, you wouldn't have invited me to formally join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dylan smiled and said upon hearing this. Chapter 133 Ning Rongrong, Radiating Maternal Love. Huh, why? Ning Dingling immediately became worried upon hearing this. Dylan whispered in Ning Dingling's ear and told her what he had done to Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Of course, although Dylan was whispering in Ning Dingling's ear, he was still using telepathy. It's enough for Ning Dingling to know about this. There's no need for Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to know. Quote. When Ning Dingling learned the truth, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. She knew that Dylan couldn't have left the spirit hall because he discovered its ambitions, so she had speculated about the reasons for his departure. But she never expected that Dylan would be exposed because of his bullying of Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the spirit hall, and Qian Runshui, the Pope's daughter. Even though she knew that Tilong was very strong and ambitious, she never expected him to be so audacious. Those are the Pope's disciple and daughter. Moreover, they are all disciples with unparalleled talent. Those two women are only 20 years old, but they are already Soul Emperors. He can be considered the youngest Soul Emperor in history. So, putting aside the two women's identities, their talents alone suggest limitless possibilities for the future. However, these two stunning beauties and geniuses were wantonly bullied by Dylan. It would be strange if the spirit hall could tolerate this. The reason they didn't kill Dylan on the spot was because Dylan was too powerful. As for Tilong's alleged bullying of the two women, Ning Dingling knew that Dilong was not a good person as early as when he took advantage of her niece Ning Rongrong. Therefore, I definitely cannot join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, otherwise I will only bring disaster to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. My presence alone will only make the spirit hall hesitate to act against me. Dylan smiled at Ning Dingling at the end. All right. Although Ning Dingling was very reluctant to admit it, she had to admit that Dylan was right. If Dylan were to openly join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would definitely face a fierce and relentless attack from the spirit hall. Does that mean you'll have to keep hiding from now on, senior? Then Ning Dingling started to worry about Dylan. No, that won't happen. Even when I was in the spirit hall, Qian Dalu didn't dare to attack me, let alone after I left the spirit hall. Dylan smiled confidently. But the spirit hall has already issued a bounty for you, announced your spirit skills, and spirit bones. Ning Dingling quickly said. Is that so? Dilong was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Was the spirit hall trying to use someone else to do their dirty work? But even Qian Daoliu himself doesn't dare to lay a hand on himself, so why does the spirit hall think that others would dare to do so? Yes, the characteristics he currently displays to the world are the power of his 9th soul skill and the ability to explode rings, which will leave him in a weakened state after use. This did give others the illusion that once they forced him to use his exploding ring and 9th soul skill, killing him would not be difficult. But even disregarding the ring explosion and the 9th soul skill, he is still a peak douluo at level 96. Who dares to provoke him? Does Qian Daoliu think everyone is like him, not taking peak douluo seriously? Dust Heart, Ancient Banyan. If we had no connection whatsoever, now that you know my situation, would you dare to lay a hand on me? Dylan didn't answer Ning Dingling, but instead smiled and asked Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Senior is too kind. Senior is a peak douluo. In front of you, we are like Soul Douluo and Title Douluo. Bone Douluo quickly said. Ordinary Title Douluos wouldn't dare to attack you, senior. And those who are at the peak of douluo level like you wouldn't risk their lives for a few soul bones. Sword Douluo also spoke up. The two men's meaning was clear. Even knowing that Dylan possessed a great treasure, they dared not harbor any designs on it. That's right, so no matter what the spirit hall does, on their territory, even they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me, let alone anyone else. So there's no need to worry about me. Ning Dingling, this soul bone is for you. After Dylan finished speaking, he took out the gem-like soul bone and handed it to Ning Dingling. That was a head-shaped soul bone, which was the most important among the soul bones. Senior, is this for me? Ning Dingling reached out and took it, her face immediately filled with surprise. Of course, this is a reward from the spirit hall after I destroyed the Clear Sky sect. I specially selected it according to your needs. Dylan said with a smile. Thank you, senior. Upon hearing this, Ning Dingling became even more excited. This was actually specially chosen for her by Dylan. Your Majesty Dragon Fist, Sect Master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Bone Douluo was very perceptive and immediately took his leave. I have things to do too. Sword Douluo was no less impressive. He simply left a sentence and departed with Bone Douluo. Absorb it, I'll protect you. Dylan smiled, ignored the two who had left, and turned back to Ning Dingaling. Ning Dingaling obediently hummed in agreement, and then sat cross-legged to meditate. The soul bone was quickly absorbed into Ning Dingaling's forehead and eventually merged into her skull. The quality of this soul bone was quite high. It took Ning Dingaling a full half-day to completely absorb and refine it. Senior, I've broken through to level 70. When Ning Dingaling opened her eyes, in addition to the joy of absorbing the soul bone, there was also the surprise of breaking through. Senior, thank you. Let me express my gratitude properly. Ning Dingaling then said nothing and was not in a hurry to hunt for spirit rings. Instead, she stepped forward and wanted to thank Dilong properly. At the same time, she also wanted to have a child with Tilong as soon as possible. Ning Rongrong has already given birth to a daughter, so is her aunt. She can't fall too far behind, right? Dylan naturally didn't refuse, and picked up Ning Dingaling and took her back to her room to enjoy himself. In the same courtyard, Ning Rongrong was with her daughter, Di Qingtang, her face full of doting affection and maternal love. Tilda, the daughter, in her cradle, was being amused by Ning Rongrong, giggling and laughing. Tang Tang is such a good girl. Hearing her daughter's laughter, Ning Rongrong's face was also full of smiles, a kind of happiness from the bottom of her heart. Since having her daughter, Ning Rongrong no longer feels that her life is full of torment. She is happy and joyful every day. Before her daughter was born, she felt truly hopeless, wondering how much longer she would have to live like this, treated like a caged bird by Tilong. She felt helpless, aggrieved, desperate, and resentful. But after her daughter was born, she spent every day with her daughter, and she felt that none of those things from before mattered anymore. Now, as long as she behaves obediently, Dylan will no longer torment and humiliate her like before, and will at least consider her feelings. As for the Oscars, she rarely thinks about him now. Chapter 134 Fighting for food with her daughter. Ever since Dylan promised to let Oscar go, she felt that she no longer owed Oscar anything. With a daughter to her name now in the world, Ning Rongrong gradually let go of Oscar. After all, no matter what, she can never go back to the past. Sweetie, mommy will sing you a song. Ning Rongrong rocked the cradle while singing to her daughter. When Dilong arrived, he saw the heartwarming scene of Ning Rongrong playing with her daughter. Such a scene made Dylan reluctant to ruin it. So Dylan didn't rush over to disrupt this harmonious scene, but instead watched quietly from a distance. This was also the first time Tilong had heard Ning Rongrong sing, and it was much more pleasant to listen to than her shouts at other times. Wow, Tilda. My daughter was quiet at first, but suddenly she started crying loudly. Don't cry, Tang Tang, mommy will feed you right away. Hearing her daughter cry, Ning Rongrong was not in a hurry at all. She knew her daughter was hungry as soon as she heard her cry, so she picked her up, lifted her clothes and fed her directly. Seeing this, Dylan suddenly felt thirsty for some reason. Cough cough. After coughing twice, Dylan walked over to Ning Rongrong and her daughter. Ning Rongrong was startled at first, but relaxed after realizing it was Dilong. You've arrived. Ning Rongrong continued feeding her daughter while speaking to Dilong. Yes, I stopped by to see my precious daughter. Dylan nodded. I'll give it to you after she's finished eating. Ning Rongrong said softly. Rongrong, thank you for your hard work. Dylan stepped forward and picked up Ning Rongrong, but this did not stop Ning Rongrong from continuing to feed her daughter. Then he spoke softly to Ning Rongrong. Now that she had given birth to his daughter, Tilong naturally wouldn't treat Ning Rongrong the same way he used to. Ning Rongrong trembled slightly upon hearing this, clearly not expecting that Dilong would show her such tenderness. It's not hard for me, just don't bully me anymore. Ning Rongrong rested her head on Dilong's shoulder and said softly. She has accepted reality, so if Dylan is willing to treat her better, she is willing to truly accept him. Okay, I won't bully you anymore. Dylan responded softly. Then Dylan hugged Ning Rongrong and talked about topics that Ning Rongrong was interested in. Dylan knows how to woo girls, he just didn't think it was necessary before. Of course, Dylan still believes that a man with ability doesn't need to pursue beautiful women, they will come to him on their own. The only reason he's willing to offer Ning Rongrong some emotional support now is because of his daughter. However, Dylan soon couldn't keep up the act anymore. Seeing his daughter enjoying her food so much, he also became craving it. Tilong couldn't resist either and started fighting with his daughter for food. Rongrong, here's a magical herb for you. Try absorbing it and see if it can help you evolve your martial soul. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Dylan took out a magical herb from the 7 treasures glazed brocade and handed it to Ning Rongrong. If you eat someone else's food, you should return it. Dylan's actions can be considered a reciprocal exchange. This is an 8-petaled fairy orchid. When Ning Rongrong saw the fairy herb that Dilong took out, she immediately recognized it as an 8-petal fairy orchid, which originally belonged to Oscar. That's right. The 8-petaled immortal orchid is also a very suitable immortal herb for support-type martial souls to absorb. It's a pair of immortal herbs with the douluo tulip that your aunt ate. So this immortal herb should also be able to evolve your 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, but I don't know whether it will evolve into an 8-treasure exquisite pagoda or a 9-treasure exquisite pagoda. Consider this my reward for giving me a daughter. Dylan nodded. Ning Dingaling originally asked Dilong to save this magical herb for her younger brother, Ning Fengji. But just now, Ning Dingaling told her to give this immortal herb to Ning Rongrong, and that any immortal herb would be fine as long as it was given to her younger brother, Ning Fengji. Dylan didn't know what Ning Dingaling was thinking, but he was happy with it. He was very satisfied with Ning Dingaling's performance in the past 2 years, so while Dilong agreed to give the 8-petaled fairy orchid to Ning Rongrong, he also fulfilled his promise and gave Ning Fengji a fairy herb. That was a rare herb that Dylan didn't recognize, and he couldn't guarantee what effects it might have. However, even if the martial soul cannot evolve, Ning Fengji's talent can still evolve. If you don't want it, then I'll keep it. Seeing that Ning Rongrong did not move, Dilong pretended to take back the immortal herb. No, I want it. Ning Rongrong quickly spoke up, then reached out and took the 8-petaled fairy orchid. Ning Rongrong never expected that she could regain the immortal herb, especially since it originally belonged to Oscar. However, even if Ning Rongrong were to obtain the 8-petaled celestial orchid now, she wouldn't consider returning it to Oscar. Her relationship with Oscar is completely over. Then absorb it. I also want to see if your martial soul can evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda after you eat this immortal herb. Dylan nodded and took his daughter, who had eaten and drunk her fill and was asleep, from Ning Rongrong's arms. Good. Ning Rongrong did not refuse, took the 8-petaled fairy orchid, and quickly ate it. Buzz. Ning Rongrong then began to absorb and refine it. Dylan watched from the side. He definitely hoped that Ning Rongrong's martial soul could evolve into the 9 treasures exquisite pagoda. After all, Ning Rongrong was now the mother of his daughter. He believes there is still hope, since the tulip and the 8-petaled orchid are a pair of beautiful plants, and their quality and effects should be similar. While Ning Rongrong was absorbing the immortal herb, Dilong was holding his sleeping daughter beside her. Looking at his sleeping daughter, with her peaceful and adorable appearance, Dylan felt a warmth in his heart and an urge to give her all the good things in the world. This feeling was truly magical. My daughter will definitely be beautiful when she grows up. I just don't know whether she'll inherit my martial soul or my mother's. Of course, it would be even better if we could awaken twin martial souls. Dylan looked at his sleeping daughter and thought to himself. Once Ning Rongrong wakes up, we'll ask her if she knows Tang San's mysterious heaven skill. That's a god-level skill for building a foundation, and you can cultivate it even before you awaken your martial soul. Dylan then thought of Tang San's mysterious heaven skill. To be fair, the Zantian Gong is indeed very powerful. Tang San was not originally born with full soul power, but he became one through cultivating the Zantian Gong. It is evident that the mysterious heaven skill is remarkably effective in building a solid foundation. Dylan himself doesn't need it anymore, but his daughter does. Chapter 135 Ning Dingling and Ning Rongrong's Double Thanks. Buzz. Absorbing immortal herbs was something Ning Rongrong was very familiar with. Therefore, Ning Rongrong absorbed it very quickly, and finished absorbing and refining the 8-petaled fairy orchid in less than an hour. Ning Rongrong quickly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. My martial soul has really evolved back to the original 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Buzz. Ning Rongrong spoke with delight as she summoned its martial spirit. The martial spirit in Ning Rongrong's hand had become the same as Ning Dingling's, evolving from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It actually works. Dylan was somewhat surprised to see this, but not entirely unexpected. Since the 8-petaled fairy orchid and the jasmine tulip are known as a pair of fairy herbs, it means that they are essentially similar, and it is reasonable to say that they have the same effects. And my soul power level has also broken through to the soul master level. Ning Rongrong continued, but this was nothing unexpected for her, it was just a pleasant surprise that she had anticipated. What made her happiest was that she found her 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Only after losing it did Ning Rongrong realize how much she missed her 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Dragon Fist, thank you. Overjoyed, Ning Rongrong went up and hugged Dilong, then kissed him on the cheek. Then Ning Rongrong whispered in Dilong's ear, I know you like to fight with your daughter for food. I won't quit anymore, so you can take it from me whenever you want. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, her face turned completely red with embarrassment. She herself never expected that she would say something so bold. Haha, then it's settled. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Dilong's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed heartily. Ning Rongrong broke through level 40 and Ning Dingling broke through level 70. Both of them needed to hunt for spirit rings, so Dilong decided to accompany them to the Stardow Great Forest to hunt suitable spirit rings for them. Ning Dingling was naturally very happy after learning about Dilong's plans. He was also very excited after learning that Ning Rongrong had actually evolved the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It's a bit of a pity, though, because she could have asked Dilong for it on behalf of her younger brother, Ning Fengji. However, Ning Fengji's evolution was not bad either. Ning Rongrong did not evolve the 8-treasure glazed tile pagoda, but Ning Fengji did. So Ning Dingling was still very happy. After that, Dylan set off with Ning Dingling and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong had the foundation of immortal herbs, and with the help of Dilong directly hunted a soul beast with 10,000 years of cultivation for Ning Rongrong, allowing her to experience what it felt like to have a 10,000-year soul ring as her 4th soul ring. Ning Dingling was in a similar situation. The original limit for her 7th spirit ring was 50,000 years. But Dilong hunted a 70,000-year-old spirit ring for her, and with Dilong's help, she successfully absorbed it. Ning Dingling and Ning Rongrong were both very happy and served Dilong well. While searching for soul beasts for Ning Dingling and Ning Rongrong, Dilong did not forget to search for a 100,000-year soul beast for himself. Unfortunately, 100,000-year-old soul beasts are too hard to find, and Dylan did not find one in the Stardow Great Forest. So after sending Ning Dingling and Ning Rongrong back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Dilong set off for the far north as planned. He was preparing to hunt the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Throughout the journey, Dylan flew on a dragon, directly over the Heavenly Doe Empire. Dylan did not choose to fly at an altitude of 10,000 meters where no one could see him, but instead flew in the air, where people could see him with the naked eye. He also wanted to see if anyone would jump out to deal with him given the bounty offered by the Spirit Hall. Golden Dragon Soul. It's Dragon Fist Douluo. That's right, it's Dragon Fist Lord, but I prefer to call him One Punch Douluo. The One Punch Douluo is indeed domineering. Even though he's wanted by the Spirit Hall and has a bounty on his head, he still dares to show up so brazenly. What is your Majesty afraid of with one punch? Even the High Priest and the Pope of the Spirit Hall dare not lay a hand on Lord One Punch. On this continent, who else would dare to attack Lord One Punch? 2. Along the way, everyone who saw Dylan was very excited. This is One Punch Douluo. They felt it was an honor to see the living One Punch Douluo fly over them. As for dealing with Dylan, that's not something they should be thinking about. Those whose cultivation level hasn't reached the title douluo level wouldn't have any wicked thoughts. One Punch douluo. When Dylan flew overhead on his dragon, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was alarmed by his passing. Besides being surprised that Dylan flew over their sect, they were also somewhat angry. After all, Dylan's actions could be seen as a provocation against their sect. Give the order. The fact that One Punch douluo is able to pass through here shows his trust in us, no further explanation needed. However, Yu Yuanjun did not take any counterattack action. Yu Yuanjun was naturally very unhappy, but would he dare to make a move? Even if you gave him 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Dylan. Even though he is already a level 95 title douluo, with the special dragon transformation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, his strength is not much weaker than a level 96 peak douluo, and may even be stronger. Yu Yuanjun didn't dare to attack Dilong either. The spirit hall is really overthinking things. Who would dare to lay a hand on such a ruthless person who can kill a peerless douluo at any time? A lone wolf wouldn't dare, and someone with the power of a sect would dare even less. If we fail to kill One Punch, we'll have to face his revenge. No sect or power wants to face the retaliation of One Punch douluo. After seeing Dilong's figure disappear, Yu Yuanjun muttered a few words to himself, all of which were sarcastic remarks about the spirit hall. He could see through the spirit hall's intentions, which was why he said that. That Qian Dalu guy is really getting worse as he gets older. He doesn't even dare to lay a hand on this One Punch douluo on your turf. However, it's also possible that this person's strength is truly terrifying, in which case I'd be even less likely to make a move. Yu Yuanjun chuckled. Your Excellency Dragon Fist, if you have time, you are welcome to visit our sect again. I always welcome you here. Before Dylan had gone far, Yu Yuanjun even greeted him, extending his goodwill. Must. Dylan responded with a smile. Dylan, who continued flying towards the far north, confirmed his guess. Sure enough, even though the spirit hall issued a warrant for his arrest and released his information, no one would make a move against him. Anyway, Dylan didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Dylan's journey was naturally being observed by the spirit hall. This situation was then reported back. Chapter 136 Bibi Dong learns that Qian Runshui is pregnant. Father, that bastard Long Quan has swaggered in, but nobody dares to touch him. He even flew over the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, and Yu Yuanjun welcomed him to come again next time. Qian Zunji quickly reported the matter to Qian Daoliu with a grim expression. After hearing this, Qian Daoliu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This was clearly a miscalculation on his part. It's alright, let him be smug for now. Our most important task is to cultivate someone who can inherit the legacy of the angel god. Then Qian Daoliu waved his hand, saying that since he had miscalculated, he would not say anything more about him. I get so angry just thinking about it. That bastard Long Quan actually got Xiaoshui pregnant. Upon hearing her father's words, Qian Zunji's face grew even angrier. His daughter was not only bullied by Dylan, but is now pregnant with his child. He wasn't as rigid as Qian Daoliu. He originally wanted Xiaoshui to abort the child in her womb, but Qian Daoliu wouldn't allow it, and Qian Runshui herself disagreed. Qian Zunji had no choice but to let it be. But every time he thought about his daughter being pregnant with Dylan's child, he got angry. He even checked Bibi Dong's condition and only breathed a sigh of relief after learning that she was not pregnant. If Bibi Dong were also pregnant, he would definitely make her abort the child. We can let Xiaoshui undergo the angel god's test after she gives birth. Moreover, although Long Quan went a bit too far, his talent is undeniable. The child he and Xiaoshui have will certainly have exceptional talent as well. If Xiaoshui fails to gain the God Lord's approval, that child might be able to. Qian Daoliu said calmly. What, father, you want that bastard Dylan's child to undergo the God's test? Absolutely not, I won't allow it. Upon hearing this, Qian Zunji immediately voiced his opposition. He was very unhappy with Dylan, So naturally he also had a lot of opinions about the child in Qian Runshui's belly. No, that's Xiaoshui's child. Our family inherits a divinely bestowed martial soul. The child in Xiaoshui's womb will surely awaken an angelic martial soul after birth. So those are people from our Qian family. Qian Daoliu shook his head and offered a word of advice to Qian Zunji. But Qian Zunji still couldn't quite accept it. No buts, I'm tired, you should go back. Qian Daoliu completely ignored Qian Zunji's opinion and waved him away. Yes, father. Qian Zunji could only leave dejectedly. Xiaoshui, what did you say? You're pregnant. Bibi Dong soon learned that Qian Runshui was pregnant. No, Xiaoshui, you must abort the baby in your belly, you can't let her be born. Bibi Dong then directly advised Qian Runshui to abort the child in her womb. Qian Runshui sighed inwardly upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. She knew her mother would react this way. Because she knew that in her original future, Bibi Dong, once she learned of her existence, would want to get rid of her. However, with Qian Zunji guarding her, Bibi Dong was unable to succeed and was ultimately forced to give birth to her. Therefore, she was not at all surprised by Bibi Dong's advice to abort the child. A mother can be so decisive. Sister Dong, I won't abort the child, I want to give birth to her. Qian Runshui shook her head. She understood her mother's meaning, but she still wouldn't abort the child. Why, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for that old man, Dragon Fist, would you? Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Bibi Dong stared at her in disbelief. Sister Dong, what are you saying? I didn't say that. No matter who I like, I could never like that bastard who keeps bullying us. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui immediately retorted, and then told Bibi Dong her reasons. Sister Dong, my faith does not allow me to stop the birth of life. But, upon hearing this, Bibi Dong immediately became anxious. She truly did not want Qian Runshui to give birth to Dilong's child. However, she didn't know how to persuade Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui has brought up faith as an issue, so can she say that Qian Runshui's faith is nothing but a load of rubbish? Obviously not. Others may not know, but she does know that gods truly exist. Therefore, faith is not something that can be denied casually. Moreover, knowing that Qian Runshui would be able to inherit the position of the angel god in the future, she was even less likely to do anything that violated her faith. Thinking about this, Bibi Dong was even more at a loss for how to persuade him. She didn't want Qian Runshui to give birth to Dilong's child, and she didn't want Qian Runshui to lose her chance to become a god. Compared to becoming a god, a child doesn't seem so important. After turning to the dark side, Bibi Dong clearly places even greater importance on strength. Alright, then I won't try to persuade you anymore. Even if you're pregnant, you can't slack off on your training. I'm still waiting for you to join me in getting revenge on that bastard Dragon Fist. So in the end, Bibi Dong stopped trying to persuade her, but simply reminded Qian Runshui not to neglect her cultivation. Yes, I know, Sister Dong. Qian Runshui, holding Bibi Dong's arm, nodded obediently. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Runshui, then at Qian Runshui's stomach, and felt utterly terrible. Longchen, you old bastard. I will definitely not let you get away with this. Bibi Dong secretly made a vow in her heart. Although Dilong left the spirit hall and could no longer bully her, Bibi Dong's hatred for Dilong did not diminish at all. On the contrary, it grew stronger day by day. After learning that Qian Runshui was pregnant today, his hatred intensified exponentially. However, Bibi Dong soon learned about Dylan's ostentatious outings. Damn it, they're all useless, not a single one of them is of any use. After hearing Qian Zunji's words, she thought she could teach Dilong a lesson, but she didn't expect that no one dared to lay a hand on Dilong. So let alone causing trouble for Dilong, it's already a good thing that they don't fawn over him. So you can't rely on others, you have to rely on yourself. Disappointed, Bibi Dong became even more determined to become stronger on her own. She believed that if she could become the Rakshasa goddess in the future, she could certainly do it now as well. However, she only has memories of what happened after she became a god, so she doesn't know how she was tested for the Rakshasa god or how she completed the test to become the Rakshasa god. Xiao Shui must know. Then Bibi Dong quickly thought of Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui is her daughter, and she traveled back from the future, so she must know how she became the Rakshasa god. The problem she now faces is how to bring it up to her daughter, Qian Runshui. Chapter 137 Qian Runshui discovers Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Xiao Shui, you said you could inherit the legacy of the angel god worshipped by the spirit hall in the future. Do you think I have a chance to inherit the legacy of a certain deity? In the end, Bibi Dong still found Qian Runshui and asked her indirectly. She believed that if Qian Runshui knew, she would definitely tell her. Qian Runshui was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her, even being bullied by Di Long. She told her that the divine test that should have been hers would definitely not be a problem. Sister Dong is so outstanding, she can definitely do it. I know there are two places where the divine test might exist, the city of Slaughter and Poseidon Island. As expected, Qian Runshui didn't hide anything and told Bibi Dong what she knew. Qian Runshui wasn't entirely clear on how Bibi Dong obtained the divine test, but she knew that Bibi Dong's acquisition of the Rakshasa god's inheritance was related to the city of Slaughter. She wasn't afraid that the city of Slaughter would be dangerous for Bibi Dong. If the future Bibi Dong could pass the test of the city of Slaughter, the present Bibi Dong certainly could too. Qian Runshui mentioned Poseidon Island because she felt that with her mother's talent, she might actually be able to gain the Poseidon's approval. The city of Slaughter and Sea God Island. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes lit up immediately. Her daughter indeed knew. That's right. In the future, she will be killed by Tang San, who possesses the position of the sea god. Therefore, the most likely place to have the sea god's inheritance is definitely Sea God Island. However, Bibi Dong shook her head regretfully. Forget about Sea God Island. I led an attack on Sea God Island before, so I probably won't be able to gain the sea god's approval. If she had known earlier that she could obtain the sea god's legacy there, she definitely wouldn't have joined the expeditionary force to attack Sea God Island. Not only did she not gain any benefit, she also lost Yu Shaogang there, causing him to escape death and return to the mainland, only to be sent to the killing city by Qian Zunji, and finally forced to sell his buttocks. And most importantly, she also paid a heavy price in that incident, being brutally forced into love by Dylan. In the end, it even affected Qian Runshui, who was also bullied by Di Long. It can be said that all her tragedies began with that attack on Poseidon Island. Therefore, Bibi Dong deeply disliked the Sea God Island. Given that she would be killed by the power of the sea god in the future, she would be even more unwilling to inherit the sea god's power. If possible, she still hopes to regain the power of the Rakshasa god. That's the one that suits her best, and it matches her martial soul attribute better. I've made up my mind. After this Soul Master competition ends, I'm going to the city of Slaughter. Bibi Dong quickly made a decision and said to Qian Runshui. Okay, then I wish Sister Dong a successful return. Qian Runshui smiled and nodded. The preliminary and qualifying rounds for the Tiando and Xingluo divisions also ended quickly. 32 teams from the two great empires gathered in Wuhan City. In the first round of the finals, the Spirit Hall team has not yet had a chance to play because all three seeded teams received a bye in the first round. When Qian Runshui was bored, she could only watch the matches of other teams. She discovered that no team caught her eye. None of the team members had broken through to the Soul King level. With this kind of lineup, how can Qian Runshui be expected to take things seriously? Where's the intelligence on the other two seeded teams? Show it to me, Qian Runshui said to the team leader behind her. Although she felt that no one could threaten the Spirit Hall team in this year's Soul Master competition, Qian Runshui had somewhat curbed her arrogance after suffering a loss at Tang San's hands. Young master, this is intelligence on two seeded teams. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, the team leader behind her quickly handed her the intelligence data. Qian Runshui reached out and took it, then began to examine it. Qian Runshui glanced at the Heaven Do royal team of the Heaven Do Empire. Du Gu Shin, a level 51 Soul King, quite a genius. That name. Is he the son of that poisoned douluo? The information about the captain of the Heavenly Do royal team surprised Qian Runshui slightly, but she didn't take it too seriously. Just a soul king. Then Qian Runshui looked at the intelligence on the Star Luo Empire team. This is. When Qian Runshui saw the two names on the list of members of the Xingluo team, her expression changed immediately. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing. Why are these two people in the Star Luo team? The Shrek 7 Devils are back too. Qian Runshui truly did not expect that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing's names would appear on the list of members of the Star Luo Empire team. This left her completely bewildered. Since Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing have also traveled back in time, what about the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils? Did they also come back together? Qian Runshui always believed that she had traveled back in time by herself. But now it seems that's not the case. Now that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing have returned, it's highly likely that the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils have also returned. Xiaoshui, what's wrong? Bibi Dong, who was standing to the side, noticed Qian Runshui's unusual behavior and couldn't help but become curious. Bibi Dong then glanced at the intelligence data in Qian Runshui's hand. Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Having the memories of her future as a god, she naturally knew Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. She never expected to see two of the Shrek 7 Devils on the Star Luo Empire team roster. Sure enough, apart from Tang San, the rest of the Shrek 7 Devils have all returned. Bibi Dong thought to herself. Bibi Dong already knew of Tang San's existence when they were in the City of Slaughter, so she wasn't as shocked as Qian Runshui by the appearance of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Even after she learned that Tang San had also traveled back in time, she had thought that the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils might have returned as well, but she didn't care too much. After all, they were just a group of so-called geniuses who weren't even worth mentioning. The only person she feared was Tang San. It's nothing, I just saw two familiar names. Qian Runshui shook her head and offered a brief explanation. But there's nothing to worry about. They're just two soul masters. Nothing to be concerned about. Then Qian Runshui chuckled again. Like Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui didn't take Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing seriously. The only person she feared was Tang San. The first round of the competition ended quickly. In the second round, the three-seeded teams finally made their official appearance. The Spirit Hall team made their appearance as one of the two teams in the first match of the second round. In the Star Luo Empire team, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing's eyes widened instantly upon seeing Qian Runshui's figure. Chapter 138 Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing are arrested. It's Qian Runshui. How is this possible? Qian Runshui has actually returned too. Similar to Qian Runshui's previous reaction, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were also extremely shocked when they saw Qian Runshui appear in the Spirit Hall team. Both of them were in a daze, feeling that everything was getting out of control. They had actually been to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School before, but they were delayed by some things on the way. After they finished dealing with the matter, when they went to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School again, they found that there was no information about Ning Rongrong in 7 Treasure City. So the two of them realized something was wrong. The two realized something was wrong, but they didn't know what had happened. All they knew was that the Clear Sky sect had been destroyed, and that Tang San and Ma Hongjun had likely been killed together. After Ning Rongrong returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, no information about her was leaked out of 7 Treasure City, as if the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School didn't even have Ning Rongrong. All the abnormalities frightened Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. So the two of them ran away and decided to return to the Star Luo Empire. They thought that if Tang San and the others were alright, they would definitely come looking for them. But the result disappointed them. They all returned to the Star Luo Empire and joined the Star Luo Empire team. The qualifiers and promotion matches of the two major empire regions were over, and they did not see anyone else appear. At this point, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had already realized the seriousness of the situation. So when they saw Qian Runshui, they were shocked, but even more afraid. Dai Mubai, what should we do now? Could it be that Qian Runshui was behind Tang San and the others' disappearances? Zhu Zuqing anxiously asked Dai Mubai. We can't stay here any longer. Let's get going. While that woman Qian Runshui is going to participate in the competition. Without wasting any words, Dai Mubai directly stated his opinion. Okay, let's go right away. Zhu Zuqing had no objections. The two then quietly ran away, abandoning the rest of the Star Luo Empire team. All they wanted to do now was get out of Qian Runshui's sight as quickly as possible. Elder Jian, those are the two people. They're in your hands now. However, Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai only noticed Qian Runshui and did not realize that they were also being watched, and by Ning Dingaling no less. Ning Dingaling brought Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to watch the match, and also to cheer on the disciples of her sect. Because her younger brother, Ning Fengji, also participated in this year's Soul Master competition. Before it was even Ning Fengji's turn to take the stage, Ning Dingaling had already set her sights on Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Ning Dingaling had known about the existence of the Shrek 7 Devils for a long time. These were all things Ning Rongrong said when she first came to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, Ning Dingaling knew about Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, and she also knew that Dilong was targeting the Shrek 7 Devils. Therefore, Ning Dingaling was indeed paying attention to the Shrek 7 Devils. After failing to find Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Dingaling had no choice but to focus her attention on the Star Luo Empire team. Unexpectedly, she actually discovered Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. However, since the Star Luo team was in the Star Luo Empire, she couldn't make a move, so she just waited. Now that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing have not only come to Wuhan City, but have also quietly slipped away, isn't this the perfect opportunity? Yes, Sect Master. After responding, Sword Douluo quietly retreated, preparing to capture Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Ning Dingaling then turned her attention back to Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong on the arena. No wonder the senior attacked them, they are all stunning beauties. Ning Dingaling thought to herself that she understood why Dilong bullied Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. These two women are indeed very beautiful. If she were a man, she would also have bad intentions. ... Please have both teams release their martial souls. After Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing scrambled away, the members of the two teams in the first round of the second game began to unleash their martial spirits at the host's announcement. Buzz. Buzz. First, the Spirit Hall team's opponents released their spirits one by one. Judging from their serious and prepared demeanor, they showed enough respect for their opponents. However, the members of the Spirit Hall team opposite them all looked relaxed and showed no sign of wanting to get into the game. They released their martial spirits in unison, and then all looked at Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong in front of them. Because they knew that next up would be the stage for Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Sister Dong, Minor Snow. Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, chuckled, and then summoned their martial souls together. Boom, boom. Along with their martial spirits, their spirit rings also appeared. Yellow, purple, black. Yellow, purple, black. Both Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong had 6 spirit rings appear on their bodies. What? 6 paths soul rings. I'm not seeing things, am I? The Spirit Hall team actually has 2 soul emperors. How is this possible? Upon seeing the number of spirit rings on Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, all the audience members were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. They all wondered if Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong were over 25 years old. However, when they looked closely at Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, they realized that the other party was indeed very young and definitely not over 25 years old. Moreover, while Qian Runshui and the others might not be aware of this, they are quite clear about Bibi Dong, knowing exactly when she joined the Spirit Hall. That's why the audience was even more shocked that the Spirit Hall had produced 2 such outstanding geniuses at the same time. Those 2 are actually soul emperors. Ning Dingaling was also learning about the strength of Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong for the first time, and she was slightly shocked. Then, thinking about how these 2 women, so proud and beautiful, had both been played with by Dylan, she felt a strange sense of pleasure. Your Spirit Hall is truly remarkable, having cultivated 2 such outstanding geniuses. But so what? She was still manipulated by Dylan at will. No wonder the Spirit Hall hates you so much. Two such outstanding individuals in the sect were actually manipulated by you. It's normal for them to want to kill you as soon as possible. Ning Dingaling smiled secretly. The two teams on the stage quickly started fighting. Sect Master, I've already captured him. At the same time, Sword Douluo returned and told Ning Dingaling that he had captured Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Chapter 139 The Two in Fear. Congratulations to the Spirit Hall team on their victory. On the arena, not long after the match began, the Spirit Hall team won the game. That's incredible. Qian Runshui alone made a move, and the Spirit Hall team won. It was too easy, that's for sure. She's a Soul Emperor. Dealing with a group of Soul Kings might be a bit difficult, but dealing with a few Soul Masters is still a piece of cake. I can't believe that the Spirit Hall has produced such a genius. I heard she's the daughter of Pope Qian Zunji. It's true, the Spirit Hall is getting more and more terrifying. Who says otherwise? Besides Qian Runshui, the Holy Maiden Bibi Dong is even more extraordinary. She is now a Soul Emperor, and she also possesses twin martial souls, making her even stronger than Qian Runshui. Incredible. The two most terrifying geniuses in history are actually from the Spirit Hall. No wonder the Spirit Hall's ambitions are growing stronger, they even want to unify the continent. That's wishful thinking. The Spirit Hall has no chance of unifying the continent. So what? The Spirit Hall will surely rise above both empires. Quote. With the Spirit Hall team's easy victory, everyone realized how terrifying the new generation of Spirit Hall members were. Either Bibi Dong or Qian Runshui would be enough to crush any genius of their time. Now that both of them have appeared in the Spirit Hall, everyone is increasingly wary of the Spirit Hall's powerful foundation. Despite their fear, no one dared to challenge the Spirit Hall. If the two great empires and other sects could unite, they might be able to contend with the Spirit Hall. But there are no what-ifs. With so many forces, it's impossible for them to work together. Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong basked in the spotlight, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This was the brilliance they were meant to have. Those girls who were often bullied by Dylan are not the kind of people they should be. The thought of being pregnant with Dylan's child filled Qian Runshui with complex emotions. Like Bibi Dong, she originally wished she could kill Dylan. But if she really does that, won't her child be born without a father? In the future, after learning that her mother was responsible for Qian Zunji's death, she was devastated and unable to accept it. Does she want her child to go through the same thing? No, I can't kill Dylan. What difference would that make between me and my future mother? I'm going to capture that old bastard Dylan and then train him into the kind of person I want him to be. Qian Runshui secretly changed her mind and decided not to kill Dilong. She wants to capture Dylan and then slowly take revenge. Soon after the Spirit Hall team's match ended, it was the Star Luo Empire team's turn to take the stage. Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong then realized that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had not made an appearance. After Qian Runshui sent someone to inquire, she learned that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had left without telling anyone in the team, and their whereabouts were now unknown. Did they run away? Qian Runshui snorted inwardly, immediately concluding that the two people had run away in fright because they saw her. Consider yourselves lucky. Qian Runshui had originally planned to cause trouble for the two after the competition, but since they had already escaped, she didn't continue. They're just too good for nothings. If they can't become gods, they're just trash. Tang San is the one she truly cares about. Little did she know that after her divine status was shattered, all the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils also received divine inheritance. Otherwise, Qian Runshui would definitely continue searching for the two of them and then eliminate them. However, they were not actually needed, because Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing had already been captured by Ning Dingaling. It's you, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Why did you arrest us? When Dai Mubai realized that the enemy who had captured him was Ning Dingaling, his heart sank. He didn't relax just because Ning Dingaling was Ning Rongrong's aunt. Because everything indicates that Ning Rongrong is in trouble, and it is inextricably linked to Ning Dingaling, the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. What do you think? The Shrek 7 Devils Evil-Eyed White Tiger and the Netherworld Cat. Ning Dingaling looked at Daimubai and Zhu Zuqing, who were being controlled, and smiled faintly. She believed that Dylan would be very happy to know that he had captured the two guys in front of him. She hadn't handled Oscar's matter well, so she personally ordered Sword Douluo to deal with the two people in front of her, and Sword Douluo certainly didn't disappoint her. You. Daimubai and Zhu Zuqing's expressions changed drastically when they heard Ning Dingaling address them. It's you. It really was you. You knew about us. What did you do to Rongrong? Zhu Zuqing stopped pretending and immediately questioned Ning Dingaling. She just wanted to know how Ning Rongrong was doing. Rongrong is at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, of course. She's doing well, and she's the one who told me about your situation. Ning Dingaling said with a smile. Impossible. If it were really as you say, why would you arrest us? Daimubai retorted angrily. Because your existence might hinder Senior Dragon Fist, I have no choice but to help him get rid of these troubles. Ning Dingaling said with a smile again. Since she had already caught them, and had no intention of letting Daimubai and Zhu Zuqing go, she wasn't afraid to tell them the truth. Dragon Fist. One Punch Douluo. What exactly is your relationship with him? Daimubai and Zhu Zuqing's expressions turned even uglier upon hearing Ning Dingaling's words. However, they finally understood why Ning Dingaling had captured them. It turned out that the other party was actually one of Dragon Fist Douluo's people. Like everyone else, they had already guessed that Dylan was the culprit who had harmed them. That's right, just as you think, I am Senior Dragon Fist's woman. Ning Dingaling admitted it with a smile. Why, even if it's Dragon Fist Douluo, there's no reason for him to target us, right? We have no grudge against him. We don't even know him. Daimubai asked back with a grim expression. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that your existence may very well hinder Senior Dragon Fist in the future. So please, like that Mahong Jun, disappear from this world. Ning Dingaling smiled faintly, then announced to Daimubai and Zhu Zuqing. What did you say? The fat man is dead. Upon hearing Ning Dingaling's words, Daimubai and Zhu Zuqing's expressions changed once again. They had only suspected it before, but now they were certain that something had indeed happened. What about Tang San? Daimubai immediately inquired about Tang San's situation. Chapter 140. Giving Zhu Zuqing to Dilong as a gift. If Dylan were here right now, they'll definitely say that Tang San is indeed your true love, since everyone cares about him so much. Tang San. You still have the nerve to care about others. You should worry about yourselves. Tell me, how do you want to die? Ning Dingaling laughed upon hearing this, without telling the two whether Tang San was dead or not. You despicable woman, we have no grudge against you, why are you trying to harm us? And Rongrong, what exactly did you do to Rongrong? Zhu Zuqing's face showed shock and anger. She hadn't expected that Ning Dingaling would actually want them dead. I already told you, Rongrong is doing well at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and she even gave birth to a daughter for Senior Dragon Fist. She couldn't be better off. Ning Dingaling spoke the truth. What? Rongrong has also become Dragon Fist Douluo's woman, and even gave birth to his daughter. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Ning Dingaling's words, Zhu Zuqing exclaimed in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. That's right, Zhu Zuqing is Oscar's wife, and she would never do anything to betray Oscar. Daimubai also spoke loudly and confidently. Of course she didn't want to, but Rongrong is just a support-type soul master, and only at the soul venerable level. If Senior Dragon Fist wants to favor her, can she resist? When Ning Dingaling got to this point, she also thought of how Ning Rongrong looked after she betrayed her. Ning Dingaling felt somewhat guilty at the time, but she still believed that she was doing it for her niece's own good. Tilong is so outstanding and powerful, following him is the right choice. What? Rongrong didn't do it voluntarily. Why didn't you stop her? That's your niece. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing blushed and glared angrily at Ning Dingaling. She truly hadn't expected Ning Dingaling to treat her own niece this way, knowing full well that Dilong was forcing Ning Rongrong, yet she hadn't even tried to stop it. I forgot to tell you, I personally delivered Rongrong to Senior Dragon Fist. Ning Dingaling smiled and said to Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai. What? You bastard. You're not even human. Upon hearing Ning Dingaling's words, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were immediately filled with anger and curses. They truly hadn't expected the truth to be like this. They immediately felt immense sympathy for Ning Rongrong's plight. They couldn't imagine how desperate and sad Ning Rongrong must have felt after experiencing those things. You still have the nerve to be angry for Rongrong. She doesn't need your concern right now. After giving birth to a daughter for Senior Dragon Fist rewarded Rongrong with a celestial herb, and her martial soul has now re-evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile tarot. Seeing how angry the two were about Ning Rongrong, Ning Dingaling felt that Ning Rongrong's companions were all good people, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't let them off the hook just because of that. Who told them they were destined to be Dylan's enemies? Rongrong actually recovered her martial spirit. Has she really chosen to accept reality? How so? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing fell silent for a moment, a sudden pang of envy creeping into her heart. She and Dai Mubai actually knew long ago that after they traveled back and found that the immortal herb of the ice and fire yin yang well was gone, they basically had no way to find the immortal herb again. But they didn't expect that Ning Rongrong would actually be able to find the immortal herb again. If you don't believe me, just ask her yourself later. Ning Dingaling looked at Zhu Zuqing and suddenly said, "Weren't you going to kill us?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's expression changed, and a surge of hope welled up within her. That was true at first, but then I suddenly remembered that Senior Dragon Fist really likes beautiful women, especially beautiful women like you who were once gods. So I've changed my mind. I'm going to offer you to Senior so that you and Rongrong can continue to be good sisters. Ning Dingaling explained with a smile. You're asking for it. Zhu Zuqing is my wife. Don't even think about it. Upon hearing Ning Dingaling's words, Dai Mubai immediately flew into a rage. He never expected that Ning Dingaling would actually come up with the idea of giving Zhu Zuqing to Dilong. This was even harder for him to accept than being killed. That's right, don't even think about it. I don't want to be that bastard's woman. Zhu Zuqing was also filled with shame and indignation. Dilong had killed Ma Hongjun, and they didn't even know if Tang San had been killed. He had also bullied Ning Rongrong. How could she possibly agree to this? I didn't ask for your opinion. As long as you like it, that's fine. Ning Dingaling looked at Zhu Zuqing indifferently. You. Zhu Zuqing glared at Ning Dingaling with fury in her eyes. She had never imagined that Ning Rongrong's aunt would be this kind of person. Bastard, let me go, I'm going to kill you. Dai Mubai also struggled fiercely, his eyes bloodshot, filled with anger and killing intent. How could he possibly tolerate such a thing happening? Zhu Zuqing is his wife. As for you, seeing Dai Mubai's struggle, Ning Dingaling looked at him and said, there's no need for you to stay. Senior only likes women. Your existence will only make him feel uncomfortable. So for the sake of your wife, you should just die and fulfill her wish. Clang tilde. After Ning Dingaling finished speaking, she took out a short sword from her soul tool. Then Ning Dingaling slowly walked up to Dai Mubai. PFF tilde. Without any hesitation, Ning Dingaling stabbed Dai Mubai in the chest. Ah! Dai Mubai immediately screamed in agony. PFF. Ning Dingaling drew her short sword, and blood immediately began to flow from Dai Mubai's chest. No, don't want. Upon seeing this scene, Zhu Zuqing's eyes widened in fury. I promise you I'll be Long Quan's woman, please don't kill Mubai. Zhu Zuqing didn't want to see Dai Mubai die in front of her, so she immediately looked up and said to Ning Dingaling. No, I won't beg her. Zhu Zuqing, you absolutely cannot do anything to betray me. Upon hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Dai Mubai immediately roared at her. But I can't just stand by and watch you die. Zhu Zuqing said, weeping. Even if I die, I'd rather see you with another man. Dai Mubai roared through gritted teeth. Shut up. Thud. Ning Dingaling stepped forward and knocked Dai Mubai unconscious. Zhu Zuqing, are you really sure? Then Ning Dingaling turned to Zhu Zuqing and asked her a question. That's right, as long as you release Dai Mubai, I'll agree. Zhu Zuqing said through gritted teeth. Alright, Since you've willingly offered yourself up, I'll spare this kid's life for now. But you'd better behave yourself. If I find out you haven't done well, then this kid is dead. Ning Dingaling smiled and agreed to Zhu Zuqing's request. I'll just agree to it for now and deal with it later. That's what she learned from Dylan. Chapter 141 The Death of Dai Mubai. Elder Bone. Ning Dingaling then called out to the outside. Metropolitan. Bone Douluo quickly walked in from outside. Let him go. Ning Dingaling spoke to Bone Douluo, and then, out of Zhu Zuqing's sight, gave Bone Douluo a meaningful look. Clear. Bone Douluo nodded, then picked up Dai Mubai and left. I've already released Dai Mubai. I hope you'll know what's good for you, otherwise no matter where Dai Mubai runs, he won't be able to escape. You must understand that you are no longer gods. Having lost the immortal herb, you have absolutely no chance of becoming gods again. However, if you serve Senior Dragon Fist well and make him satisfied with you, you might be able to regain the immortal herb, just like Rongrong. Ning Dingaling stepped forward, pinched Zhu Zuqing's chin, and smiled at her playfully. Upon hearing Ning Dingaling's words, Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, then she forced herself to nod in agreement, enduring the humiliation, and said, I understand. It's impossible to accept one's fate. She had just agreed to Ning Dingaling's request, but only to save Dai Mubai. Once she's sure Dai Mubai is safe, she'll definitely try to escape. Meanwhile, Bone Douluo, carrying Dai Mubai, quickly left Spirit City and arrived at its outskirts. Damn it, damn it. Dai Mubai, who was being held in his hands, was filled with resentment. The thought of his wife being given to Dilong as a plaything by Ning Dingaling made Dai Mubai want to go berserk on the spot. However, he was also very clear that with his current strength, if he dared to resist in the slightest, death would be waiting for him. He really wanted to just die. However, when he thought that his life was saved by his wife's sacrifice, Dai Mubai couldn't bear to waste Zhu Zuqing's sacrifice. Therefore, Dai Mubai could only suppress his anger and tears, hoping to have a chance to take revenge in the future. Alright, you don't need to pretend anymore. The sect leader has no intention of letting you go. Before Dai Mubai could even think about what would happen to him in the future, Bone Douluo's words instantly made Dai Mubai's heart tremble violently. What? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief that Ning Dingaling could be so shameless and untrustworthy. As the leader of the strongest sect after the destruction of the Haoshan sect, how could he be so dishonest? You're talking nonsense. Sect leader Ning never gave any instructions. She is the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, how could she possibly lie? Dai Mubai quickly dodged Bone Douluo and roared angrily. Alright, you don't need to pressure me with your words anymore. Rest assured and go on your way. Bone Douluo smiled upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, and then a bone claw materialized in his right hand and attached itself to it. PFF tilde. Bone Douluo used a black tiger heart strike to pierce Dai Mubai's heart. Dai Mubai looked down at his heart, which had been pierced, his pupils contracted, and his eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He didn't expect that even though Zhu Zuqing had agreed to Ning Dingaling's request, Ning Dingaling still wouldn't let him go. The thought of Zhu Zuqing being deceived and having to serve that Dragon Fist Douluo without getting anything made Dai Mubai die with resentment. Puff. Unfortunately, he died with his eyes wide open in dismay. Dai Mubai was destined to die too. After Bone Douluo withdrew his bone claws, Dai Mubai quickly coughed up blood and collapsed. PFF'd. Seeing that Dai Mubai was dead, Bone Douluo casually cut off Dai Mubai's head and then put it away. As for the remaining corpses, they were also casually destroyed by Bone Douluo. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Bone. Ning Dingaling finally smiled with satisfaction after seeing Dai Mubai's head. Last time, I couldn't help Dylan kill Oscar, so in the end, Dylan had to do it himself. This time it's all good. She finally managed to take down one of the Shrek's 7 devils. No, it wasn't just one, there was also Zhu Zuqing, who was also controlled by her and was just waiting to be given to Dilong for his pleasure. Ning Dingaling believes that Dylan will be very happy at that time. She herself felt a great sense of accomplishment. You should know that Daimubai and Zhu Zuqing were both destined to become powerful deities in the future, but now she has destroyed one of them, and the other is almost done for. If Dylan knew what Ning Dingaling had done, he would definitely be happy. After all, the Shrek 7 devils were destined to be his enemies long ago. Therefore, it's best to kill those who can be killed as soon as possible. Of course, the man was killed because there was no point in keeping him alive. If the woman can satisfy his collecting habit, there's no need to kill her, otherwise, it would be a shame. He's already collected Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong, the three beauties of Shrek Academy, so there's no reason for him to let go of the last one, Zhu Zuqing. This mysterious heaven technique is indeed profound. Not only is the cultivation speed several times faster than meditation, but the recovery speed of soul power is also very fast. It can even recover soul power in battle. No wonder Tang San in the original work dared to say that his soul power was inexhaustible. At this moment, Dylan was practicing the mysterious heaven technique in the far north to restore his soul power. That's right, it's the mysterious heaven skill. Ning Rongrong does indeed possess the Zantian Gong, which Tang San taught to the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils after the finale. Before leaving last time, Tilung asked Ning Rongrong if she had mastered the Zantian Gong. Then Ning Rongrong handed over the Zantian Gong. Ning Rongrong would never have handed over the Zantian Gong before her daughter was born. But things are different now. After giving birth to her daughter and exchanging herself for Oscar's safe departure, Ning Rongrong is genuinely trying to accept Dylan, so she no longer hides it. I originally thought the mysterious heaven technique would be useless to me, but now it seems I underestimated it. No wonder it's a technique that can be used even in the God realm. Dylan clenched his fists and said with a smile. Previously, Dylan didn't really care much about the mysterious heaven skill because he felt that his soul power level no longer needed to be cultivated. He only needed to add enough soul rings to break through to level 99. But now Tilung realizes he was wrong. The mysterious heaven skill is still very useful to him. He doesn't need it for cultivation, but after cultivating the mysterious heaven technique, it can help him recover his soul power while fighting, which is still very useful. After you've used up too much energy traveling by dragon, using it to restore your soul power is also very useful. In short, Dilong absorbed the Zantian Gong. The final rounds of the Soul Master tournament should be starting by now, right? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the championship will definitely go to the Spirit Hall team. With Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui there, there's no way anything could go wrong. What a pity, they started the Soul Master competition right from the finals, right from the Spirit Hall. If the qualifiers for the two great empires had started, I could have gone to find them. Dylan sighed with some regret. He really enjoyed bullying Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, especially bullying them at the same time. Chapter 142 Xiaowu is taking too much firepower. The Soul Master competition, under the watchful eyes of the entire continent, quickly came to its final stage. The team that will ultimately win the championship will undoubtedly be the Spirit Hall team, barring any unforeseen circumstances. There were no surprises at all. Everyone took it for granted. This year's Soul Masters, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, have also gained widespread fame, and everyone now knows about their talent and strength. A Soul Emperor at the age of 20 is arguably the first of his kind in history. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui instantly became the dream girls of all male Soul Masters, gaining a large number of male fans. Of course, there are also many female fans. After all, every woman dreams of being as beautiful and powerful as Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. If they knew that these two women had actually been thoroughly abused by their senior, I wonder what their expressions would be. After Ning Dingaling sensed the commotion caused by the two women, she looked at Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, who were the center of attention, and found it quite amusing. No one would have imagined that Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, who appear glamorous and successful on the outside, would have such a shameful past. Ning Dingaling was unaware that Qian Runshui was also pregnant, otherwise, she would have admired Dilong's awesomeness even more. When the Soul Master series ended, the entire Douluo continent was still discussing Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. It took quite a while for the hype to die down. After searching for several months in the far north, Dylan finally found a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Roar! A giant ice bear roared in front of Dylan, spewing out countless streams of icy breath, trying to freeze the human who had offended it completely. Swish 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 tilde tilde tilde. Faced with the soul skill attack of the 100,000-year-old northern ice bear, Dylan's figure flickered repeatedly, dodging the opponent's attack. Actually, Dylan didn't have to avoid it at all. Because he consumed the 8-cornered ice grass, he is immune to ice damage, which has no effect on him. Dylan was dodging because he was avoiding the tone of the northern ice bear. After all, it came roaring, and its breath and odor were a bit disgusting. Human, if you have any guts, don't hide. When the northern ice bear saw that Dylan wouldn't engage, it roared angrily. Then so be it. Dylan snorted coldly, and the dragon fist he had condensed in his right hand instantly burst forth with dazzling golden light. One punch to the end. Roar! Dylan unleashed a deadly move, the golden dragon soul soaring from his hand and sweeping towards the northern ice bear. Boom! Then, the figure of the 100,000-year-old northern ice bear was directly pierced through by Dylan's dragon fist. This is impossible. The northern polar bear looked down at the bucket-sized hole in its heart, its face filled with disbelief. It never expected that the humans before it would be so terrifying. He defeated it in just one move. Hateful! The northern polar bear let out a defiant roar. With its heart destroyed, it could no longer self-destruct. Thump tilde. Finally, the northern polar bear, several meters tall, slowly collapsed onto the snow. Buzz! Soon after, a 100,000-year soul ring floated out from the corpse, along with a 100,000-year soul bone. Unsurprisingly, it was a torso bone. Finally, we've hunted down a 100,000-year-old soul beast. 100,000-year-old soul beasts are indeed not easy to find. It's a pity about Ling Yuan. I didn't bring her along. It seems I can't help her with the 100,000-year-old soul beast I promised her. It's been a year already, she's probably absorbed her 9th spirit ring by now. Looking at the 100,000-year soul ring that had been revealed, Dylan suddenly thought of spirit kite douluo. He had previously agreed to help Ling Yuan hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but only on the condition that Ling Yuan find the trail of the 100,000-year-old soul beast herself before he would help her hunt it down. Ling Yuan herself only had 1 year to search for a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Now that a year has passed, Ling Yuan has not contacted him, so she must not have found a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Fortunately, I sent a message to Ling Yuan after I left the spirit hall, so she should have left the spirit hall by now. When Di Long left the spirit hall, he didn't forget that Qian Runshui knew about his relationship with Ling Yuan, so he sent a message to Ling Yuan telling her not to return to the spirit hall. Otherwise, they might be targeted by Qian Runshui. Forget about her, I'd better hurry up and absorb my 5th spirit ring. Dylan shook his head, then summoned Xiaowu to protect him. He then sat cross-legged and began to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring in front of him. Buzz! Under the guidance of Dylan's mental power, the 100,000-year soul ring that the 100,000-year-old northern ice bear had dropped was quickly absorbed into Dylan's body and then rapidly refined by him. The 5th 100,000-year soul ring. Xiaowu watched as Di Long began absorbing his 5th 100,000-year soul ring, her eyes filled with excitement. Xiaowu wasn't saddened by the death of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Her only thought now was that Di Long could successfully break through to the god level. So she stopped caring about her fellow humans being killed a long time ago. As long as it's not a 100,000-year-old soul beast she knows, that's fine. Besides, apart from her mother, she no longer knows any 100,000-year-old soul beasts. I wonder how my mother is doing now. Thinking of her mother, Xiaowu couldn't help but miss her. She worried that her mother would be anxious and sad if she returned to the Stardo Great Forest and found that she, Daming, and Erming were not there. But she had no choice. She dared not return to the Stardo Great Forest to leave any information for her mother. Although she had truly accepted Dylan as her master, she still did not want to bring her mother to Dylan's presence. She feared that Dylan would make her mother sacrifice herself for him as well. Or, like with Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, treat her and her mother together. She didn't want to. She still hoped that her mother could follow her own ideas and fully experience the wonders of the human world. She had no choice but to stay by Dylan's side. However, if it weren't for her mother, Xiaowu would really like Dilong to have one or two more women by his side who could follow him around like she did. Because that way, someone could share the burden of Dylan's firepower with her. During the past few months in the far north, besides searching for traces of 100,000-year-old soul beasts, Dylan's only pastime was her. It's easy to imagine how much firepower she endured during this period. It's a pity that Little White can't leave the sea, otherwise it would be nice to let her stay with her master. Xiaowu then thought of Xiaobai, who was also a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but was also conquered by Dilong. She knew that Xiaobai hadn't directly transformed into human form, but rather had temporarily transformed using the body of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Xiaobai's physical abilities were far superior to hers, and he would definitely be able to share enough of the firepower with her. By the way, we can have the master fill the soul tool halfway with seawater, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? Chapter 144 Zhu Zuqing's Fear. In her opinion, if Ning Rongrong was willing to help, she would definitely be able to get her away. But Ning Rongrong refused. Zhu Zuqing also considered running away. However, ever since she was brought back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her martial spirit and soul power have been imprisoned, and she has no ability to escape. Rongrong, are you really not going to care about Oscar anymore? After Di Qingtang fell asleep from exhaustion, Zhu Zuqing once again tentatively asked Ning Rongrong a question. Zhu Zuqing, you've seen my current situation. What do you think I can do? Ning Rongrong was surprised that Zhu Zuqing spoke up again, and her smile immediately disappeared. I've already had a daughter with another man, do you think Oscar wouldn't care? Impossible, he can't accept that. Even without Dragon Fist, Oscar and I can't go back to the past. Besides, I already promised Dragon Fist that I would behave properly in order to get him to let Oscar go. Since I promised, I must keep my word. Ning Rongrong continued. Quote. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zuqing was speechless. Because she couldn't refute Ning Rongrong's words, Oscar and Ning Rongrong could never go back to the way things were. No one can accept that their wife has given birth to someone else's daughter. If she were to become pregnant with another man's child, Daimubai would definitely despise her. Even if she was forced into it. But, Zhu Zuqing opened her mouth. She originally wanted to say that Ning Rongrong wasn't a well-behaved person to begin with, because didn't she know what Ning Rongrong was like before? A little witch. However, Zhu Zuqing didn't say it in the end. Instead, she looked at Ning Rongrong pleadingly and asked, Rongrong, do you really want to see me being bullied by that bastard Long Quan too? Please help me, okay? You and Oscar can't go back to the past, but I can. Zhu Zuqing had no other choice but to plead. Zhu Zuqing, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, it's just that I really can't do it. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zuqing and shook her head. She really wanted to help Zhu Zuqing, but she knew she didn't have the ability. Her treatment at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed quite good, but that's only because she's obedient and well-behaved now. Zhu Zuqing, since you've promised your aunt, I advise you not to resist anymore. The consequences of resistance will only be more serious. Do you know how I got through the beginning? Something I've never told you before. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to tell him what was going on. She hadn't wanted to talk about it before because she didn't want Zhu Zuqing to know about her shameful past. But now, she felt it was necessary to tell Zhu Zuqing the truth so that Zhu Zuqing could accept reality more quickly. How did you get here? What exactly happened? Zhu Zuqing quickly pressed for more information. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, a painful and fearful memory flashing in her eyes. Actually, at first, I was trained as a star slave by Dragon Fist. What? Zhu Zuqing exclaimed in surprise upon hearing those two words. She truly hadn't expected that Ning Rongrong had initially been trained as a star slave. She knew perfectly well what that meant. To train a woman to be completely devoid of self, only knowing how to be obedient and please her master. It's true, Ning Rongrong's voice trembled slightly as she slowly recounted her past experiences. How was Ning Dingling initially sent to Dilong, and how did Dilong then reform her? She was almost successfully transformed by Dylan. If it weren't for the pregnancy, it would bring her to her senses. So at that time, I was actually very grateful for Tingtang's arrival. Before she was born, I thought I would hate her, but I didn't. I'm so glad that Tingtang came into this world. She saved me from being reformed, and she also made me feel the true joy of being a woman. A woman who hasn't become a mother is incomplete. As Ning Rongrong spoke, she affectionately nudged her sleeping daughter in her arms with her forehead. So Zhu Zuqing, if you go back on your word and disobey, Long Quan will definitely discipline you. I've been through it, which is why I don't want you to suffer the same fate. Since it's destined that you can't escape it, why not choose to accept reality? Ning Rongrong finally offered some words of advice to Zhu Zuqing. Quote. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zuqing fell completely silent. She truly hadn't expected that Ning Rongrong had gone through such a terrifying ordeal. Just thinking about the scenes Ning Rongrong had described, how Dilong had disciplined her, made Zhu Zuqing shudder. She refused to accept that kind of training. No, I don't want that. Zhu Zuqing shook her head in fear, then looked at Ning Rongrong pleadingly again. I don't want to be bullied by Dragon Fist either. Rongrong, please help me get out of here, okay? If I had the ability, I would definitely help you. But I really can't do it, Zhu Zuqing. You should just accept reality. Okay, I'm going to carry Tingtang inside to sleep now. Think about it carefully yourself. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, she turned and left. Zhu Zuqing was left standing there alone, at a loss. Dai Mubai, where are you now? And third brother, now only you two can save me. Finally, Zhu Zuqing thought of Dai Mubai and Tang San, or even Oscar, who had been abandoned by Ning Rongrong. If any one of them regains their divine status, saving her will be no problem at all. Just regaining divine power isn't that simple. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing's eyes were filled with despair. She had become a god, so she knew even better how difficult it was to become a god. First and foremost, the issue of physical appearance was the biggest challenge. Without the transformation by the immortal herbs, they truly lacked the aptitude. Unless they can find the magic herb elsewhere to transform their aptitude. But even if someone does find it, it will be too late. Even if you have the qualifications, you still need to find a suitable deity to assess you, and you need to pass the assessment to truly obtain divine power. That will take a very long time. It can't be accomplished in a few days or months, but Dylan could come back at any time, and she could be taken by Dylan at any time. While Zhu Zuqing was worried, a golden dragon soul had already appeared 10,000 meters above the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Dilong didn't want the spirit hall to know about his relationship with the 7 treasure glazed tile school for the time being, so he didn't land directly on his dragon. Instead, he put away his dragon soul and descended quietly. Chapter 145 Cat. Swish tilde. After sensing Ning Rongrong's presence, Dylan immediately landed beside her. Who? Ning Rongrong noticed someone behind her and immediately turned around. You're back. When Ning Rongrong saw that the person who came was Dilong, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then said with a smile. Is Tingtang asleep? Dylan nodded, stepped forward and embraced Ning Rongrong's delicate body, then looked at his daughter who was already fast asleep in the crib. Yes, I just fell asleep. Ning Rongrong nodded, then nestled into Dilong's arms. Then let her sleep well. I'll check if Tingtang's food supply is still plentiful. Upon hearing this, Dylan laughed and his other hand reached up to his daughter's granary. Under her reach, the granary was still quite full. Ning Rongrong had indeed done what she said. She did not choose to stop producing food in order to satisfy Dilong's certain fetishes. You're so bad. Ning Rongrong playfully punched Dilong with her small fist, but it wasn't out of anger, it was more like she was being affectionate. Haha, you just realized that. Dylan laughed heartily, then picked Ning Rongrong up in his arms and carried her inside. Before long, Dilong took off Ning Rongrong's clothes and threw them out. Soon, a symphony of life resounded within. What? Zhu Zuqing has been caught. Haha, that's wonderful. Afterwards, Ning Rongrong told Dilong about Zhu Zuqing, and Dilong burst into laughter upon hearing it. You bastard, you really did have designs on all three of us. Seeing Dylan laughing so happily, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but curse and bite him. Hiss. Dylan let out a pained cry in agreement, then laughed and said, of course. The three beauties of Shrek should be all together. It wouldn't be perfect if one of them were missing. Where is Zhu Zuqing now? Dilong was too lazy to use his consciousness to sense things, so he directly asked Ning Rongrong. She's in this courtyard too, she should be outside right now. Ning Rongrong answered immediately. After Zhu Zuqing was brought back, she was assigned to Ning Rongrong's side. Of course, although she was assigned to Ning Rongrong's side, there were still plenty of people watching over Zhu Zuqing. In addition to her martial soul and soul power being sealed, Zhu Zuqing was also monitored to prevent her from escaping. Right here, Rongrong, you get some rest. I'm going to go see her. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Dylan laughed and then climbed off Ning Rongrong. Pa, get out of here. Ning Rongrong uttered a sound. After accepting Dylan's advances, Ning Rongrong gradually reverted to her original witch-like nature in front of him. Even knowing she wouldn't anger Dylan, she still dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Haha, you wait, once I deal with that little kitten, I'll let you, her, and Xiaowu play with me. Dylan laughed, then put on his clothes and left. Zhu Zuqing stayed in the courtyard outside, sitting on the swing, thinking about what Ning Rongrong had told her. Do I really have to compromise like Ning Rongrong? Zhu Zuqing bit her lower lip. Deep down, she was unwilling to give in. It was the ultimate humiliation for her. However, after hearing about Ning Rongrong's experience, she became even more afraid of being trained and reformed by Dilong, which would cause her to completely lose herself. After hearing about the modifications Dylan used on Ning Rongrong, even though she knew exactly what was going on, she felt she probably couldn't last very long. In the end, she will definitely be transformed. That's not what she wanted. She didn't want to choose either submission or being reformed. The best thing would be to escape. As Zhu Zuqing was thinking this, she saw the two women at the entrance of the courtyard. They were responsible for protecting this place and were also two Soul Emperor Battle Soul Masters monitoring her. With these two women around, she had no way to escape. Even if her martial soul and soul skills weren't sealed, she still couldn't escape. Damn it, what should I do? Zhu Zuqing clenched her fists. She even considered suicide to preserve her innocence. She certainly wouldn't want to end her life until the very last moment. Why did she escape from the Star Luo Empire to specifically find Dai Mubai? Isn't it just that they are unwilling to humiliate their family's fate and choose to rebel? She would never give up until the very last moment. As it turned out, her persistence was right. If she hadn't gone to find Dai Mubai, she and Dai Mubai would never have been able to change the outcome of their competition. The consequences of the Star Luo royal family losing the competition with the Zhu family's children are very serious. They are either killed or have their cultivation crippled and are exiled to their fiefdoms. Although she and Dai Mubai did not become the emperor and empress of the Star Luo Empire later, it was because they gave up on it themselves, not because they lost the competition. Later, she and Dai Mubai both achieved godhood, which further proved how correct her initial decision was. Never give up until the very last moment. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing heard strange noises coming from Ning Rongrong's room. Zhu Zuqing was startled and quickly ran up. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhu Zuqing abruptly stopped. The sounds inside continued, but Zhu Zuqing already knew that they were coming from Ning Rongrong. And she knew where those sounds came from. Is that man back? Zhu Zuqing instantly understood this, and her face turned pale. She knew that Ning Rongrong could not possibly be having an affair with another man, so the only person in Ning Rongrong's room at this moment could be Dilong. She didn't expect that Dylan would actually come. So, is she going to be given away as a gift soon? No, I don't want to. Zhu Zuqing shook her head and quietly retreated away. She Wanted to escape, but looking at the two guards at the gate of the courtyard, she had no way to avoid them and run away. Hateful. Left with no other option, Zhu Zuqing quietly returned to her room and locked the door from the inside. All she could do now was pray that Dylan wasn't interested in her and would leave satisfied after playing with Ning Rongrong. Although the possibility is slim, that's all she can do but fantasize. If he really comes, I'll fight him to the death. Zhu Zuqing quickly found the scissors in her room and held them tightly in her hand. I cannot give in. I absolutely cannot give in. I can't be like Ning Rongrong, and let Daimu buy down. Chapter 146 Taking Down Zhu Zuqing. Thud. However, not long after, Dylan violently broke open Zhu Zuqing's door. Then Ti Lung saw Zhu Zuqing inside, holding scissors and pointing them at him. So you already knew I was here. Then shouldn't you fulfill the promise you made to sect leader Ning? Dylan laughed when he saw Zhu Zuqing's expression. At the same time, Dylan also took the opportunity to look Zhu Zuqing up and down. Her figure was indeed top-notch, a perfect physique, and her granary was no less impressive than Ning Rongrong's, and perhaps even better. You have to understand, Ning Rongrong is currently breastfeeding, so her breast size has increased by more than just a little bit. Guys with experience should know this. This made Dylan look forward to it. If Zhu Zuqing were to enter the breastfeeding period, how magnificent would that be? You don't come any closer. I will not allow myself to be humiliated by you. Zhu Zuqing pointed the scissors at Dilong and coldly rebuked him. She knew her struggles were futile, but now she had no choice but to offer token resistance. But if she didn't put up any resistance, then she wouldn't be Zhu Zuqing. Oh, so you've changed your mind. You don't want Dai Mubai to continue living. Dylan chuckled. Although he hadn't met Ning Dingling yet, Dilong believed that she wouldn't let Dai Mubai leave. He was either killed or being held captive. I've already saved him once. If he gets caught again, then it's because he's incompetent. And I believe that even if he were to die, he wouldn't want to see me being bullied by other men. Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly and said in a cold tone. In that case, I'll have to fulfill your promise myself. As Dylan spoke, he flashed and grabbed Zhu Zuqing. Ding tilde. The scissors in her hand were thrown to the ground by Dylan. Ah, bastard, let me go. Zhu Zuqing immediately struggled. Unfortunately, just like Ning Rongrong before her, no matter how much Zhu Zuqing struggled, it was useless, and she was soon taken into the room by Dilong. Soon, a unique symphony of life resounded within it. She didn't know how much time had passed before Ning Rongrong arrived at the door. Hearing the commotion inside, Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. Zhu Zuqing had ultimately followed in her footsteps. But for some reason, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of schadenfreude. It seemed that not only she, but Zhu Zuqing had also suffered. Oh right, there's also Xiao Wu. This Xiao Wu wasn't the Xiao Wu they actually knew, so Ning Rongrong wasn't particularly moved when she learned that Xiao Wu had also been taken in by Dilong. Now that it was Zhu Zuqing's turn, she truly felt that she was no longer the only one being bullied by Dilong. Ning Rongrong, realizing this change in her mindset, felt somewhat guilty. But she couldn't help feeling a little smug inside. Zhu Zuqing, I've come to save you. Ning Rongrong then walked inside, speaking to Zhu Zuqing as she went. No, Rongrong, don't come in. Soon after, Zhu Zuqing's exclamation came from inside. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's terrified voice, Ning Rongrong became even more curious and quickly went inside. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Zhu Zuqing's ordeal, Ning Rongrong almost burst out laughing. Zhu Zuqing felt incredibly ashamed at that moment. No wonder she didn't want her to come in. Zhu Zuqing, don't worry, I really came to save you. With me by your side, it won't be so hard for you to accept. Ning Rongrong suppressed a laugh, said something to Zhu Zuqing, and then slowly walked forward. Although she had some ulterior motives of wanting to see Zhu Zuqing make a fool of herself, she was also genuinely there to help Zhu Zuqing. With her around, Zhu Zuqing will definitely be able to accept reality more quickly. And that was indeed the case. After experiencing extreme shame at first, with Ning Rongrong by her side, Zhu Zuqing's heart was not so hard to Except, not long after, when Tilong called Xiaowu out as well, Zhu Zuqing felt even more at ease. Forget it. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong have already been won over, so there's no need for me to be one more. Thinking this way, Zhu Zuqing quickly changed her attitude and became slightly more proactive. Of course, the main reason was that she knew about Ning Rongrong's situation, so she didn't want to really resist to the end and let Dylan carry out the star slave transformation on her. Rather than doing that, it's better to accept it voluntarily. At least this way it's still my own choice. This outcome naturally pleased Dylan. He has now truly gathered all three beauties of Shrek. Unfortunately, he couldn't gather all three beauties of the Spirit Hall together. He still doesn't know where Juliana is. Juliana wasn't even born yet at this time. The plot has been completely altered by him, and whether Juliana will even be born is another matter entirely. Indeed, a man's desires are insatiable. Dylan had just gathered the three beauties of Shrek Academy, and then he started thinking about the three beauties of the Spirit Hall. However, although Juliana is missing, if Ling Yuan is included, then he can now be said to have gathered the three beauties of the Spirit Hall. Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong do not belong to him yet, they were merely people he possessed at some point. Yes, besides the three beauties of the Spirit Hall, there are also the three beauties of Sea God Island. Besides Poseidon and Little White, there's also a sea witch among the three beauties of Poseidon Island. Not only is the Spirit Hall out of the question, but Dylan has also set his sights on the three beauties of Sea God Island, and he hasn't even gathered them all yet. Ning Dingaling, you did a great job, I'm very satisfied. After winning over the three beauties of Shrek Academy, Dylan went to see Ning Dingaling and immediately began praising her. I knew you'd like it, Senior. Ning Dingaling was happy to see Dilong, and she was also very happy and felt a great sense of accomplishment. It seemed that her guess was indeed correct. Of course I like him. Dylan laughed heartily, then asked about Dai Mubai's situation. By the way, where's Dai Mubai who was with Zhu Zuqing? Here I am, Senior. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Ning Dingaling immediately smiled and replied. Swish tilde. Then Ning Dingaling took out a square box from her storage soul tool. After opening the box, Dai Mubai's head was revealed inside. The head has been processed. It won't rot or smell. From the expression on Dai Mubai's severed head, one can still vaguely see how unwilling he was to die. Excellent, excellent, sect leader Ning truly understands my heart. There's really no need to keep Dai Mubai alive. A dead Dai Mubai is the best. What kind of reward does sect leader Ning want? Upon seeing Dai Mubai's head, Dylan burst into laughter. He was becoming more and more satisfied with Ning Dingaling in front of him. I just want to have a child with my senior as soon as possible. Chapter 147 Yu Xiaoging's change of heart towards Tang San. Ning Dingaling had only this one small wish, and Dylan naturally did his best to fulfill it. However, often the more powerful a life form is, the more difficult it is for it to reproduce. Dylan planted quite a few seeds in Ning Dingaling, but he just couldn't get them to take root. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was lucky enough to get pregnant first. All Dylan could do was stay a few more days and try his best to spread the seed to Ning Dingaling. Of course, Tilong didn't forget to favor Ning Rongrong either. Putting Ning Rongrong and Ning Dingaling together creates a unique atmosphere. On the contrary, Dilong didn't do much to Zhu Zuqing. Because Tilong planned to take Zhu Zuqing with him when he left this time. The purpose, of course, was to train and reform her. Even if she isn't transformed into a star slave, she still needs to be made obedient. So during the few days he stayed, aside from playing with his daughter, Dylan spent the rest of his time indulging in the company of Ning Dingaling and Ning Rongrong. After a brief stay, Dylan quickly left with Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu. He still decided to go find Xiaobai and bring her with him. He's already so strong, he shouldn't mistreat himself. Therefore, it's perfectly reasonable to have several beautiful women around for your enjoyment. It would be too monotonous to have only Xiaowu by your side. Adding Zhu Zuqing and Xiaobai would make it much more fun. The City of Slaughter. Hellish slaughter field. Roar. With the roar of the bloodthirsty evil dragon, The other contestants in the Hell Slaughter arena quickly perished under the claws of the bloodthirsty evil dragon, Luo Sanpao, and were then devoured by Luo Sanpao one by one, leaving no corpses behind. Too powerful. His martial spirit is too abnormal. How are the others supposed to live like this? I still think he's cheating. Other people can't use their martial souls, but he can. That's because his martial soul is special and he can summon it, just like a soul master with a weapon-type martial soul can summon their own. His martial soul also can't use soul skills, it's just that his martial soul is stronger. Quote. With Yu Xiaoging's latest victory, achieving a 54-game winning streak, the audience in the killing arena began to discuss the matter. Yu Xiaoging is a powerful newcomer who has emerged in the past year. Yu Xiaoging also acquired a nickname, which was the name of his martial spirit, the Vengeful Blood Evil Dragon. People call him that because they think Yu Xiaoging's winning streak is all thanks to his own martial spirit. That is indeed the case. After Yu Xiaoging entered the Hell Slaughter arena, he didn't need to take any action, he only needed to protect his own safety. This is not a problem for Yu Xiaoging. Because he had hidden weapons given to him by Tang San, he couldn't defeat the other 9 contestants using them, but he was more than capable of protecting himself. As Yu Xiaoging listened to the audience's cheers, his expression showed little joy or excitement, only coldness and malice. Others may not know about his affairs, but only he himself knows. He has become stronger, able to thrive in the Hellfire arena, and achieving a 100-game winning streak seems to be no longer a problem. But he got all of this by selling his ass. Moreover, it was sold to his own martial spirit, Luo Sanpao. Given Luo Sanpao's current physique, Yu Xiaoging can only say that every time is torture. So although Yu Xiaoging became stronger, he wasn't very happy. Because all of this was achieved through suffering that others could hardly bear. The only motivation that kept him going was revenge. He wanted revenge against the Spirit Hall, against Qian Zunji, and against Dylan. It was the hatred in his heart that sustained him and kept him going. Congratulations, teacher, you've achieved a 54-game winning streak. In about a year, my teacher will be able to cross the road to hell with me and leave this place. When Yu Xiaoging came down, Tang San went up to greet him and congratulated him. Yes, all of this is thanks to you, mistress. Yu Xiaoging nodded with a smile. He could only smile when he was facing Tang San. Because he truly felt Tang San's respect for him, and he genuinely received Tang San's help. If it weren't for Tang San's help, he would have been dead long ago in the city of slaughter. Although Tang San's suggestion meant he inevitably had to endure Luo Sanpao's torment again, he also gained great strength as a result. Moreover, he knew that it wasn't really Tang San's fault, so he didn't blame Tang San. He was always grateful to Tang San. Now, Tang San is the most important person in his heart. Sometimes, he even felt other impulses when he saw the handsome Tang San. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself in the end. This is what a disciple should do, Tang San said with a smile. Tang San was also very happy to see his teacher cheer up again. Moreover, Yu Xiaoging's martial spirit also allowed him to see Yu Xiaoging's strength and potential. With Yu Xiaoging's help, he will be more confident in passing the Hell Road when the time comes. Teacher, some fallen newcomers have brought news from the outside. That damned dragon fist douluo, for some reason, has been expelled from the Spirit Hall and is now wanted by the Spirit Hall. Tang San then told Yu Xiaoging the information he had just received. That bastard got expelled from the Spirit Hall. Haha, that's wonderful. Upon hearing this news, Yu Xiaoging immediately smiled happily. Tilong was arguably the person he hated the most. His tragic past began when Tilong refused to save him. Dylan could have easily rescued him back then. Even the holy maiden Bibi Dong pleaded with him, but he just wouldn't agree. Mistress, tell me your story in detail. Yu Xiaoging quickly continued. Yes, teacher. Tang San nodded, and then told Yu Xiaoging everything he had found out. Although we don't know what happened, judging from the Spirit Hall's bounty and the fact that he possesses so many spirit bones, Dragon Fist douluo must have made a very serious mistake. The Spirit Hall is trying to use someone else to do their dirty work. Yu Xiaoging quickly analyzed after listening. Then, With a look of disappointment, he added, "It's a pity that Pope Qian Zunji and Grand Elder Qian Dalu are still too weak and incompetent. They should have killed Long Quan when they were still in the spirit hall, instead of waiting until he left before issuing a warrant for his arrest. Qian Dalu wouldn't dare. That dragon fist douluo is too dangerous. He only cares about whether there are any descendants who can inherit the position of the angel god. He doesn't care about anything else." Tang San spoke up upon hearing this. In his mind, Qian Dalu was just someone who had a reputation on par with his great-grandfather, but he basically did nothing. He had never faced Qian Dalu. Chapter 148. Qinzun is numb, but Yu Shaogang is still alive. What? Donger, you're going to the city of slaughter. When Yu Shaogang and Tang San learned that Dilong had left the spirit hall, Bibi Dong in the spirit hall finally expressed her desire to enter the city of slaughter to Qian Zunji. "Yes, teacher, I want to go to the city of slaughter to hone my skills. That's where I can quickly become stronger." Bibi Dong nodded seriously. The Soul Master competition ended so long ago, and she only went now, which is much later than originally planned. That's because after the Soul Master competition ended, Qian Runshui's morning sickness was quite severe, so she had been taking care of Qian Runshui. Now, Qian Runshui's condition has stabilized, and she is just waiting to give birth. No, the killing city is too dangerous. Qian Zunji directly refused, opposing Bibi Dong's trip to the city of slaughter. "Teacher, if I want revenge, the only way is to become stronger. I can't wait to grow up slowly, so I definitely have to go to the killing city. That's where I can grow up much faster." Bibi Dong looked intently at Qian Zunji, her eyes filled with determination. "Donger, you." Qian Zunji then realized that Bibi Dong was determined to take revenge. He naturally knew what kind of revenge Bibi Dong wanted to take. What else could it be but the humiliation she suffered at the hands of Dylan? So when he saw the determination in Bibi Dong's eyes, he didn't know how to persuade her. How can Bibi Dong be persuaded to give up her hatred? How could that be? Not to mention Bibi Dong herself, even he couldn't forgive Dylan. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Dylan. Xiaoshui is due to give birth in a few months. Aren't you going to wait until after she gives birth? Having no idea how to persuade him, Qian Zunji immediately brought up Qian Runshui as an example. He had witnessed the relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, so he hoped to use Qian Runshui to bind Bibi Dong to him. At least keep them tied up for a while longer. He didn't want Bibi Dong to find out that Yu Shaogang had also been sent to the city of slaughter after entering it. Although in his opinion, Yu Shaogang should have been dead by now. However, it is still possible that Bibi Dong will find out that Yu Shaogang died in the city of slaughter. After all, others might talk about it. Yu Shaogang is a person who is quite suitable to be talked about as a joke. So Qian Zunji thought he should delay Bibi Dong's trip to the city of slaughter. He took the time to have someone investigate how long Yu Shaogang had been dead and whether anyone inside knew his identity. "No, I don't want to see that man's child." Upon hearing Qian Zunji's words, Bibi Dong shook her head and said coldly. She really didn't want to see Qian Runshui's child born. She accepted Qian Runshui, but she really couldn't accept the child in Qian Runshui's belly. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Zunji was at a loss for words. It's understandable that Bibi Dong didn't want to see Dylan's child. Alright then, but Xiaoshui is thinking that her belly is getting bigger and bigger, and since you're the closest to her, why don't you continue to stay with her for the next 2 months? You can leave when Xiaoshui is really close to giving birth. The teacher will definitely not stop you then. Qian Zunji had no choice but to try a different approach. Okay, then I'll go in 2 months. After only 2 months of consideration, Bibi Dong agreed. Bibi Dong left very soon. After seeing Bibi Dong leave, Qian Zunji made some arrangements and then left the spirit hall to head towards the city of slaughter. He wanted to find out about Yu Shaogang's situation. Damn it, if I had known Bibi Dong was planning to enter the city of slaughter, I should have killed Yu Shaogang back then. That way, he wouldn't have a chance to find out that I sent Yu Shaogang to the killing city. Chihiro was filled with regret as he headed towards the city of slaughter. He truly never imagined that one day Bibi Dong would want to enter a place like the Killing City. It took Qian Zunji 2 days to reach the city of slaughter. I am Qian Zunji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Please help me check. After arriving in the city of slaughter, Qian Zunji immediately used his status as the Pope to have the people of the city of slaughter examine Yu Shaoging's condition. Yes, Your Holiness. The guards of the city of slaughter would naturally not refuse such a small request from Qian Zunji. However, he was somewhat curious. Last time, it was the Holy Maiden who came to inquire about Yu Shaoging's situation. Now, the Pope had also come. However, considering Yu Shaoging's current situation, he had to admit that Yu Shaoging did indeed deserve attention. Actually, there was no need to go inside to inquire. He already knew about Yu Shaoging's current situation. After all, Yu Shaoging's story is quite famous in the city of slaughter. However, he still went in to check on Yu Shaoging's current situation before replying to Qian Zunji. What did you say? Yu Shaoging is still alive. And they've even achieved a 55-game winning streak. How is this possible? When Qian Zunji learned about Yu Shaoging's current situation in the city of slaughter, he was immediately stunned. This was a scenario he could never have imagined when he sent Yu Shaoging into the city of slaughter. Yu Shaoging, that good for nothing. How could that be? Are you telling the truth? But isn't Yu Shaoging just a good for nothing? Qian Zunji still couldn't quite believe it, so he quickly grabbed the other person and pressed them for answers. What you said is true. That guy was indeed a good for nothing at the beginning. When he first came in, he didn't even dare to enter the inner city of the killing capital. He only dared to hide in the outer city and had to sell his ass to survive, the guard explained to Qian Zunji. When Qian Zunji heard about Yu Shaoging selling his buttocks, his expression turned strange. He never expected that Yu Shaoging would be so heartless as to sell his buttocks just to survive. If it were him, he would rather die than betray himself. What a piece of trash, he has no courage at all, so afraid of dying that he sells himself out. Qian Zunji secretly despised Yu Shaoging. He already looked down on Yu Shaoging, and now he thought Yu Shaoging was trash even more. Such a person is completely unworthy of his precious disciple. Qian Zunji did not interrupt, but listened to the other person continue. Later, a man named Tang San came to the city of slaughter. He was the one who protected Yu Shaoging. The guard continued speaking. He recounted everything about Yu Shaoging, from being protected by Tang San to how his martial soul mutated and evolved after absorbing human blood, and how he became invincible in the Hell Slaughter arena. By the way, Your Holiness the Pope, Her Highness the Holy Maiden also inquired about Yu Shaoging's matter before. Chapter 149 Yu Shaoging, Born Evil. What? The Holy Maiden came. When did that happen? Upon hearing this, Qian Zunji was immediately shocked. He hadn't expected that Bibi Dong had already come and knew about Yu Shaoging. About a year ago, the guard told Qian Zunji what had happened. Qian Zunji then realized that Bibi Dong had known about this matter for a long time. Then why didn't Donger come to question me? Qian Zunji felt a little strange. This didn't seem like the reaction Bibi Dong should have. Tell me in detail about the situation the Holy Maiden was in at that time. Qian Zunji immediately pressed for an explanation. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. The guard did not dare to be negligent and quickly recounted the situation at the time. So that's how it is. You were disappointed in Yu Shaoging after discovering he was selling his buttocks. That's good. It's good that she was able to discover Yu Shaoging's true colors. It seems that sending him to the city of slaughter was the right thing to do. After understanding the situation, Qian Zunji breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Bibi Dong didn't come to question him. It's because after discovering Yu Shaoging's ugly behavior, she no longer liked him. I never thought that good for nothing would actually have a day when he could turn things around. That failed martial soul actually evolved by devouring the blood of a soul master. Such an evil method of devouring, sending him to the slaughter city was really the right place. This kind of person should stay in a place like the slaughter city. Then Qian Zunji was also shocked by Yu Shaoging's transformation. Yu Shaoging's strength had made a leap, and he had achieved so many consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter arena. If this continues, Yu Xiaogang might even be able to complete the Slaughter City test and achieve a 100-game winning streak, something even he wasn't confident he could do. More importantly, if Yu Xiaogang completes his training in the City of Slaughter, he will be able to leave. Thinking of this, Qian Zunji felt immense regret. He should have killed Yu Xiaogang, a person born evil, instead of sending him to the City of Slaughter. Where is your King of Slaughter? Bring him to me. I want him to help me kill that inherently evil Yu Xiaogang. Qian Zunji then spoke to the guard. Your Holiness, you should know that the City of Slaughter has its own rules, and even the King of Slaughter cannot do this for you. It's fine for ordinary players, but for players like Yu Xiaogang who have a winning streak of over 50 matches, it's definitely not going to work. The guard said to Qian Zunji. Just go and tell the King of Slaughter that it was my decision. Chihiro naturally didn't want to give up. However, the final result disappointed Qian Zunji. The King of Slaughter did not even come to see Qian Zunji and directly rejected Qian Zunji's request. Hateful. Qian Zunji was naturally dissatisfied, but he was helpless. He wouldn't dare to act recklessly in a place like the Killing City. In the end, he could only leave the City of Slaughter with resentment. Donger, you already knew about that good-for-nothing Yu Xiaogang. After returning to the Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji summoned Bibi Dong and directly addressed the matter with her. Now that Bibi Dong already knows, he no longer needs to hide it. He made it clear himself, still in order to stop Bibi Dong from going to the City of Slaughter. Yu Xiaogang is there, and now that the other party has become so evil, he will definitely be even more opposed to Bibi Dong going. Bibi Dong was also somewhat surprised upon hearing this. It seemed that Qian Zunji knew she had been to the City of Slaughter. Don't worry, teacher. I don't blame you. A filthy person like Yu Xiaogang is indeed unworthy of his disciple. Then Bibi Dong looked up at Qian Zunji and said seriously. Don't hate. That's impossible, of course. However, she certainly couldn't let Qian Zunji know, so she could only pretend that she didn't blame him. Haha, it's good that you've come to your senses, Donger. You're right, that good-for-nothing is definitely not good enough for you. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Zunji, who thought Bibi Dong was truly repentant, burst into laughter. Donger, I have something else to tell you about Yu Xiaogang. Then Qian Zunji's expression changed, and he spoke seriously to Bibi Dong. What is it? Bibi Dong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yu Xiaogang was already dead? Bibi Dong almost lost control of her facial expressions. That Yu Xiaogang is a born evil person. The teacher regrets not killing him directly, but sending him to the City of Slaughter. He has already become a force to be reckoned with in the City of Slaughter. Qian Zunji said with a grim expression, and then recounted how Yu Xiaogang achieved breakthroughs and evolution through the abnormal cultivation method of devouring human blood and soul masters through his martial soul. How is this possible? Bibi Dong was stunned when she learned from Qian Zunji about the changes in Yu Xiaogang over the past year. She knew that Tang San had entered the City of Slaughter to protect Yu Xiaogang. She didn't care what happened to Yu Xiaogang after that. All she needed to know was that with Tang San's protection, Yu Xiaogang wouldn't die so easily. But to her utter surprise, Yu Xiaogang not only survived, but also made a comeback. Not only did he break free from the shackles caused by the defects in his own martial soul, but his strength also became so great that he was able to win so many victories in the Hell Slaughter arena. Moreover, the fact that Yu Xiaogang actually stooped to such evil cultivation shattered her positive perception of him once again. The Yu Xiaogang she originally envisioned was not like this. In her mind, Yu Xiaogang would not be so heartless and insane, much less would he sell his own body. Now, however, Yu Xiaogang has repeatedly shattered the image she had of him. Yes, she could understand that Yu Xiaogang was doing this for survival and to become stronger. If it were her, she would also stop at nothing to become stronger. But she is herself, and Yu Xiaogang is Yu Xiaogang. So Donger, you'd better not go into the City of Slaughter for now. Yu Xiaogang has completely changed, and his martial soul is now unaffected by the rules of the City of Slaughter, allowing him to directly summon his martial soul true form. I'm afraid he might harm you if he sees you. Besides him, Tang San, who protected him, is also extremely formidable. In just 1 year, he achieved more consecutive victories than Yu Shaogang. The person who could help Yu Shaogang do those heinous things is probably not a good person either. Those two are in the killing city. It would be too dangerous for you to go in now. Qinzun, having exhausted all his knowledge, revealed his true intentions in order to persuade Bibi Dong not to go to the city of slaughter. Upon hearing Qian Zunji's words, Bibi Dong hesitated. She hadn't dared to enter the city of slaughter before because she was wary of Tang San. Now, with Yu Shaogang added to the mix, it is indeed another uncertain factor for her. Chapter 150. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, mother and daughter, recognize each other. Faced with Yu Shaogang, who had completely changed, she really didn't know what he would do if they met again. Was it because Chihiro was taking her anger out on her? Or do you always love yourself? Bibi Dong wasn't sure. However, judging from the events in his future memories, even if Yu Shaogang still loves her, it's unlikely to be much. Even after leaving her, Yu Shaogang in the future still fell in love with Lu Erlong. Furthermore, after she was defeated by Tang San, Yu Shaogang even told Tang San to eliminate her completely, showing no intention of letting her go. Judging from those memories, Yu Shaogang didn't seem to have much affection for her. Unless she does what Tang Hao does, immediately registering for the next Hell Slaughter Arena after each one, thus gaining the protection of the Hell Slaughter Arena. This was because he was curious about why Dylan only crippled one of Tang Hao's hands and failed to kill him in the killing city. Then I'll wait until they come out before I go in. Teacher, that Tang San is a member of the Clear Sky sect, a remnant of the Clear Sky sect. He shouldn't be allowed to remain in the world, especially since he's a remnant of the Clear Sky sect who was able to come out of the city of slaughter. So, teacher, I suggest we keep a close eye on Tang San's situation in the city of slaughter. When they are about to come out, we should block the exit and make sure we can't let him continue to grow stronger. After hesitating for a moment, Bibi Dong decided to listen to Qian Zunji and then quickly offered her suggestions. Previously, she didn't want Qian Zunji to know that she already knew about Yu Shaogang, but now that Qian Zunji knows, things are much easier. She simply told him about Tang San as well. She couldn't reveal Tang San's future situation, but she could articulate the threat he posed. Donger, you're actually so wary of that Tang San. When Qian Zunji saw Bibi Dong's appearance, he was immediately puzzled. He knew that Tang San was a remnant of the Clear Sky sect, but the Clear Sky sect was gone, and only a remnant was left. What was there to worry about? Teacher, Tang San, like me, is also a user of twin martial souls. Bibi Dong quickly said. What? He also has twin martial souls. Qian Zunji only took Bibi Dong's words seriously after hearing them. If the opponent has twin martial souls, then the situation is different. Even if a remnant of the Clear Sky sect were to cultivate to the level of a title douluo, the Spirit Hall would have no fear. As long as another prodigy like Tang Chen doesn't emerge, the Spirit Hall has nothing to fear. In his view, it was impossible for the Haoshan sect to produce another monstrous genius like Tang Chen, so he wasn't worried. But things are different now. The owner of twin martial souls can still handle training in the city of slaughter with ease, and it seems that clearing the level is not difficult. That would be a different story. If a genius has the potential to grow to the same level as Tang Chen in the future, it is necessary to eliminate him in advance. It's true, and Xiaoshui knows about it too. Bibi Dong said with certainty. After she finished speaking, Bibi Dong's heart skipped a beat. She shouldn't have known that Qian Runshui also knew about Tang San's twin martial souls. Then Tang San can't be allowed to live. Upon hearing that his daughter also knew, Qian Zunji had no more doubts and quickly said coldly. Don't worry, Donger, I'll have someone keep an eye on Tang San and eliminate him as soon as he comes out. And that Yu Shaogang, Qian Zunji thought to himself. Although Bibi Dong was already disappointed in Yu Shaogang, Qian Zunji didn't say it directly, he just wanted to do it directly. Okay, I trust the teacher, so I'll go downstairs now. Bibi Dong nodded, then turned and left. Turning around to Bibi Dong, he couldn't help but look worried. I wasn't paying attention just now and mentioned that Qian Runshui also knew about Tang San, which could very well make Qian Runshui realize something was wrong. All she could do now was hope that Qian Zunji wouldn't go to Qian Runshui to verify it. Otherwise, Qian Runshui would definitely know that she possessed memories of the future. Fine, so be it. It's good to talk things out. However, Bibi Dong wasn't too afraid of Qian Runshui finding out. Deep down, she had long wanted to acknowledge Qian Runshui as her relative. Qian Runshui sacrificed so much for her, and she wanted Qian Runshui to know that she loved her. After thinking it over, Bibi Dong quickly made a decision, then I'll just be honest with Xiaoshui myself. Rather than letting Qian Runshui find out passively, it's better for her to tell her herself. So after leaving, Bibi Dong quickly found Qian Runshui. Xiaoshui, there's something I want to tell you. Bibi Dong's expression was somewhat complicated. Sister Dong, please tell me. With her large pregnant belly, Qian Runshui quickly asked Bibi Dong to sit on her bed and said. Bibi Dong did not refuse. After sitting down next to Qian Runshui, she said, Xiaoshui, I actually know your identity. Bibi Dong's words immediately stunned Qian Runshui. What is your identity? You are actually my daughter, right? Bibi Dong looked directly at Qian Runshui and then spoke frankly. You actually knew. Qian Runshui's pupils constricted, and she was finally certain that Bibi Dong truly knew her identity. Well, actually I didn't know at first, I only found out later. Bibi Dong confirmed. But, how is that possible? Could it be that you, mother, also traveled back in time? Qian Runshui stared wide-eyed at Bibi Dong, her face filled with disbelief. The Bibi Dong in front of her was clearly not someone who had traveled back in time. No, I just possess the memories of what it will be like after I become a god. Bibi Dong shook her head and then explained her situation. I see, Qian Runshui suddenly realized. Then, Qian Runshui looked at Bibi Dong, unsure whether she should continue to address her as Bibi Dong. She was very excited that her mother, knowing her identity, could still get along with her happily. Just call me Sister Dong, and don't let that bastard Qian Zunji know about this. But you can call me Mom if you want in private. Bibi Dong noticed Qian Runshui's dilemma and then spoke. Yes, Mom. Qian Runshui nodded excitedly, then immediately called out, Mom, and threw herself into Bibi Dong's arms, hugging her tightly. Bibi Dong also hugged Qian Runshui tightly, gently patting her back with both hands. Feeling Qian Runshui's reliance on her, Bibi Dong also really liked this feeling. Mom, why didn't you tell me before that you knew who I was? After cuddling with Bibi Dong for a while, Qian Runshui finally looked up and asked her a question. How dare you ask? You've already gone and slept with that bastard Dylan, how am I supposed to tell you?